Sometimes you gotta write a new love song to get the old ones out your brain. Yeah, you gotta write a new love song to get the old ones out your brain. And I think I got one. Yeah, and I think I got one.
Yeah, I got one. I got one.
Sometimes you gotta write a new love song to get the old ones out your brain. Yeah, you gotta write a new love song to get the old ones out your brain. Yeah, and I think I got one.
Ooh, okay. I almost did that on accident.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, I got one. Oh, oh no, nothing's working. I can't. It's not allowing me to alt tab. Okay, I just delete.
You can never help those. I am about my health though. I saw the life you settled for, and I think it's a hellhole. Now I'ma tell y'all, you gave.
Okay, so right now, getting into it. Currently, right now, just getting into it. Got 4 hours 44 minutes of sleep. I don't know, just for whatever reason I woke up. Not whatever reason. I think it was like the sunlight. Like even though I wear a sleep mask, sometimes it starts coming off a little bit. But I don't know. I needed to start waking up earlier anyway, so and it's like the hopefully like the lack, not lack, but like less sleep doesn't too negatively affect like the outcomes in game and everything, right? Try to make up for or just make sure I'm getting enough sleep tonight. Okay. These hiccups. All right, fast cereal. Let's get into it. I don't think really the sleep will really affect too much. Though obviously on like a prolonged basis it would begin to. I need to shift my sleep schedule early anyways. Mm. I don't know what I'm doing. Really important that like I don't get too far ahead of myself. I think I'm already like imagining just like being B plus, right? I kind of have to just like continue to put in the work. Most importantly, kind of maximizing some outside factors, aka food, workout, and sleep. I'm just trying to put all those in my favor right now. And those haven't been the best, especially with the sleep today. I mean, food has been alright. I just want more like protein overall. For muscle growth. both with the fingers and everywhere else. Come on, trying to hold down before you can jump. Okay, I know what to do. Come on. Bro, I legit started vibrating on that last rep. Also, was that a voice crack? I think it was. Alright, timer's going off, which means I have 20 seconds left. So I'm gonna go ahead. Say next time under 2.2. Probably have like 10 seconds left. Okay, honestly, really good average time, right? There's a point where I was like just doing the technique correctly and I was getting under 2.2 for like 30 seconds in a row. So that's good. Alright, next thing, helix jumps. Alright, looking for 10. It's weird, when I was doing free play at the end of yesterday, I tried for helix jump and like what I what I did, it was, what's it called? I essentially did like this and I jumped too late, so I jumped directly up the wall. Then I just got the helix jump. Didn't get there, but so I don't know. I don't know how good I'm really at them right now. And if I attempted them in game, what would be my success rate? I have no idea. But I think it's probably at least like 10%, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, 5 minutes. Helix jumps. Last time I did this, did 10. Trying for more here. Also say heading up left first. Nice, it's 1. Alright, looking for 2. Looking for 2. Oh, we need some stabilization there. I kind of like peeled off the ground there. It's funny how that looked. Peeled off the ground for that speed flip. Come on, let's get it. Come on, for 2. Nice, that's 2. Looking for 3. Also helps that I was practicing what's it called, just like power sliding while boosting on like a level like this, where like at some point I also have to start practicing it with ball cam. Because it's like, it's gonna be, it's different, right? It's just straight up different. But I think this variation's easier, so I'll learn this first. Still looking for 3 at this point. Come on. Come on, looking for 3. Okay, come on. Alright, looking for 4 at this point. Alright, come on. It's 5, 6. It's 6 for 7. It's 8, looking for 9. Jeez. Yeah, this time. I'm surprised I got it sideways. Alright, at this point, looking for 10? Yeah. Looking for 11. Well, I don't know. Is it easier going sideways? It might be. Looking for 11. Because I'm struggling here. Now let me go more sideways. I think it is easier. I think it is easier going sideways. I think it's just like you have more that time when you're sticking to the wall a little bit. Is it? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, obviously not getting it right now. Okay, that's 12. Looking for 13. You have like 10 seconds left. Yeah, it's not just like simple and easy, right? No matter what. So helix jump no matter what. Alright, second to last attempt. One last attempt. Oh, nice. That's what? Not what, but what is that? No, which number is that? Bro, why isn't let me rewind? Okay. So this is going to the right, so it should be a what's it called? An even number, but I thought I just counted 12. So let me just go back. Because I don't think it's 14, so then I think I skipped a number. I hit one earlier. So what was this? I have no idea, bro. Was it... Well, what did I hit before then, I guess? Keep going back, I have no idea. Okay, I mean, I know I got to 11, right? And then I also know I got to 12, so... I guess I got to 13. Or not 13. It's either 12 or 14, because I finished off on the right. So is it 12 or is it 13? I think it's 14? I'm trying to think. Actually, no. I think it's 12. Actually, yeah. I think it's 12. I don't know. The adventures of not counting and then guessing which number which number I counted to. Okay. Alright, 5 minutes, which is okay. Even like the lower number I chose is better than yesterday. I think I just miscounted some. No, I know I miscounted because obviously numbers don't lie. The numbers literally cannot lie. Alright, 5 minutes of practicing wall dashes. Trying to just do as many of them in a row as quickly as possible. As slow as possible, right? So I'll just keep doing these like splits, right? Where I'll go through like a half of the field until I get to the other like side wall. I'll do that like 2 more times. With right. Okay, yeah. So have room to improve on wall dashes. Okay, I'm trying to some sort of landing there. But I did not get the first one. Alright, come on. Oh, let me switch your sides here. I just completely forgot about the left side. Mhm. Hey, yo, Cookie Day Carrot. What's my current rank, SSL? Ba-ba. Ba-ba. Jeez, yeah. I've dedicated a lot of time of my life to this game, so makes sense. Is timer? Okay, I was like, feels like timer's about to go off or something. Okay, so have 30 seconds left. Work on backwards wall dash. Just gonna try to get 3 on each side. It's 3 on the back right now. 3 on the back left side. I have 500 hours, and I am Diamond 2. Have same dream as you. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I wish you good luck. Alright, come on. Let me get this. Close. Alright, now just only looking for one more. Nice. Okay. Got those 3 backwards wall dashes. Did well. Did well. Alright, moving on to rings. The rings part of the routine. Do all my training at like higher game speed just to try and make it harder. Oh no, you caught me at the wrong time. Alright, about to go into 5 minutes of meditation just to kind of help improve focus and other things. Make it easier to get into flow later on and then during mix as well. So yeah, 5 minutes meditation. Okay. Trying to do really well with time management today, so let me get right into it, I guess. I join you with the meditation. That's sick. Alright, timer went off. Alright. I don't think, does it show up on stream? I don't think it does. Because like I have game capture on as opposed to, you definitely can't hear it because I don't know, it's not part of like one of the mixers or whatever. Okay, but yeah, timer went off. Okay, after that, it's weird because like it always feels like weird to start, but since I've gotten into the habit of it, it's just like it's just a nice feeling. Quiet. Because honestly, I listen to music most of the time, like instead of like kind of just chilling with the silence or the ambient noise. But obviously, I know it has like other benefits other than just being like relaxing. So those are the main reasons why I do it. Or those other benefits. All right. Okay. Getting into it. So this is Impossible Rings. What I'm trying to do, just go as fast as possible. I go through once with arrow right, once with left, and then once alternating every two. And then I do the openings at the end, opening 13 rings with all those variations twice in a row at the end. It'll make more sense as I do it. Yesterday I got a time of 10:28 to get through all those variations and everything. Right here I'm looking for a time of like 5 or sub 5. Okay. I'll start with right. I'll start the timers and stopwatch. I'll have a timer that will go off at 5 minutes to let me, or 4 minutes 30 seconds to let me know how much time I have left. Okay, a little bit of a shaky start, but and a little bit of a shaky end. Alright. We're chilling. It's like sometimes with whatever arrow I start with, I'll forget how to do the second arrow a little bit. But as I do this consistently, I'm just having less and less. Alright. Thought I sold. Almost sold there. Almost hit like that invisible barrier. Yeah, the invisible barrier. Alright, let me think. Alright. Arrow right. Yeah, okay. I don't know, my brain just stopped because I'm alternating every 2 rings. Have to do the opening 13 rings twice in a row correctly with both variations, right? So once starting with left, and then once starting with right in a row. That's what I require for myself. To make sure I'm getting basically even play. Even variations. Actually, it's always going to be even because I'm alternating. But yeah, it's more even variation. Also, I'm not sure. I don't think I alternate every 2 rings. But honestly, I don't play fast and loose with it, but I basically do. In which I'm like trying to get every 2 rings, but if I don't, then like it's not that anymore. Oh my gosh! Okay. I almost had that like perfect as well. Alright, come on. Walk in. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dang. Dang. Okay. We got this. It's only two like really big mistakes at this point. Still recover, get a time of 5 or lower. Well, not really or lower. But still get a time of 5. Seems like. Maybe lower. Like go really fast, don't mess up. Yeah, I'm just losing wall road control. Or not really maintaining control of my car. Oh. Timer's going off, which means got 30 seconds left to stay under 5, which isn't, I don't think it's possible. But we'll try. For whatever reason, just like the switching is just difficult right now. I think in the back of my head, I'm thinking a lot about like the sleep, bro. Oh my gosh. No, that's weird. Okay, like am I in queue yet, or I'm doing max training? I wouldn't say I'm warming up. I'm doing max training. In the back of my head, I'm just like thinking about like how much sleep I got. Whether that was like good or bad. But you know, I decided to wake up. What's it called? So it's you know on me for a day. Well, actually, no. Okay, I'm already acting like this day is like lost to the depths. All right, because I'm gonna like get as much sleep as I normally get, and it is not. All right. All right, come on. Do you ever play ranked as part of my improvement, or are you solely? Yeah, I'm focused on 6-mans and max pretty much, and like other strategic things. I think you go 120 past 2. No, I'm good. What's it called? No. Because it seems like a lot of people have a lot of issues translating 2s to 3s. So pretty much I just dedicate all my time to learning 3s or pro 3s rotation. And like what Decision 2 pros make it like 3s, high level 3s, and high level 3s. Right? And I just dedicate all of my time towards like that, plus the mechs I need for that. As opposed to like learning a 2's rotation that isn't even 3's rotation, right? It just seems like roundabout. Especially when I can do mechs and target mechs better than 2's would. And today will be the big test, right? So I'm 9-2 since getting back from rank C. Though it's going to get more difficult as I start getting first picked again, right? And then obviously, as I said earlier, I've not been getting as much sleep. But still, or not as much sleep as in like recently, because like I've been doing really well with sleep, just consistent 8+ every day. It's more like, what's it called? It seems like everything has kind of been paying off. Right, went 5-0 yesterday. I've been playing relatively well. Still like room for improvement. Like I understand a lot of the things I need to improve on. I'm just trying to do the opening 13 rings for all variations twice in a row. So I just did it with right twice in a row. I'm doing it with left twice in a row. Oh no, okay. Hmm. Okay, come on. Spending too much time on this. Well, actually, there's no such thing as too much time. It's just, if it's too much time, it means I wasn't doing it well enough. Also, how did I how did I side flip to the back right? It doesn't make sense. Alright, okay, I got left twice in a row. I'm doing left alternating every 2 rings twice in a row. Okay, I won't count that. I want it to be a little bit cleaner. Alright, that's good. I'm doing right alternating every 2 rings. Close. Close. Nice, clean. I can't. I don't want to count that. Alright, that was the last thing I did. I wanna make it good. Oh no. Okay, I saw what's called. Or I think I saw someone post like a longer chat message with DRK. We're gonna look at that in a second. I'll get through this and then watch, see what time I got. Okay, that's one. Nice. Okay, we did it. All right. Do you, what's it called? I haven't been what's it called? I can read this in proper English. First, let me. Oh, that was an accident. First, let me get down this time. I'll move like 3 seconds or 4 seconds for getting out of the game time. So that's gonna be 11:27. 11:27. And I'll read this while doing hand stretches. Okay. Let's go to. All right. This is DRK. Having been lurking for a little while on a couple strings, you have decent decision making. There isn't going to be as much gain if you min/max as if you just try to apply the rotation into subconscious and focus on just playing 2/6 mans without thinking as much. I go 5K hours in rank 2 social experiment. What do you think? That is crazy. All right, that's a long social experiment. Um, or it seems like most people. It's literally like, I don't know. It's just too close to what everybody else is doing, and there are so many people playing consistently that I would never trust it as like the thing to distinguish me. Like, why would that get me to the highest level, right? The only reason why I'd expect like rank twos free play, and like 6 mans to get me to the highest level would be because of like pro VOD. That would be the only reason. It's because like, okay, the pro VOD, because I'm learning from pro like rotation, that's the only reason. But like even then, so many people do that like how is that gonna like really distinguish like the rate the rate of change, right? Doing these hand exercises. Going back to DRK, what's it called? You have decent decision making. There isn't gonna be as much of a gain. What do you mean min max? Do you mean like try to improve at like certain little factors? But I think what you lack is mechanical and reaction-based gameplay, which is mostly gained in twos. Not telling you to stop kind of thing. I just think you could do better by playing and thinking less. Mechanical and reaction. What do you mean by mechanical and reaction? By min-maxing, you're improving the things you're already good at. I don't think that's true exactly, right? Especially because I do like a lot of VOD review to like think really heavily on I track very heavily what am I trying to like do and what am I trying to improve on, right? And what am I seeing in pro play that I don't think I'm really doing yet. So like, do you have like an example, something that I'm min-maxing that like I'm already good at? Same thing with mechs, right? Like I'm good at mechs right now for rank B, but one, that's only because of doing mech training. Two, like I still have to like get a lot better. Especially because I'm not trying to meet where like current pros are. I'm trying to get a little bit or a lot above that by the time I get there. Because one, that will be the bar. Two, I'm trying to get above the bar anyways. But it's supposed to, oh no. Not oh no, but like kind of oh no. Okay, there it is. Alright, when the clock hits 50, no, 42. I'll switch positions, particularly the reaction side of things. Watching your play, what's it called? Watching your play, your mistakes come from not being able to follow something that isn't what you expect. So I'm not like reading the play correctly, or like I'm not reacting correctly. Like, am I pre-reading the play and pre-reading it incorrectly, or am I like not pre-reading it, but reacting like accordingly after the play happens, but not like on time, if that makes sense. What's it called? I think there's a thread earlier. Also, I think the rotation, I think just twos is like, I don't know, just like it's an offshoot of the game, if that makes sense. So the rotation is just different. And it just feels like if I'm able to learn that mode and then go to threes, I would rather just like learn threes and just take a little bit longer to learn threes, even though I'm not doing twos. Because learning threes is just more important. Rank twos is good for not for rotations, but you will feel better in game after just turning your brain off and learning how the 50s and different situations give different outcomes. It seems like it kind of goes back to the earlier point in that like good not for rotation, but you feel better in game after just turning the brain off and learning how the 50s and different situations give different outcomes. Hmm. But it seems like most of that's like one part of it. Rank twos like helps with that part with what ulti. I guess I'll say the comment, right? Rank two is essentially exposure therapy. Even though I read it in my head, rank two is essentially exposure therapy. Faster paced and therefore more quick-witted plays instinctively. People grind twos because it gives you more time on the ball, more punishment for error. Ones is an extreme case for this. That kind of stuff is what you miss out on in threes because your rotation is fine. I don't think that's true. One, two. I think even then, it seems like those are important, but that isn't really obviously not the majority. It's not even like that crazy significant a part of the pie of like of threes, right? Thinking about like basically just reacting to certain 50s and stuff like that. Because especially since the way I react in twos is going to be different than the way I react in threes, so then there's also like another layer like translation I have to do. My brain has to do. I coach for a living, and I promise you that your rotation is better than players that I've worked with. Um, sure, but I don't know who you're like working with, if that makes sense. I definitely think getting rotations down in threes are massive. Yeah, I think like the whole rotation is like down, right? It's just not, or even if it is true right now, or even if it is like it's good right now for like rank B right now, I'm gonna get to B plus, right? Because of that, I would just get to B plus, and then like my rotation would not be fine, or my max won't be fine, or those two will be fine, and I'll get to A, and then my max won't be fine, or my rotation won't be fine, right? So it feels like it's just that kind of sort of like exposure therapy and just reacting to 50s and stuff like that. It's a lot less important than like every other aspect that I can just practice in threes over and over and over again. Um, yeah, right. Mm, you can look at my Liquipedia if you want. I think I think the benefit from focusing on rotation from now is less important. You should focus on applying the rotation subconsciously and just grinding hours into 6 minutes. Um, I I don't I think like okay wait let me do a couple things. Also open this. I don't know, set a timer of like at least 10 minutes. Such. It seems like almost like also let me also yeah you can join the Discord and you can hop in VC. That's probably best. I agree with DRK. I can say personally is that twos has afforded me insane amount of instinctual honing that I wouldn't have gotten elsewhere. I think it has unconsciously made my choice on the ball and off the ball better, or is that more rigid learning couldn't. I think it's also like one. I think Pro VOD kind of like accounts for that. So basically, by watching like 15, let's say like an hour and a half of Pro VOD pretty much spread throughout the day with as a part of my own process, right? Is that like I learn from their decision making. I'm constantly trying to apply that in game. I'm constantly trying to apply that in game. I'll go in, especially recently, where I'm going in with like one focus rep where I'm actually focusing on focuses, and then I'll go into like a flow rep or 4 flow reps or like how many ever like flow reps. Yesterday I did 4 because I just won all 4. But like if I lose a flow rep, then I'll go back into a focus rep. By flow rep, I mean I'll just go in and I won't think about anything. And that's I guess a little bit more recently, or like past 2, 3 days. Is it 2 days? I think it's 2 days. 2 days? No, 3 days. Past 3 days. Um, I know you don't like following things by the book, but even the more rotation-based players I work with focus more on the subconscious when it comes to rotation and just grinding the game out. The way I coach is to think during analysis play when in game. Wait, Dirk, join the Discord. I want to have a conversation. That's probably easier that way. Let me think about what everything has been said so far. Um, but I think right now, as far as like my argument goes, it's almost like drag you in. It's almost like, oh, how does that work? Does that work? That doesn't work. Wait, this acquaintance. Actually, I'll give them the friends, and then I should be able to drag you out. This is not working. Drag you out and drag you back in. Does that work?
There we go. Hello, hello.
Hello, DRK. Wait, you said,
Yeah.
are you Dr. K or is it DRK?
DRK preferred. It's my initials. It's not Dr.
Oh,
K.
okay. Oh
Uh,
no, this is the way it was capitalized. Wait, you said you had a Liquipedia, right?
I do. You can find me on there. It's just DRK.
Liquipedia.
I haven't worked
DRK.
with any crazy teams, but like I've worked with a few teams here and there. I think
Okay.
I think the ulti guy in chat's also kind of got the right idea as well from what I've gathered. I think I mean, I watch your streams a lot, and I've always wanted to talk to you about things because it
Yeah.
always interests me. I mean, like people on my server, like Joyo Rise and all of those kind of people. I'm sure I think they've hosted you before,
Yeah.
almost as a joke. Um,
They've been in
they
here.
a lot of those kinds of people just like they like watching you and they understand where you're coming from, but a lot of it is just like how do I say this? A lot of it is like they kind of have a laugh at it as much as they also think that they respect your grind, but like they also think that a lot of this is a bit much,
That's fair.
even for them. And I mean, I do actually watch your streams quite a lot.
Okay.
Bryce.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
you're not in my server, but
Oh, he's on the server? Okay. That's fine.
but I mean, I think a lot of this a lot of this practice, as far as your rotations go, like I've actually watched your 6-man's games, and
Or could you tell me like
me and
what
Kat,
periods are you talking about? So like what couple, how many days ago
it was
stuff?
ages ago. Me and Cash were watching,
Okay.
and your decision making wasn't even that bad. I don't think.
Okay.
A lot, like
Okay.
even though people have a laugh at it because of like how you practice.
hmm
Uh, as far as the rotations go, honestly, you could probably spend less time focusing on that now. I think.
On
Because like
rotation?
what pro players tend to do is they have a good idea of their rotation, and you have a good idea of your rotation, sort of. A lot more of it is more focused on subconscious rather than what you're thinking about. Because realistically, what your rotation's able to accomplish is less.
Yeah.
It's less you accomplish more, sorry, if you're thinking less about it, in a way. So like if you've got your idea in your mind of
hmm
like what your rotation is now, if you think about it less, you achieve more, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think I had this what's called an urge. Alti kind of said it in chat, and that like recently, pretty much like past 2, 3 days, I've been basically trying to weigh oh no, who
Oh my
joined?
god,
Who
it's
just joined?
here.
Who just
It's
joined?
me. It's me.
It's Ulti? Okay.
Yeah, what's
Okay.
up?
All right, what's up, Ulti? Oh no, we have an intervention. Number
That's fine.
number 3.
I mean, I'm not against anything. I keep wanting to say Dr. K as well.
Go for it. Go for it.
Dirk.
Go for it. Do what you
All
want.
right.
Wait, but first, I wanted to say, what's it called? Recently, right, basically been like more the ulti way where I'll try to do all my analysis out of game and then go into game sort of fresh.
Yeah,
It's
I
also
like
a little
that. I
bit,
like that.
also a little bit inspired by Spooked, or someone
Yeah.
I know, um,
Mhm.
right, where he's like, okay, going into game, I pretty much just never, or he kind of like he does it more in the fashion where he does analysis out of game, he does VOD review out of game,
Yeah.
like after at the end of the day, but he also like he kind of just like whatever he has to adjust to in game, right? Whatever like sort of mistakes he sees himself making, he'll kind of adjust to.
Mhm.
But it was kind of like tiny focuses he'll go through. So it's like,
Yeah.
but I don't really do that. I pretty much just I go into I guess what I've been doing is like okay, I'll try to get like 2 or like 1 focus reps in every day. So pretty much I'll do all my VOD review, I'll do all my like strategy work, I'll do all my pro VOD review. All right, and I'll go into the series. First series of the day, I'll do a focus rep, I guess, and then
So
second
what is a
series.
focus rep exactly when
It's
you're in
basically
game?
it's basically where I'm focusing on like the I don't know whatever the most important focuses are. So right now it would be like trying to control as much as possible, just trying to up my like
I
value
would
each time
say
I'm on the
that's
ball.
already a bad move in the idea that so usually what it is, right, is that you avoid failure by not thinking about it until after it happens. Because otherwise you're going to get a lot of hesitation, you're going to have a lot of trying to manually process stuff versus letting your brain do what it does better. And that's having your subconscious like run the show.
I think to follow on from that,
hmm
I do kind of agree with that. It's like when you play 6-mans, you don't really get the full picture of it. Like the difference between playing in 6-mans and playing in RCS. I assume you want to play in RCS. I don't actually know. I
Yeah.
assume that's the goal. The big difference between that is the fact that you're not going to be able to like actively think as much during this. Like your
Yep.
brain kind of goes into like a state which is like
Flow state.
yeah. If you can get into your flow state in a way
Mhm.
and think less about what's going on, like the less you can like realistically the less you think in 6 months, the better you will end up being in the future. Because if you get into an RCS series, let's say, and you're constantly thinking about the mistakes you're making, constantly thinking about this, that, the other, you're going to weigh yourself down with what you're actually capable of. And that's kind of, I mean, that kind of sums up why everybody just grinds to, sweats out 6 months and this, that, the other, because they don't actually benefit as much from thinking about these kind of rotational things in series. So like, obviously you think about it outside a series, but realistically, all you're trying to change is the subconscious with
Yeah.
rotation. You don't actually change anything that like you're consciously thinking in a series. Like between games in a series or between series, you can like make minor adjustments to what's going on. So like somebody challenges a bit less, somebody challenges a bit more. This that like those small things. But like the actual big things, you only change subconsciously, really.
Okay,
To be honest.
going first to what Ulti said, right? What's it called? Isn't it like, didn't we talk about this earlier? And it's kind of like at some point you kind of have to focus on it before you're able to fully.
Well, so
Kind
I
of.
think like applying it, right? I
Mhm.
think that like usually whenever you look at review kind of stuff, you're like looking at stuff that's like, okay, if you're watching someone else, right? Like if you're watching a pro player or things of that nature, and you're like watching them, like the biggest thing you would ask is, what am I doing versus like what are they doing? And like what can I take from that to apply in what I already do? Right. But I also think like when you're in game and like trying to apply things, the idea is like you took all the effort outside of the game to find out, oh, all the things that I've done wrong are here, 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 and here, and like you figured those out, right? Then the whole idea is you don't really try to avoid it more than you do like realize, hey, oh shit, I know not to do that anymore, right? And so the idea is like if you find out that you're doing it wrong in review and then you go in game and like play it through and then you do it wrong again, you correct it a lot better. Because you've already thought about the solution whenever you've been in a replay analysis,
Yeah. So you guys are what's it called? You guys are both on the camp, right? Where it's like, basically, even though you kind of focus on things outside the game, the most efficient way to actually apply it is to never really focus on it in game. It's just to kind of just go in, not really
It's
thinking about too
subconscious,
much.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
so see, if I was working with a team, right? Let's say you had a team and I was working with your team.
Mhm.
We would maybe do like 1 or 2 analysis a week, depending on how much we're looking to focus on things, and then go into scrims, talk about what we're trying to do, and then in scrims, that's where we try and focus on some of the rotational changes that we're trying to make, and then see how we can apply it into our natural play. So like a lot of teams I work with always like to focus on what they're naturally doing. So like I touch less about what they're actually doing in the game, and more just focus on trying to adjust it from what they naturally would do. And like for example, in scrims, you would maybe say like one player is taking too much boost and challenging too much, and it's giving less space to somebody else that needs more space to do what they're trying to do. So it's more just making shifts to try and make it more natural for them. And the same kind of thing would apply for you in 6 mans, where like you're trying to play a series, somebody in the series is saying like, I want to be on the ball more or something. Let's say I don't actually know what happens in 6 mans as much. I don't play that much, but those little adjustments would happen in scrims, and that's what like when a pro player is trying to change what they're doing, that's kind of where it is. But like when it comes to analysis sessions, that's where you're like looking at things, trying to figure out how to make things more natural. And then in scrims, you're trying to apply those things. And then when it comes to a tournament, is usually
It's
you're already at the
game
point
day,
where it's
bro.
subconscious. Yeah, when it's game day, you're already subconsciously doing the things that you've worked on.
Yep.
So you don't actually need to think about it.
So,
Wait. First, wait.
Sure,
Aren't we kind of like thinking about the same exact thing, right? I call it a focus rep, but we're basically just trying to go into not all, but like some amount of like the practice reps, focusing on the correcting mistakes that we saw in in training. So that's basically what I'm trying to do for like 1 to 2
So,
6
okay,
minutes a day.
what do you mean exactly? Because I'm a little confused on what you mean by applying it.
The terminology is a bit weird to me as well.
What do I mean? I mean like
Yeah.
I have this like thing I'll bring up on my second monitor, and I'll have
Okay.
these like 2 focuses, right?
Mhm.
What's it called? And
You
I'll
have like
just
a
look
notes
at them,
section that you
and
review while
it's
you're playing.
no, not really. I just have like I pretty much just say these words to myself and like say like, okay, I'm trying to do these, and these words mean something to me. They mean like a certain concept that I reviewed, and I'm trying to improve on, right? So
And do you
that's
have
basically.
alternatives set in place for that? Because that just sounds like you're writing down your thoughts in general.
What do you mean?
Because
Yeah.
I
What do
do
you mean
think like people
alternatives set in
already like say,
place?
okay, I need to control more, I need to bang it out, like that thing, right? But I do think that's much more of like you know, depending on how much it actually matters is questionable sometimes. Like
Mhm.
it really depends, right? It depends on the whole game and the scenarios you're in. But like trying to like say, okay, I need to control more, I need to do those things. Yeah, that works against like who you're facing in the moment, sure. But like I don't know, like having a main like as a main focus in the very beginning, you should just do your thing and then like adjust throughout. Because the idea is like, you know, every single game you get into has different variables every time because of the players you're dealing with. And so you have different answers to every single one that you get into, you know?
I mean, the best way to put it,
Wait.
I think, in
First,
short of what he
I
said.
feel like we
Sorry.
didn't. What's it called? We didn't talk or didn't fully define, right? So I said what
Oh,
I
sorry.
mean by like focus rep, or what do you
Mhm.
mean by like applying it in scrims, Dirk?
So when it comes to with the thing you just showed on your other monitor, which had like, I think it was something like controllable fast solos or something like that.
Yeah.
Following on from what Orti just said, it kind of the way it kind the better way to think about it is to try and think which scenario is best for what, rather than thinking that this is what's best. So, for example, with the fast solo as an example, if a team's challenging you really fast every time, a fast solo is probably going to get less effect than getting the ball into the right position by banging it, let's say. But that's a very very generic example that isn't always true. But understanding what situations are best for what is better
Hmm.
than just saying like I need to focus on X, because in one series, like as Alti said, in one series it's going to be you're gonna score every solo play because they're never challenging you, and then the next series you're never going to be able to get a solo play because they're always cutting you. And I think when you focus on things that are that specific, it kind of cuts away from the understanding of why you're doing what you're doing. Because if you think about the solo plays, like when you have time in defense, there's 4 or 5 different things that you could do, and depending on the circumstance, you're always going to want to do something different.
I
And
think all
okay,
that's or I think all that's true, right? But that was more a case like against like my kind of my focus that I chose as opposed to that idea of like having like an idea that I'm trying to implement going into like a series,
right,
right? Like I think when I think about like that focus, it says control every ball, but really what it means to me is like I just want to control a little bit more often than I do right now. And like I have
yeah, yeah,
certain different scenarios, and I've obviously done like a lot of VOD review to know like which scenarios do I really want to control in, which scenarios do I want to like pass in, kind of.
right,
So like kind
Yeah.
of thinking about that, but like it's more like so kind of getting off like the specific focus almost and going into like is it kind of a bad idea to focus on anything, kind of any general gameplay trend you want to change. Um,
Mhm.
that especially like applies to basically not an adaptation to a specific team, just a general gameplay thing you want to adjust. Is it a good idea to ever focus on that? Not ever. Let's say like at least 1/5 of the time, right?
I don't know if there's a
Mhm.
yes or no answer to that, to be honest.
I think my next question is: do you scrim?
No.
Do you have the facilities and the play? Like, do you have players around you that you could try and get to scrim with you?
Sure.
I think I
Or
think
yeah.
I think as a port of call for improvement, if you're looking at 6 months for improvement, a lot of players go through 6 months,
Hmm.
but as soon as they get on the scrim ladder, that's the thing that really pushes them forward.
Yep, yep. But that's
A
why
lot.
I said, and sorry if I don't mean
Yeah,
to
yeah.
interrupt.
Don't worry.
That's actually why I said like in 6 mans, your main goal should be to get better content to face that you can then get into scrims with better content.
Exactly. It's
The
it's
idea
really
is like the networking for it because this is what I was saying, right? It's like you're rank B right now. The content you're facing at rank B isn't enough for you to be quote unquote perfect and like getting rid of those margins.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
And the
that
so
other
the
makes
the other
idea
sense.
is like focus on how to work with your team be a good like focus on how to carry. Really, if you're gonna try and get to the top, like you got to do your thing, but at the same time, if you notice yourself getting scored on a lot, then you have to compensate, right? It's all about role compensation. And so once you get better at that, then you can start like getting into that like thinking thought process and stuff. But like you have to get up there and deal with that pace so that you can truly know what you can actually have time to focus on versus like, oh shit, is this too much?
Yeah. So I mean, realistically, I'd say about 90% of the pros I talk to or have talked to would say that they don't actually like playing six mans because
Yep.
in terms of like what benefits them, they would just go sit in twos because the pace of the game at like top 100 twos
Mhm.
is enough that they can actually consistently practice their mechanics. And when you play six mans, you basically have to play 1v3 anyway, and that's what most people did to rank up in six mans. So for example, if you take like any player that's just gone from like rank B to rank X, they just try and just play on their own every series.
Wait, are you talking about like?
It's out of their control. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
not it's not
talking
actually the
about,
best
like-
example of threes.
Are you talking about pros playing pro six mans or playing like rank X six mans?
Well, pros don't play either.
Let's say there's a pro in rank B, right? A pro, and this is once again what I said before. A pro in rank B will not be able to play at the level that they do in the highest level because they're going to have to do more carrying. That's what the benefit of six mans is, the ability to adapt in the moment and learn how to clutch your team. But once you're in scrims, it's all about getting your chemistry down and like having consistency within that factor and then working on like big picture shit.
Yeah.
Because like all your individual stuff will work itself out because of the big picture stuff, because you'll be in better positions with better angles and more resources,
So
things of that nature.
So yeah, so the UK Discord is like a Discord with basically every UK pro that's top 16 or higher. Basically, they had their own six mans that lasted maybe a month, where they had regular queues, and that was like,
consistent, right? Isn't that the whole thing?
well, the thing is they were going to put money incentives behind it, so everybody played it because like the Spanish people were taking over
so
the main
that's not
six
what I
man
mean.
server, but like they just stopped enjoying it after a while because in terms of practice, you get the same kinds of benefit just from being high rank in twos, and you don't have to worry about two teammates that maybe are bad, maybe are good.
Yeah.
And you can twos and ones are the best ranked modes purely because they're more focused on what you're doing. That's why everybody plays those two. Nobody plays threes unless you're playing with friends. Threes is literally like the for fun mode for a lot of people. So for example, like Polar, Cash, and Crispy have been queuing to get Polar rank 1, but it's literally just been them having a laugh and not taking it too seriously. Whereas people that play twos usually get in a two stack and like take it really seriously because they know that that's where they're going to be able to 1v2, 1v3, or 1v3 sometimes if your teammates are shit, but basically try and play on your own. Six mans is the same kind of thing, but it's getting to rank X on six mans is more just to get you into the scrim circuit rather than actually do anything. The quicker you get a team to scrim with and regularly scrim, the quicker you'll realize that six mans is less beneficial for actually playing threes.
What are you? Are you saying like a rank B level, being in a rank B level scrim environment would be better right now than being in rank B six mans?
I would say to some extent yes, because you're playing with the same people every time, so you know the kinds of things that they're used to doing. You know how they play. You know what to adjust to try and make things better. And then if you start trying to play tournaments, like let's say you play RCS qualies with a rank B team, you scrim twice a day for 2 weeks beforehand. Let's say something like that. You'll understand when it comes to RCS how they play, how you can adapt to how they play, and how they can adapt to how you play to make the best case scenario. And in six mans, you're basically just throwing yourself into a pot and hoping that you're the best player in the lobby. In a lot of circumstances.
And that's where that lack of control is too, right? Because you don't have consistency of the variables. So like you'll always get different teammates and different opponents all the time, whereas scrims is consistency because you're facing rosters and you're with the roster. So you just have so much more to improve on because now you have the comfort of having a structured team.
And after you say like 100, after you played 100 scrims, you'll hate playing threes. You'll hate playing ranked 3s or 6-mans once you've played like 100 scrims, because you'll realize
Boring
that
as shit, bro.
they don't play how your teammates play, and your teammates
Yeah.
are what you want to have, because that's what makes you play your best. So you never actually play your best in normal 3s once you've started playing scrims. That's ultimately why everybody's just become like rank 2 degens. The people that are on like 120 hours past 2 with the mechanical talent to be good enough are the people that are getting good. People like Smokes will sit at like 120 hours past 2, play like maybe half an hour warm up in free play, kinds of similar things that you do, but a bit less specific, and will then just literally just no brain 2s until their scrims. And then their scrims is where they focus on their rotations. And I think it's a good way to balance like improving your decision making and mechanics, and balance your rotation, because your rotation will get better when you play with a team.
Yep.
And your decisions and your mechanics will get better when you just literally just turn your brain off and don't think about it. The idea at the start that you said about 2s being a different rotation is the thing that's stopping you from improving using 2s, because the actual rotation of it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all about what can you do useful.
Yeah, it's what can you do rather than how you do it.
Okay,
So-
give me a second process.
You're good.
Derek, you and I are gonna have to talk sometime, bro.
I mean, the thing is that I haven't had a team for like a month now, and just ticking over watching your stream.
EU's a little trickier with that shit because of networking and communication, right? Isn't the
I
whole thing
mean, EU's harder because you get paid
language
less.
barrier as well.
Get paid less. That's the biggest thing.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
My most recent team was in OCE, which I met through. So I met Shores through. I met Shores through Cash, who met him at Commonwealth. But as far as EU goes, networking is kind of just like a lot of like you'll meet a lot of people, and then a lot of people stick with their coaches that they previously had. So that's
Yeah.
why it's hard to get onto the ladder, to be honest. Because like if you get a player and you stick with that player for a long time, you'll end up getting wherever that player goes. Like Xperi on Liquid, he's stayed with the Chronic since he was on BS Plus, and the same for like Noah's been best friends with Joyo since Joyo was not even playing in RCS and too young to play.
Yep.
And those kinds of coaches are the people that are like the ones that will be high reputation, and that's why a lot of coaches aren't actually as good as they are on paper by the results. Because
Yeah,
like
it just
if you
it
take
kinda depends nowadays, but yeah.
Snasky from Quadrant, he's brilliant as a coach, and he's worked with EXO for 2 seasons now. But before that, he was obviously a player. And then when he went into coaching, he was obviously recognized for his good coaching, and then that's why he kept his job. But there's also some people, and I'm not name dropping anyone,
Name drop.
but
They just got up there through networking, and they're not actually doing
yeah,
anything.
exactly.
Yeah, no, I
A
get it.
lot of them don't do as much, to be honest.
Okay.
But it's that's the barrier with coaching in EU.
Weird question.
a lot-
What do you feel about like Sis getting dropped from NRG?
I mean, that's such a
NRG
specific thing, bro.
NRG's in a weird spot.
Yeah.
I've heard mixed things about it, and I don't actually know an answer to give you for that.
Mhm.
The most like common thing that I've heard, and again this isn't my own opinion, is that Epic Johnny gets on better with Justin, and that would be more beneficial for the team. That would be more beneficial for the point, but I don't actually know that, and I also can't confirm that as my own opinion because I don't actually know. Sis.
I know a lot more on that end than I can mention, but it's not quite. But
But I'd hope.
yeah,
it
it's not
wasn't quite right.
important. The whole point is, bro, we're not here to start shit. We're just here to get you on the right track.
Yeah, because
Okay,
you have-
okay. I'm done
you have the
processing. I'm
motivation.
done processing. Give me a second. So kind of what's it called? Going back to like some previous points you guys made.
Hmm.
So I feel like I think like we bounced around a little bit. So I didn't really get the what's it called the end to
Yep.
basically the focus sort of thing. So basically, it's okay to kind of focus on some general game plan or game thing you want to improve on for some period amount of time, as long as it's not like the whole amount of time. Especially like performance scenarios, you don't want to be focusing
Right.
too hard on anything.
Because it should become second
Okay.
second nature.
Yeah, and
Everything
also-
you practice,
also,
everything you
yeah.
practice should become subconscious eventually.
Okay.
That's how it should be. Because the less you when you play an RCS series, the less you have to think about, the more you're able to do.
Right.
Yeah, that
And if
makes
we talk
sense.
about just in general developmental terms, if you think about it, like you are not going to think about all the shit that got you from diamond to champ and then like champ to a like SSL. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you're just going to keep moving on, get better, and then eventually you're going to be so like confident in yourself to do the things because you're already so refined. So to like think on everything and like think all the way back to the point of like why am I here? What did I do to get here? And all that kind of stuff just makes it incredibly impractical to try and replicate.
All right, so moving into the next thing, right? It's just like,
Yeah.
okay, so basically you want to focus, you might want to focus on things at some point, but not all the time. Probably not most of the time. Maybe not most of the time, but especially not in performances.
You can
Okay,
focus on things like how to be useful, right? Like how can I be useful to my team on the field, right? But like I still think that still ties into subconscious, you know?
As far
yeah,
as
And
yeah,
that's
it
why like you
honestly
go
goes
into replay
subconscious.
analysis, you know?
Mhm.
as far as it goes as like a basic routine, like if you gave me any team in NA, EU, OCE, APAC, anything, a very basic routine that I would offer, not offer, but like I would suggest is like you go into your free play, you do whatever free play kind of warm up you feel like, then you go into ranked, then you go into scrims, and then maybe once or twice a week you look at one or two of the replays from the scrims that day and figure out some things. Because replays from scrims are more beneficial than replays from 6-mans because obviously you're playing with 5 random people instead of 3,
Yep.
and you understand more about what's going on from a team perspective if you like. Let's say you go into an analysis after a scrim. Let's say you're scrimming with ulti. One thing that ulti will do consistently, you'll be able to account for, and then you can think like, this is something he does. This is something that I do that's like detrimenting him, and this is how I can do it better.
Yep.
And if you
It's
get
all
into
about
that
how do you
process,
rotate with your team.
yeah, if you get into that process of thinking like that and getting into those subconscious thoughts, where it's like, let's say you're rotating front post too much. That's like a very basic thing. Once you focus on that for maybe once you scrim loads, once you focus on that for maybe like half an hour, you'll be able to do it without thinking as much. And you realize, let's say in your next 6-man series, if you try and focus on too many things for like the first game, you'll realize that you're slowing yourself down. And then the next game, if you kind of release yourself from that chain of thinking about what you're doing, your rotation will still be decent. It may not be as good, but you'll be able to do things a lot faster.
Mhm.
And that's that's the trade-offs. Every time I watch your stream, it's always rotation. And in the actual 6-mans, your rotation isn't awful. And I reckon you could probably do it I reckon you could do majority of it subconsciously right now.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you then have like 2 or 3 hours of 2s, and then you play your 6-mans games, let's say, if you actually want to improve in 6-mans to then get the scrims, which is not the worst path. A lot of pros have done it themselves.
Twos is actually even
Wait, could you
better
repeat
now than
that?
six-mans.
Twos is really good right now, particularly in America.
Yeah.
Yeah,
With NA is what I mean.
a lot of 6-mans now is just EU players going to Farm America NA 6-mans to then get high rank in 6-mans so they can play
for
high
fuck's
rank
sake,
EQs. It's true.
No, I know.
Like a lot of the bubble / low pro players that I know have actually just gone into NA rank B plus, rank A, got their rank ups, and then gone back to EU.
Yep.
Because
Interesting.
the state of 6-mans isn't great for a lot of players, and as soon as you get into the cycle of like knowing as far like for me as a coach, networking is important for me finding a team, right? And as far as you go drift, you'll understand after time that like the networking of, I know these 2 players who know these 5 players that have 5 teams that I can scrim, and then I know these 5 teams. I then get a new team, let's say, after an RCS split. I then have these 5 contacts. My new teammates have these contacts. The contacts book adds up really rapidly over time.
Mhm.
A lot of the top players know a lot of people. Like when I went to London for RCS in spring, I held conversations with maybe 30 or 40 people across the 2 days, and they varied from people like apparently Jack to Farah as a coach to like random bubble players to friends to people I've scrimmed with when I used to play, people I've coached even. There's like so many things that will add up when you get into the scrim ladder, and just trying to figure out just trying to figure out where that starts is probably the big thing. Like a lot of people start off in like minor leagues, so there's a server called IEL in Europe, which was like a tournament that people used to play in. But just get into the weekly tournaments with friends, with teammates, try and find the people to play with, and then once your contact book starts adding up, you'll start to realize very quickly that if you improve, you'll find more people to play with, and then that's kind of where like a career will take off if there is one.
Right.
You
It's
know?
all about being
Wait,
in the zone.
First, what's it called? All right, let me give me 1 second. Wait, what did you just said? Okay, you were just talking about networking. I forgot the point I was gonna make. Let me think. Okay. Oh, okay. So I was going back to like the sort of scrims point. All right. So we already gone through focuses. It's hard to answer that question if like we're focusing in game, but like okay, moving on past that.
Yeah.
Kind of looking at the like scrims, 6-man's dichotomy. Like you said, play 100 scrims. I think I have played 100 scrims, and also going back to the point like you can improve faster. I think it's more you can improve in the team setting, but like it's not. I feel like improving the team setting is not the same thing as actually like improving as a player, or it's less improving as a player than like actually like improving in like almost like a random scenario. Like I think improving in like rank 2s is probably.
What is a player though? That's
But,
the
like,
question, right?
I think
a player is part of a team, but like as like a rank B team, right, or a rank B plus team, it feels like no matter what, that individual improvement is the most important thing, as opposed to molding to your teammates that you
Oh no,
might
obviously.
Yeah.
But
No,
the
but
way
yeah.
way you look at the game, sorry to interrupt. The way you look at the game, as far as you go in 6 months, that is the kind of thing that you'll benefit from being in a team environment from. Realistically, you're not the second coming of Joyo as far as your mechanics go. That guy can do stuff with a ball that I could never do with a million hours in the game, right? And the way you focus on things is like the individual part of it is playing twos, not thinking about it, playing scrims to think about like what you're doing, what you could do better, and then playing like any time you play, just like trying to figure out what, as much as subconscious about yourself as possible. Like a lot of things I've mentioned are individual things, but as far as the actual analysis goes, that's like where you look at the replays and you start to understand more about the game as a whole around your teammates, and that's the thing with scrims. And if you have played 100 scrims before, I don't know whether they were probably the biggest thing to look at is whether they were like over a long period of time, because pros
They were
usually
over
scrim
like
twice a day.
yeah, they were like 3 or 2 scrims a day for like a couple months.
Yeah, but when you
It
like
really depends on how you improve on it though.
yeah, the 100 is just a number, but a lot of pros have done that for years now. Like Cash probably has done 2 scrims a day, had a break between splits maybe for the past 3 years. People like Joyo have scrimmed since RLRS, even though they weren't of age to play at that time. And those kind of things will eventually just drown out any like desire to play in a 3 setting that isn't with people that you know. And that's kind of what the point is from that, if you get what I mean. And the twos thing is better to understand because you'll realize quickly that when you're not thinking about the rotation side of it, that you'll be focusing more on yourself than you would be in a 6-man or a rank 3s game. And that's why people don't like playing rank 3s and 6-mans, because you have less time to focus on yourself because you're on the ball more in a way. And that's where ones comes in as well. Ones is a good mode for some people, not as much for others. Like some players have ruined their careers over playing ones. Some players play ones as like the center point of their career.
Wait, what do you mean to like ruin their career by playing ones?
So lose rotation and like the ability to.
Yeah, there's that part, but there's also
And
the part
placement
of, like,
probably, of like plays.
when you get to a high enough rank in ones, there's some players that will be like wanting to be permanently on Johnny Boy show matches, Fear show matches, like this, that, the other, and that'll take away a lot of their focus because they're trying. That's what their goal is in a way.
Oh
like,
Jesus! All right, that's way different.
That's like, but that is what's happened to some players that have a lot of talent. That
Wow.
Like they're really, really,
learning a
really
lot.
heavily focused on improving. Like once they get to a certain point in ones, they're really heavily focused on being the best at it. When in reality, they're misusing it as a tool to
Yeah,
improve.
because they're doing the thing that I was talking about, where like it's improving in the marginal, even though it's actually more destructive to the overall.
Exactly. That I think that sums up you with rotation right now as well.
Yeah,
It's like
And
you're destructing yourself by focusing on the
That's
marginal
fair.
rather than the big thing.
what is the big
and
thing
that
would you
actually
say?
corrects some of the things that I was thinking too, because I was
I
also
mean-
thinking about the fact that like whenever you're in six mans and you're trying to improve, the whole idea is like better content you get is what allows you to get your networking, and that's where you get your scrims, right? But the idea is like also you can't really focus on like trying to hone on a rotation or anything in that sense, because everything changes every game. And also
I mean, it's still the same game, like relatively.
no, I'm saying like all the players that you're facing and all the teammates you have, it like everything that you learned from the last series is out the window now. So you just have to like kind of go with what you're learning, right? In fact, Garrett
I don't
G
think
actually had a
that's.
thing where he said like in every game he goes into, the first 3 minutes is testing the waters.
I would never like if you put a rank X player and a player that's rank A that has had loads of scrim experience and maybe like I would say like day 3 in RCS qualies, let's say, in
Yeah.
Europe. If you put those two players into any pro team that is consistently playing maybe top 8, I guarantee you the rank A player with scrim experience and day 3 experience and that kind of thing will automatically do better.
Wait,
if you
but
put
isn't
them
the
into
day 3 kind of doing the legwork there? If that makes sense.
I mean, okay, then say like late round day 2, like maybe like lowest round 4 day 2, because like obviously
Or
it varies between
as
EU and
opposed
NA.
to somebody else, as opposed to like the rank X player, who like I don't know,
The rank
gets a
X player that's
team,
never played the scrim
never played a scrim.
or never
Okay.
played an RCS quali either. If
I mean,
you put one player that's like
This
grinded
is
out 6
hypothetical,
months,
is the whole
it is,
point.
it is hypothetical, but if you've grinded out 6 months to the point where you rank X,
Mhm.
you won't be as good in an RCS series as someone that's lower rank with better experience. Realistically,
that
6
makes
months is
sense.
only something to get the networking started.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
it's a 0.0 in
Yep.
a way.
And that was a thing for a time too, before ranked was even considered like that good, right? It used to be that like six mans was the place to go for the network. And then like a bunch of people got screwed over on their way up, quit the game, and they're not here anymore, right? But like there are players who got to the top of six mans and then took it into scrims and then did not give a shit about six mans afterwards. And they got places, you know?
I mean, the best examples I can think of. I mean, I can list them. Joyo was rank X. Started scrimming when he was rank A, but went straight from B to X in a way, and
What does that mean?
went
What
on
do
the
you
scrim
mean in a
ladder.
way? If that makes sense.
Huh?
What do you mean by like in a way?
Well, I don't remember what I said. Wait.
Oh, you said from ranked B to X in a way. Does that
Oh, he
mean,
went
like,
from rank B to X like almost immediately in a way, and he started scrimming at the point where he was rank A,
Mhm.
and then by the time he got to X, he'd lost all motivation to play six mans. And then he only got rank S through RCS promotion, which
Right.
a lot of so by bubble I define like maybe top 24 teams in the region.
Mhm.
A lot of bubble players actually get their six mans promotions to like A, X, S from RCS instead of
Yep.
actually playing. The
Mhm.
people that play tend to play in NA from EU. But that's because the people like Blaze are friends with a lot of EU players. If you know him,
Yeah.
and some of the NA people are friends with some of the EU people, and that's why like a lot of them have realized that the NA people that queue EU six mans and the EU people that queue NA six mans realize that NA is kind of just worse than six mans as it is. But a lot of them will rank up in six mans a lot, particularly of like the RCSX, RCS 22-23 pros that are just coming out. A lot of them will have improved in six mans, realize it's shit after they started scrimming, and then they will never look back in a way.
Yep.
And then they'll get like, for example, Crispy, one of my really good friends plays for Endpoint right now. He got to rank A last year. He then demoted to rank B because he didn't play, because he was just like hard scrimming when he was on Wild. And then he got his promotion back to rank A when he made main event. and he still doesn't play. And I think like once a month there's something in the server that's just like, oh wow, there's no demotions this month, lucky us. But like they would have got it back from their results anyway, and a lot of people will realize that. Your improvement right now should be get yourself in scrims, get the network open, focus on yourself, and a lot of this like hand stretching, this practice, that practice, the other practice.
Wait. No. Do you think hand stretching is bad?
I don't think it's.
I don't think it's bad.
awful.
I just think
I
like
just don't
trying
think
to
it's,
set
like-
a fucking time for it is
No, but like otherwise, bro, how many like wait, do pros have like hand problems at all? What do you know about that? Because I think it's different for controller and keyboard.
None.
I'm just not trying to none.
no.
No.
In fact, it's like a known thing for what are they called? The physical therapists. Physical therapists will actually mention that like any way that you like hold your controller or whatever is like negligible.
No, but like, is it
Yeah.
bad or if that makes sense?
I wouldn't. So like,
It's not
as
bad.
far as it goes for me, I play like some rhythm games which require me to like strain my hand essentially.
Yeah.
And I stretch my hands maybe like in between games maybe if we're putting it in Rocket League terms.
It's got to be Osu.
Yeah, it is. But like, as far
I figured, yeah.
No, because
as
I
far
would
as it-
never remember to do it unless I schedule it, and like I just schedule
I
it.
mean,
So,
I
It's
just
definitely
like
just a feel
between
thing,
games, I just put my controller down, stretch my fingers,
Yeah.
you know, etc. And that's just something I've picked up.
Yeah.
But realistically, it's not something you should be spending 5 minutes a day doing.
I was
Right.
taking the
think
break
it's just
anyways. I was taking the break
something-
anyways.
It's
if
like
that
the
makes
same
sense.
concept of drinking water, right? It's like drink when you're thirsty.
No,
not-
but like but some people like honestly, bro, a lot of people would benefit if like they just like thought about it a little harder. You know, if that
But
makes sense.
that's exactly the reason why I joined this call. When
That's-
it gets to the point where you're thinking about it that bit harder,
Mhm.
you are immediately in a 1% minority of anybody that's bubble pro anything.
right.
And I get like, for example, I like in a couple minutes I'm gonna go back and join my server. And if there's people playing twos in that, I guarantee you they'll just be shouting at the opponents, shushing them whenever they score, getting pissed, and just like, you know, not necessarily having a laugh, but like taking it seriously to the point to which they're just, you know,
Right.
not thinking about anything that's happening in the game and more just having like, you know, getting annoyed
Right.
if a goal goes in, getting excited if you score. And realistically, it's kind of just like a primitive thought. There's no extra thought put into anything that's going on. Like if they miss a ball, they just say fuck it and go next. Because realistically, to match the hours of the people that are also competing with them, you kind of have to have that mentality. And I think I always draw to League of Legends for an example of where this works. Because the Korean and Chinese players are the best in the world by like a considerable margin.
It's huge.
And they
yeah.
play 16, 17 hours a day. They will literally wake up, solo queue, play scrims, solo queue, go bed. Nothing else. Nothing else.
Which is miserable, by the way.
And they are almost robotic when it comes to game day. It's miserable and it's not glorious. And like a lot of them struggle with mental health. Like one player had to retire because the amount of like his APM, which is like how many actions he does a minute,
Mhm.
literally caused him his hand to stop work. Like his hand to like not,
Jesus.
his hand to
Jeez.
stop him playing.
Oh
And
my
that's like
gosh.
that's where the hand stretching came in for him. But he literally had like the body of like a 50-year-old man at 25 because of how much he played.
Oh my gosh.
And a lot of players just go for high hours consistently, play twos because it literally drowns out any other thought. And that's literally how it gets them there. And
Okay.
like, I think that's the reason that you're like everybody I've ever talked to that's watched your stream respects the commitment you have, but they don't understand where you're coming from with it.
Yeah.
In a way,
Okay. First
you're
thing.
channeling
Wait.
your commitment.
Yeah, I'm trying to finish that thought. And I was gonna
Mhm.
comment.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
Dirk, did
so
you happen to
like,
oh,
even-
sorry, go ahead.
even like something like I feel like it's not like a horror. It's weird because like it also seems like a lot of the things I do, other people like it's at this point it's like subconscious, so I don't even think about it. But it's like thinking about stretching my hands while I'm taking a break. It's not. I feel like this is this is already not like really a bad thing, right? I'm just trying to like maintain my health in that's like some sort of way, right? But it's like kind of like it's seen as like a negative almost. Or
Because if
that's
you give that 5 minutes to any pro player, they will just go queue a rank 2's game. I've literally coached players that have subconsciously queued a game of 2s between scrims. We've had a scrim that's finished at 6 o'clock, let's say, and we have another scrim at 6. I've actually had a player that subconsciously queued a rank 2's game and got into a rank 2's game between scrims. They do it like that's the kind of thought they're at. I don't have it clipped because it's on my old PC, but he literally when I was working with Wolves, Resi literally had queued a rank 2's game between scrims, and that was when he was like 120 past 2, just playing. And a lot of people look down on people that try to put too much thought on it, and as a coach, there's some argument either side of it, but people look down on people that don't just play the game. Like the kinds of people that get like looked down on in the pro community are the kinds of people that don't play the game. You know, they're like they distract themselves by playing like Counter-Strike or like something else, and then like the hours drop, they're not as good, and a lot of them just say like go play rank 2s.
That's your fucking lion, Blaze. Dude puts in 10 hours a week and just I don't know if it's that, but like gets really low hours and just comes back in super cracked.
I mean, Oxygen all the players on Oxygen are really, really, really good, and the hours at the major and the result of the major go to show how the hours changed them.
Yeah.
They were not on ridiculously high hours for the whole of the last season, and none of them did anything exceptional. Then they looked fucking like the best 3 players in the world when it comes to the major, at least for group stage, at least for Swiss.
when they started putting in hours, I guess.
Well, because like when you go to a major, you play 3 scrims a day, and other than that, you only have rank 2s to play, or whatever's going on. Like six mans will probably pop during a major because there's loads of people playing, and like everybody wants to talk to everyone in a way.
Yeah, fair
But
enough.
it's a social thing, to be honest, for 6 mans. Like if like let's say people in my server were like, let's queue 6 mans, they would just do it and have a chat about it. Like they wouldn't think about it too much as far as like an improvement thing. They would just like play, you know?
Yeah.
All people care about is trying to get their hours up. That are, like the motivates a lot. Hi.
Hi. So one more thing, Drift, to mention with like you have focus rep and then you have flow rep. I'm pretty sure flow rep is literally the answer.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's going against what you or what's called. You said just now, but like it seems like the way you do it in scrims is like you have certain focuses you go into a scrims with. Scrim with. Why?
No. I'm talking about like your 6 mans, what you're doing right now.
No,
yeah,
I'm
6
looking
mans
at...
is individual. The 6 mans is individual. As far as like when it goes to scrims,
Mm-hmm.
you have the talk. You have the talks between the games, and then you spend like a game trying to implement something, and then you try and see if you can do it while you're doing it subconsciously.
Okay, so you're saying
it doesn't last for a full hour.
It doesn't last for a full hour.
It doesn't last for a full hour, yeah.
Okay.
Like let's say like I want a player to control the ball more. I would say like this game try and control the ball more, and then I won't say anything more on it because he'll try it for that game, and then he'll try less and less for it because he's forgot the thing that I've told him as the scrim progresses.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what you want.
That's what I want for them to do. I want to tell them once to do something, or like remind them to do something, and then over the course of the game, scrim, whatever, they will realize that they would like think about it less and less, and then it'll be subconscious.
It's adapting, right? That's the whole thing. It's like you're trying to change something up, and you can't change it up forever because it's not always going to work. And so like trying to focus on it versus like just doing it in the moment, you know, it's good for the moment it's there, but then like it'll get better over time anyway because it's essentially like reinforcement behavior.
Okay, so kind of thinking about it, that's kind of, I think that's a little bit, it's like a different scale, but like that's kind of what I try to do is like I start off with the, what's it called, what I call a focus rep. It's kind of like my warm-up, not my warm-up 6 mans. I just like come in warm all the time for various reasons. But like it's my start of my day, start of my like 6 mans, I guess, for the day, right? It's my focus 6 mans, and then that's supposed to kind of trail off into the rest of the 6 mans, and then again the floor. Doesn't that kind of make sense as like a kind of policy, or it doesn't seem too bad as like a sort of policy to go into?
It's just when you notice something that you want. It's just when you notice something you want to try and like think about that thing once. once in a way,
Yeah.
and then try and see if you can do it in the long term, and maybe think like a week later if you're still doing that thing.
Right.
I mean, I've just gone on my friends list, and I'm not name dropping, but I'm looking at people's hours, and people that are doing tryouts right now for off season. Some of them are at 130. I see one on 160 past 2. People that have just come back from the major are just starting to drop again because they've got a break from scrims, so they're looking at like 50, 60 past 2. Other than that, it's a mixed bag, but I'm sure if I told you the names of the people that have the certain amounts
There's
of
a
hours,
reason why.
you'd understand. Like, one name I will drop, Stizzy, right? I'm sure you might have heard of him. He made a couple top 8s, I think. We made one top 8 actually. He was in major contention coming into the last regional in EU for Algiri. That man I've never seen below 100 ever. And he came into his first main event, played Moist, and I don't know who he played in the second round, but he was statistically the best player in the whole regional last season. I think it was Spring Regional 1. He was the best player statistically in the whole regional, and that was after playing and getting swept by Moist. Oh no, he went game 5, sorry, with Moist. And then I think he lost the second series to whoever it was. It might have been like Dig or Endpoint or something like that last season.
So would you say that's because of his like hours, like that he's putting into the game?
But the
Or
hours
partially
compensate for the talent he has. But like that guy.
What is that? Wait. What does that sentence mean?
So every player has like a cap. I would say like the hours show your best skill that you could have. So if you take a player like Fairy Peak, let's say, if he had 120 past 2 consistently for the past 6 months, like Stizzy has, he would not be as good as Stizzy as far as like stats go, but he would be in his best state. So he would be like, he would look good defensively. He would score when he needs to score, and he would do basically what Fairy Peak needs to do. Like when Fairy Peak was at his best, that's what he would look like in a way. And with Stizzy, he would put up the stats when he's got high hours because he's got a lot of mechanical skill. He's kind of like, if you take like Joyo for example, when Joyo's on really high hours, he'll look like the best mechanical player in the world. So the best, like the people that look the best are the people that have high hours for their respective like gameplay, I guess. And obviously, some people's bests are lower and higher than other people's bests, and that's like one thing that's just kind of how it is sometimes.
Wait, so when you say like Stizzy like high hours kind of compensate for, you mean like more like complement his like already mechanical gameplay?
That's the word. Yeah.
Okay. Isn't that kind of like that, going back to that statement, like Fairy Peak, if he was on 120, isn't that kind of like not a fixed mindset, but basically the idea that he can't, or he's not doing effective enough practice to actually really get meaningfully better at the game, even though he's playing a lot?
Everybody would just do the same thing. And if Fairy Peak's coach, Farah, he's a lovely guy. And it's not Farah actually. Who is Azelios is their manager. I'm not sure if he's their coach. I don't know who Farah still works with Vitality, but with Fairy Peak as an example, he like in his team environment will improve in certain areas and like try and look for a certain play style that's like natural, so part natural but part like playing around the team. When he's on high hours, it'll be easier to work things into his play style. It will be easier for him to have a naturally defined natural, I guess, without like forcing anything. And he'll have a clear understanding of like things that he's good at, things that he's not good at, let's say. And he will play to his strengths at that point. It's not necessarily that it's not necessarily like
he's capped.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that he's capped. It's just that he plays in a different way to other people. So his best is slightly different to somebody else's, and that's when like
right.
No,
That's
but-
when different strengths.
No. But you would say it's worse though, like, right?
I mean, I wouldn't put Stizzy onto. I wouldn't like. If you think about it as like replacing another player on another team, you
Let's
wouldn't
say,
necessarily.
or actually, let's say that.
I
Let's say
wouldn't necessarily
replacement average. So you have top 8 teams. You replace like the worst player with the player. Like, what's the average of the 8 people?
If
8 teams. Right?
you
That
say
makes sense.
worst player, it depends on the player you're replacing. Really.
No, I mean,
It
thinking
really
about
just
it.
depends on like
wait,
how
wait.
they function on their team
So
too.
actually-
Really.
Actually, more like I guess the
Like-
easiest way to ask this question: if there was like a pro 6-man, people play consistently, like how well would who would do better, Stizzy or Fairy Peak?
Stizzy every day because he plays literally by himself. He tries to play by himself, and that's part of his playstyle. But
Okay,
if you were to
makes
put it in a pro scenario, Stizzy wouldn't replace Stizzy wouldn't replace everybody on teams even lower than him sometimes because of like the way his playstyle works.
Mhm.
Like VK and Ocelon are good players to go around him. The only replacement that team could make, for example, is to replace Ocelon with Mark, let's say, Mark by 8, right? But even though Mark's doing really well now, because obviously, like if you put Joyo, Stizzy, and let's say like I don't know, Cash on the same team,
Mhm.
somebody would have to do something other than just try and play solo play.
Isn't that kind of what like
Right. It's all
Oxygen
about
is?
compensating on their roles, right? Isn't that the whole thing?
Oxygen's a weird one, and it's kind of similar to Moist last season.
And it's also kind of similar to
Vatira,
Phase, right?
I don't.
Phase, or
I'll
actually,
just use.
I think
I'll use.
Old Phase.
I'll use
Yeah,
you.
you go. You use you.
I'll, I'll use EU just because. But if you think about it, like Moist last season, everybody described Vatira as like the person that made all the defense, right? And everybody would be like, "Oh, this guy was great in goal, great." This season he's playing with 2 different players, and now he's like scoring. He's scoring. He had like what 60% shooting accuracy or something like that at one point in the major,
Hmm.
and that's just he's one of those players that you can Vatira you can stick in a lot of teams, and he would benefit that team for a lot of players, right?
So is it kind
Because
of
his
is it like
playstyle,
is adaptability that kind of makes him better at the game?
yeah. And I think in an interview he said he didn't like the fact that he played defense as much on Moist, and he wanted to be like a star in a way. And like that, I think that's part of his reason for joining Carmine. I think there was a translation of an interview, and it was a bit lost, but I think it was something along those lines.
Okay, if
And
you were like,
that's sorry.
oh, actually, yeah, finish your point and then I'll go on.
But when we go from like people that are on like their highest hours, people don't just replace other people in a way.
Yeah, that makes sense enough. What's it called? Would you say is there any way for Fairy Peak to play like Vatira over the course of like 6 months, or let's say 12 months? Let's open up the time frame. Could he get as good as Vatira?
Nobody can play
No
like
one's anyone else.
Yeah.
No.
Fundamentally, nobody could play like anybody else. With
Let's
Justin
say
can't
like
play like
let's
NRG or like Garrett. Sorry.
let's say as good as, right, and somewhat comparable. All right, let's say close.
as good as is a bit hard to define. Because
Yeah.
when you look at as good as, you have to take in different metrics. Like for example, if you looked at a player like Cash, I love him to pieces, right? He choked 2 majors, and you could maybe put it down to his teammates because he was the top performer always. And then the third, like this time with Quadrant, he bombed out in the 3rd regional again. Even though he was still a star performer, you know, like you could maybe like some people on Reddit, for example, would be like Cash is the weak link of teams because he's the one that's making them nearly choke majors, even though he made it still, right? I don't think that obviously, but like
It just
when you
depends. Yeah, that's the
when
whole
you
thing.
when you
Oh,
when
no,
you look
but
at how
okay, wait.
good
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's let what's it called? It's like okay, sort of suspend disbelief and be like, how would Fairy Peak practice to get to the point where he's getting about as good as results Vatira would on Moist
Sure. So
and
can I
KC?
get into that a little bit?
Yes.
All right. I don't think it works that way, even in a like thought process the way you're going with, because it literally is impossible to think like that. Because if you think about it, different players have different strengths, and trying to have Fairy Peak mimic the same subconscious strength as a player is literally impossible.
even going back to your thing about results, you can't define a player's result. You can't define how
Right.
good a player is based off of like one thing or 2 things. Like,
Right. It's a massive. It's like a fucking chess game, bro.
Yeah, all of it.
With-
Yeah,
with-
it's
with
definitely a lot
Quadrant,
of
for example.
speculation, right? Because like I even asked the 6-man's question, and it was like I realized after getting that answer, it wasn't really it wasn't like because it's weird. It was I wanted to be like okay, averaging like them like their skill wise exactly between all of these different pros, but it's also like there's tournament scenarios, there's like team chemistry over a while you can like build. So it's like yeah, it's
Yeah.
really complicated. And it's definitely a lot of it's basically like all what's it called? It starts with
I
a
was up on
word
more on an
S.
individual scale,
and
but
going
yeah.
back to yourself, all you
Yeah.
can do is make yourself play your best with a playstyle that's natural to you.
Yep.
Right. And I think I'm leaving this here because I need to go back to my friends. I've literally
Mhm.
been on for like an hour and a half now.
Oh yeah.
When I promised I'd call with them for the day. Let's go about to play some games, but obviously not. But like, I'll leave you with this, and I think it's the most important thing to think about. Get yourself in the scrim circuit. Keep playing 6-mans for now. Try and rank up if you can. Maybe look at how you practice, and maybe think about how much you're thinking about practicing. Go into your 6-mans. Don't think about anything. After, like, maybe once or twice a week, watch back your own replays. Think about it. Right? Think about the things that you want to like tell yourself to practice in the next day, and then have a day where you like look at it and be like thinking about it a little bit, and then over the time let the thought process kind of wane away and see if you do it subconsciously the next week, sort of thing. Then afterwards like get back into the scrims, start trying to get into the team environment, because you'll be good in a team environment. I know you will. You'll like it a lot more as well. And then just honestly start playing rank 2s. Stop thinking about what's happening in rank 2s and just try and think about like trying to win the game. Like do everything you can to win the game. Don't think about the rotation. Don't think about anything, right?
Yeah, it's like do what you can to survive, right?
Exactly. Just try and improve yourself. The rotation, honestly, I've seen it when you're doing it subconsciously, and it wasn't that bad in 6-mans. Like actually.
Oh my god, the demo runs, bro. They're so good.
Cash complimented you the other day, like when we were watching together. So like it's not like it's the end of the world, right?
Wait,
With your
but
rotations,
first,
you don't need to improve that much.
I know you have to like go soon. I want to ask this last question. How many people would you say are like doing that process right now?
I would say like over 90%, and the other 10% are the people that don't have as many hours. Like if you take like Metanoris as an example, he made like how many majors in the past 2 seasons? And literally all he does is like stream early morning. He has ridiculous hours, but he's like, I wouldn't say he's like the highest peak skill-wise of a player, you know?
Yeah.
He does his role, but he's very, 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 very committed. And the biggest thing is just being committed to having high hours. Like try and get top 102s. You'll realize the lobbies. Like try and get first kill on your team or something. Like as soon as you can start getting the big players on your team, and as soon as you start performing in those big lobbies, you'll realize the improvement is coming. Like for example, like Crispy has been top 102s. He's popping off crazy. He made top 16 twice last split, which is more than he did in the last season. And next split he's looking to do better, and he's fucking committed to it. A lot of people like the hardest thing is keeping committed. So like just playing lots of 2s. If you want to look at examples, Smokes is a good example. Crispy with a C, by the way.
Wait, wait, what's it called?
Smokes,
You said Smokes?
Smokes with a Z on the end.
Oh, what did he do? What's it called again? What is Smoke's path again?
I think he played a bit of 6-mans, but afterwards he literally just like played. He just played every tournament that was every tournament on the radar, RLCS, weeklies, monthlies, dailies even. Then he just he literally was like 140 past 2. He would play every tournament. He would scrim twice a day. He would play like 6 hours of 2s a day. It was like he was on demon time.
Okay.
And he just did that for like 6 months. That's literally what he did. I don't think there's anything else. Like a lot of people like a year ago would look at Smokes and be like, he's got potential, but he's not great. And now he actually looks good.
Okay.
I think he looks good.
Yeah. Okay. I think he looks good. Okay. Kind of going back to the other point, it feels like I asked what's called. It was like what percentage of people are doing like this routine of like what's called like let's say lots of 2s, lots of what's it called? Not
When you say
like
of people, are you talking like the whole community, or are you talking about like?
I'm talking like
if you're talking
I'm talking
top
bubble
24, I would say top 24 teams. Let's say top 24 teams. I'd say like 95%. Like the 5% of the people that I'd say maybe I'll retract that and say 80, and then say 10% do that, but then also play 1s as a part of it, and then the other 10% of the low motivation people are starting to fall off.
It feels like if that's what 90, what's it called? If that's what's like 80% of people are doing, like why would I do the same exact thing and like expect like
because they're
different
top
results?
24.
Because that's the thing that works.
But it seems like a lot of people under that as well are doing that as well, and like they're not making it up there. Does it make sense?
But they're overthinking shit consistently.
The people that are overthinking it are the people that aren't improving as much. Because the people that are in the top 24, the people that will fall out of that top 24 for the new people to come in, will be the people that their motivation has been killed off because of like bad teammates, they're toxic.
Yep.
Those things that add up over your career of like your network diminishing, so like toxicity, low hours, not playing twos, this, that, the other. They will then get replaced by the next twos player, basically. So it will, in EU particularly, the people that will fall out of the top 24 are the people that have ridiculously low hours, are known as toxic, this, that. The people that will then go in, and then also people with high hours and twos. It's not a case of you can do something different to be better, because nobody's done that. There's no proof that works, in a way.
There's
I'm
no
gonna
proof that
put in
works.
a point here
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna go afterwards too. The whole point is the more exposure therapy you have in a fast-paced setting, the better you get, because you're putting yourself against variables that your brain handles subconsciously, and you basically establish a library of that over time. And so the more you play twos, the better you get individually, because your subconscious improves over time, which makes your instincts better.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And I like the fact that you try to do something different. And I've always, like, everybody that's ever watched your stream that I know has always said, like, they rate the fact that you're doing something different, they rate the commitment to it. But realistically,
You're just not
if
putting your brain in the right
99% of
spot.
people get to the place they get to in
Right.
one way, there's no point trying to do something nobody's done to
Right.
get there. If you're going to be the best in the world, which, you know, is your stream title, then you have to
It's
at
a
least
title.
try it. You have to at least start the normal way. If you get to pro and you find something else that works to keep improving, then
Thank
Go
you.
for it.
That's what I
But
said. Work on
you
the
have to get there
marginal shit
first.
when you're up there, bro.
you have to
Wait.
get there first.
If
Yeah.
that makes sense, why would I? Like, I feel like that's what people try after falling off, right? Like, they do something getting
Exactly.
there, and like they maybe fall off, they maybe like lose motivation, they don't do
Because
as
they
much.
try to get back to where they were.
No, and then they
Yeah,
start
exactly.
slowing down, and then they try to do what they did to get back up, and it just doesn't work, and they just keep
Right,
falling off.
because that's the whole thing. They need to grow from where they're at, not where they were, and like try and do the same shit, because they're different people now.
If they try and do like something that nobody else has done to improve once you've started falling off, that's kind of what people do as a coping mechanism for the fact that they're not as good as they were, or like they don't have
Yeah.
as much commitment as they did. Right? And I've seen people will start blaming others. Like, I've been blamed as a coach before because somebody's lost motivation and started falling off. Right?
That's crazy.
Because even though I've been trying to help them, still.
Same.
And
That is crazy.
the only consistent thing in that factor is the fact that they've stopped grinding, and they've started trying to find ways to cope with the fact that they're not grinding anymore.
Okay, I think, or I want to let you guys, or what's called, or I don't know. Yeah, let you guys go. Not like too late. I don't know.
It's
I'm trying to
4:30
think.
for me.
Last, what's it called? Oh, 4:30 p.m. or 4 a.m.
PM.
p.m. Okay, I don't know what time it is in Europe right now. Okay. I mean, I think I told Alti this at the end of our previous conversation. It's like, okay, you convinced me, and I'll start, because it was before I was like focusing on every single 6-man.
Yeah, Dirk, I was about 3 days earlier.
No, it's fine. I've seen the change. I have.
Yeah,
Don't
and I
worry.
think
I've
I'd
always
also say
worked.
at the end of this, it's like I don't think one. Wait, I'm trying to think. I set a timer. I started a stopwatch because I knew this
We'll
was
just
going for a while.
I'll leave the call at 16:40 my time, which is 2 minutes your time.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
We'll just go from there.
So
Okay.
pretty much like it's like I don't think you convinced me fully, but
That's fine.
I think what you have convinced me of is that twos does train decision making and like that sort of like exposure therapy to like high level play. It's not really about the rotation, and I think that's something like I
Right.
really learned. But
The way
Rotations
I
are in
see it-
script.
or I think, or kind of finishing what I was gonna say, it's like
Yeah.
I think in my head, mechs training, a fully dedicated mechs training that like I spend like I don't know like 3 hours on, is like it's so much more focused, like a laser of my time on like this just pure reps and certain skills I'm trying to improve on. That, and it seems like
Sure, and that's
over the
totally fine.
like
Like, do
5
that
days
if you
I've
want,
done,
right?
over the 5 days I've like done
Yeah.
it for it, it seems like has worked out for me.
Right.
You'll
And
be
that's
more
the
convinced of the
reason,
things that I've said. You'll be more convinced of the things I've said.
Yeah.
Once you're in a situation where you need networking,
Yeah,
and
it's
once
not.
you're scrimming, it's not an immediate thing.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
exactly.
Alti, what were
And
you,
I will leave you with that.
what were you gonna say,
Goodbye.
Dirk, I
Alti?
love you, buddy.
All right. Thank
Love
you,
you too,
Dirk,
man.
for your. I hope you become a regular. All right, hope he becomes a regular. Okay.
Yeah.
What were you gonna
That's the
say,
whole
L2?
point, right? Just exposure therapy.
Exposure
It's
therapy.
you get networking to then get good exposure therapy at high content, and that's what keeps your consistency.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you tagged along with what's it called, Dirk. I didn't think you were gonna join in. Wait. Also,
Hey,
are you
dude,
still on the
he had
Are you
like
still on the
I don't
degenerate
have
sleep
nearly
schedule?
as much answers as that dude's got. He's
Okay.
doing fine.
He's doing
So
fine.
like
Okay.
I was learning shit from him too because I was like, well, it was kind of like reaffirming what I've learned, but I had to learn it through a lot of like
Trial and error.
stupid ass method. We'll put it that way.
What
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
To give you an
Okay.
idea, I've been a coach for 6 years, and my networking was trash in the beginning. So, like for the
Mhm.
first 4 years, absolute garbage. It got way better though. But yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, it's just like anything that you naturally do and get better at and have fun with. Like when you're a kid is whenever you get like to peak moments in like atmospheres like this because like you're not so focused about like how serious it is and like what you'll get from it, right? Like you're just kind of focused on like what can I do better? What can I do to have more fun? What can I do better? What can I do to have more fun, right? And it's like it's all in the moment kind of stuff. It's not like something that you're truly like breaking down in front of you because the thing that you're doing is moving at a faster pace than you have time to think for. And that's how it works in twos, right? It's at such a fast pace that you have to do everything in the moment and it's like improv, right? You only get it good at improv by doing it and you can learn like the stuff around it, but like you're only going to get good by doing it. And if you stop doing it, you are worse at improv over time.
That makes sense. Makes sense. All right. I have to get reps in. All right. Wait, there's something I was thinking about that I forgot about. I forgot about it. Wait, what's it called? Weird question. How long have you had the logo that you use?
Ever since my brother made it for my birthday a long ass time ago, of which I do not have the answer for.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. It's a question. Okay. I'll take in and process a little bit more what you guys said. Though I still need to get through this next training for today.
I mean, look, man, it's gonna take a while for you to get it, like get the idea of it all.
It's called it. 65, 75. Does this mean I'm playing ranks? Unfortunately, it does not. Okay. Not yet. Not yet. Right. All right. I'll what's it called? I'll Loki kind of pretend you're not here, and I'll just be talking out loud. If that makes sense.
Do you think?
Um, okay. So kind of thinking about everything that happened. Obviously noted most of these things down. It's kind of not the biggest takeaway, but like one of the takeaways, right? Everything's gonna be. The main goal is that everything becomes subconscious, especially like tournament subconscious, which is like deeper subconscious than like everything else, if that makes sense, right? Or things have to be more embedded to like still not come off in tournament and like higher pressure. And I'm kind of thinking about everything. I feel like this was not one of the turning points, but like this, I don't know, this point that basically like no, or what's it called, this point that, or like thread that we had where it was like nobody can change, not nobody can change the way they play, but there's like a natural like inclination. Not okay, not a natural, because there is a natural inclination to like how you play. It's more that there's a natural inclination that's like unchangeable that I find weird, right? It's almost not almost. It's like there is a cap on how good somebody can get.
Yep.
Um,
because it's all about.
And it's not
And am I good to talk here?
sure.
It's all about how those variables add up to the teams that are currently like at the meta. And so, it's all about the thought processes you get into and like the different solutions you come up with, and every brain's different about perspective because you're not in the same world that someone else is in. It's a different world. And so when you get better at exposure against those different players and all that kind of stuff, you kind of just hone your own craft to the best that you can to find the solutions that you have. And some people will go further and some people won't. And that's just natural.
Yeah. I don't think that's exactly what, like, I'm trying to think about this. What's like the difference between what you just said and like what I think was said earlier, or what like I think the Fairy Peak cannot be Vatira, etc. like thing. It's like, okay, some
Right,
people
it's
naturally
different
go
strengths,
further,
yeah.
and some people, yeah, basically, I think it's the idea that you can't make like a weakness a strength.
It's the meta. It's the meta, right? That's the whole
Wait,
thing.
do you agree with that statement? I just said you can't make like a weakness a strength.
Wait, I can't hear. What'd you say? Sorry.
Can you make a weakness a strength? Would you say?
In doing so, you risk destroying other parts that are already your strength because it's like choosing specialties.
Okay, so you can't really change the way you play too much, or you
It
risk
just, like I said,
a
it
big slump
depends on how
almost.
players do, right? Because you might have a certain play style and then like something comes to like thwart that, and like you're going to find a way to like change, like not change what you do as in like completely lose a practice, but more so refine the practice to handle extra task, if you will.
So you would still say like, what do you say? It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think because it's like kind of like you're kind of thinking like there's a play style and you kind of just advance it in a certain way, but you can't really fully change it. Is that kind of what you're saying? You can advance your play style in certain aspects, but
Okay, hold
you
on. Let me
can
say that again.
you can advance your play style in certain aspects, but you can't really like hard change it.
Well, yeah, because it's natural, right? Like it's all about like uh how like whenever you're in scrims or like at the point of a team, if you change teams, you're gonna have to change up a little bit. But the idea is like your play style is going to be a big factor as to how that team functions anyway. Right. And then it's all about making like the subtle adjustments to work with the players you have because they do things a little bit differently than the other team. Right.
Yeah, but like more like thinking about the idea of
In an
like you can't,
individual sense.
yeah, not in a, well, basically in an individual, what like an individual car's decision making is, right? You can't, like Fairy Peak cannot get really as good as Vatira in a lot of the similar aspects that Vatira is.
I don't know if it. Okay, yeah. When you put it that way, yes. About the idea of like what Vatira's strength, Fairy Peak can't have the same strengths. Correct. Yeah.
He cannot have the same strengths. Or I'm just repeating what you said, right? He
Right,
cannot have the same strengths as
because
Vatira.
Vatira is his own player, right? Who has his own strengths, who has his own capabilities, just like Justin is, right? And it's all about like what different ways are people finding solutions to get where they need in their improvement subconsciously, right?
So this is also like, it's also not even like similar, right? Because I want to make sure I'm like using the words correctly. So basically, Fairy Peak cannot become like very similar to Vatira in a lot of aspects of its gameplay because it's just like Fairy Peak plays a
He's not
natural
him.
way and he's not him. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And I
This
think
is why I
that's
said like there is no best player and there is no like worst player in that sense. Right? The idea is like
sure.
players are just kind of like really good at what they do, and different like chemistry of teams form different results.
That is true. But I think both of those can kind of be, there can be players a lot better than other players. Well, actually, that's not what you said. But like there can be, I'm trying to think. There can be a best player and the team
Yeah, you
chemistry can
can
also
rate
affect
them in
it.
the tiers if that's what you're thinking.
No, but like there can be like
Or no.
I mean, it's okay. I guess not like you can't definitively, unless there's like a very huge gap, right? I guess yeah, I could agree with that. Like it's very hard and pretty subjective to like yeah, subjective. I was already looking for that word earlier. You couldn't really place a lot of these players higher than one another, objectively, or like
Right.
really. Yeah, okay. But like, and also team chemistry plays a big role in how people are like used and like how effective they are. Okay, I mean, I agree with both of the statements. I think the one that kind of goes against well the way I think is
Mhm.
like Fairy Peak over the course of like 6 months or 12 months could not become basically fully mimic Vatira's decision making. Basically, get really good, get a lot better. All right, like, obviously, like
He
you
can get a
gotta
lot better.
no, but like in the same verticals as Vatira and like meet Vatira at the
But
same
in
sort of
doing
level.
so, he'll fall off most of the time because he's trying to like learn something on top of what he already knows that could be contradictory. So
Yeah.
it kind of depends, right? It depends if something's contradictory or not in that sense. And that's why I said like depending on the players, they can refine their moments a lot better than others based on what their strengths are and like what they're doing. But it really just depends. Everyone's going to find a different solution to a different like to the same puzzle.
So are you kind of saying like it's more he maybe could, but it kind of depends on the path. So it's like
Just
kind of
depends.
shifting
Like
to
I
that.
can't answer that question realistically. Right? Like I could say theoretically like yes he could, but it really just depends like what is he sacrificing? What is he not? Does he fall off if he does that? Does he lose something? Right? It's like at
Kind of
what
thinking
point is he like adjusting? Sorry, go ahead.
only at like the end point. Like we're only measuring at the beginning, he's Fairy Peak, and then 12 months later of training, he's whatever. Like not thinking about them, like because obviously a lot of the time when like trying to learn something new, you'll kind of like
I don't
be
know if this
what's
really matters, but I get what you mean. Like I don't I
or I
think
don't know
at
if you're
this
like talking
point
about yeah.
right, okay, but this is kind of my point, Drift.
Hmm.
Like we can speculate and hypothesize all we want here,
Hmm.
but we're not actually like getting anywhere by doing it at this point. This is all just like this isn't even about you anymore. This is all about like other players and your like curiosity behind them. But we're focusing on what to make you better with. And then once you get there, Drift, you'll then understand the answers to the questions that you have right now. You'll get answers by playing. You won't get answers by trying to ask other people and getting perspective that you literally don't have.
Okay, fair enough. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna continue like a little bit of like talking to myself. Gonna set a timer for
Yep.
3 minutes.
I'm gonna head out, so I will see
Yeah.
you later. But
All right.
good talk. This is
Yep.
seriously a cool moment. Save this VOD for your life.
Okay. All right. I
All
will.
right, bye.
Um, kind of what's it called? Thinking back, or what I was gonna say. Um, I feel like in my head, it's very core that I can fundamentally learn the game in a different way and change how I play over a set period of time, especially given like not an infinite amount, but basically given a long amount of time. So basically, in my mind, it's like core that like Fairy Peak, given the right sort of not the right direction, basically the right training techniques, could become good as Vatira or extremely similar to Vatira in the same sort of verticals as time goes on. Um, right. Obviously, through a lot of mech training, he could like probably match Vatira or match where. Kind of thinking about like obviously pro play increase gets better as time goes on. Match where Vatira would be in 12 months, I believe. But then again, that's obviously me. I mean, and that's obviously me on like what I think, and it's also that Fairy Peak over time, especially if he like maintains, I don't know, being a pro. I don't know how he places right now. Um, if he maintains being a pro, like the pro scene obviously gets better as time goes on. So at some point he would just get better if he just stays being a pro and like making top tens or making regionals. At some point he would just be better than Vatira. So it's more about like time scale almost at that point. Well, okay. No, he would be better than Vatira in a lot of aspects, but he might not be better in the same verticals, right? I don't know. Or actually, no, not I don't know. Or also, I don't know, right? I guess I haven't fully like experienced and seen like people fully change the way they play, um, right? Like, kind of what's called like Ulti and Dirk mentioned. It's kind of like nobody's really ever tried, right? I'm basically like trying to do something really experimental. Um, right? Most people play twos and do scrims. Maybe a little bit of odd review or a little bit of odd review. So I don't know. Like I said, I guess I don't think I had been convinced at this point. It feels like, as of right now, I've gotten enough gains at this point. Can I say gains? Or I've gotten better this whole week, like from demoting to C to what's it called? The moment you realize your brain can do 300%, then your manual thoughts are going to peak. I guess I'm not looking for my peak. I'm looking for almost a game's peak. Like, I'm not trying to do the best, or not trying to do the best than I ever have before. I'm trying to do the best than everyone ever has before. It's gonna, so I'm kind of using my subconscious and my conscious to like kind of work together. See how like we can work together, right? My conscious will make like the what's called make the schedule, think about a lot of things. My subconscious will kind of deal with the game and a lot of aspects, a lot of minor decision making. You need to get your best before everyone else is. Okay, well, okay, what he said is like peak. I'll peak is like it's always in reference to like what I've done in the past, if that makes sense. So like not like he doesn't mean peak as in like peak in career. Like I will instantly
You could
become a
use your
pro.
conscious when you're up there, though. That's the whole point. Like you can do the manual shit once you have the subconscious shit down. But just be wary that your subconscious runs the show. Okay, bye.
So kind of what's called, or he wasn't talking about like me like instantly getting to like pro play and highest level pro play. It's more like me like playing honestly a little bit better than I am right now because I'm almost close to peak where I've been like in skill out of the whole time I played Rocket League. I might be there right now, or I just can't tell because I'm still in B, but like B might have gone up in skill as time has gone on. Um, yeah. Let me think. Let me think. So basically, I think the way I think about the game is kind of dependent on. I think the biggest thing is differentiation, right? So this is, in fact, I think we covered it. This is what 80% of people are doing, right? This is what 80% of people, top 24, are doing. So like, if I want to like rise above that, I wouldn't start experimenting once I get to the top, right? Because I might not ever make it there doing the same exact thing as everybody else, right? If I want different results, I think I have to do a different process. And then I'll keep doing process. I really want to make sure that I'm not too stuck in like a really tunnel vision mode. And I'm not gonna kind of shut myself off of like from knowledge, right? Because I'm like too like stuck in a certain way. So I guess I'll still use like the metric I worked out earlier when I was talking to Ulti. Lack of progress is going to be the threshold for change, right? So pretty much, if I like stop improving for like 2 weeks, then it kind of means my process isn't working, right? It's also like it's a lower threshold, higher threshold, higher. It's not okay. It's a lower threshold, but higher like bar weirdly enough, for like a process that like every 2 weeks I have to improve. Is it? Not like it's not improve like a tiny amount. It's like improve like a pretty decent amount. So I don't even know what that means. I feel like I don't even know what that means. I don't know. Basically, like if I'm not A level by like in like 2 weeks, then that's like a progress, I would say. If not like, because right now I think I'm playing well enough that if I spam queue, I'll get B plus, and I'll maintain B plus. But if I'm not A level in 2 weeks, then I'm gonna be looking back at the process, be like, what do I need to change here, right? Do I need to do 100% flow reps? Do I need to cut down on VOD review? Do I need to get, I don't know, a lot more, a lot more in-game reps in? Do I need to cut down on max training? Do I need to get a lot more in-game reps in? Like, what sort of change will I make? But until that lack of progress kind of happens, then I think I already said earlier, I didn't hear a convincing enough argument. I'm just going to keep doing this. I said A level, or if that makes sense. So like, that is A. So like, I might be in B plus, but like A level. I mean, and that's like fine. If I don't make it, then it's like, okay, well then I'll change. Because really, the only reason why like I'm doing this sort of process, really intensive, like tracking everything, is like because I want like a lot of really fast improvement. And if it's not like giving me that, then I'm gonna change, right? If that makes sense. So basically, if it's not gonna happen, then I'm gonna change. That's how it's gonna be. Flow reps only. I still haven't been convinced of like flow reps. Twos main, six mans, learn how to carry. The metric for A level is solely based on your perception of A, though. There's no such thing as A level. A level is a vague metric. Yeah, it is somewhat vague, but like it's also like kind of doable, right? So if I'm like winning, if I'm going like 4-1 in B plus, then I'm probably, and I'm not getting last picked every time, then I'm probably A level, right? It's like it's a vague metric, but it's not that vague of a metric, right? If that makes sense. AKA Scrims, what's it called? This isn't fast improvement, this is crippling thoughts. To go from B to A in 2 weeks, it's impossible. Challenge is Ray. You need to get to that level first before you start trying stuff. There are players in B plus worse than those in B, and vice versa. That's true, but there's like an average B plus level that's different than an average B level. Your ratings of yourself are too reliant on six mans. Yes. Yeah, they're reliant on six mans, but like, what else would they be reliant on? There's pretty much no objective measure I could like weigh myself to. Even MMR would be like, again, same thing, like too reliant on the rank I'm playing against. What's it called? I'm going to use the restroom. Granted, some good has come through, but definitely not as much as just subconscious grind. I'm not sure if I agree with that. So like, I went from, what's it called? What am I trying to look at? I went from like really, really bad, and I'm still playing 5-6 minutes a day, right? So I'm not like, my in-game time is actually like relatively low. It's like 2 or 3 hours a day, right? And I went from like really negative and demoting to right now I'm 9-2, right? And part of that's because an improvement of improvement of process where I'm flowing, but a big part of that is just like training, right? The training works, and I'm practicing the things that I need in game. I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom. I'm gonna come back, and I need to play the game, right? So I started early, but I'm gonna stop. Bro, this is lagging. I started early, but like because of talk, which I'm like down to do most of the time. Um, we're now here.
So,
Alti,
question
I'm
for you.
going to the restroom. I'm going to the restroom. I'm going to the restroom.
Oh, yeah.
But you can ask the question.
No, it's fine. Do your thing.
Okay.
Decomp, we're gonna get him on the right track. I promise, bro. We'll do it. I don't think he realizes, dude. His fucking brain, like the way that he processes shit in general, is what makes his subconscious like so much stronger than other people. So if he just literally like got his shit together and didn't like try to break everything down into words, because words are just kind of like, once again, your brain can process so much faster. And so like to bring your manual thoughts into it just kind of bogs down the process your brain is already handling. It's like someone who's running or walking, right? Like someone, you learn how to walk by doing because your brain gets it and you don't have to think about all the intricacies of what muscles to move. Same thing with muscle memory and subconscious. Telling you. Wants it this bad, deserves it, but as you know, has the right thing there. Yep, exactly. That's how I feel, bro. Dude's fucking big brain, but just using it on the wrong, allocating the resources poorly. This is like questioning like why do things work in the universe only to realize like the people who got there didn't question it and just kind of fucking did it. %. Yep. And what's funny, he's super enjoyable. Like he's a super enjoyable dude. He's hilarious, he's fun, he's like super wholesome. Like, bro. He's just wasting his time being a mathematics professor at a lower level. Like yeah. I might just leave him to listen to the VOD just so he can actually like hear what we talked about because I feel like that's like the saving grace here. Because he needs to hear it without having a conversation in it. Because if he keeps thinking on shit, he just kind of breaks it down into like a different answer that's like less sufficient. And like we're just trying to build it back up to that point again. So we're just kind of running in circles. But all it comes down is allocating the resources in the right spot, which is just like twos. Let your brain do the processing. You'll grow so much faster. Have fun and just make sure that you're winning. But if you put it into words, Rocket League isn't words. It's actions. It's movement. It's muscle memory. I wasn't expecting him to take this long. I'm curious if he fell in.
Hello.
Welcome back.
All right. What did you want to say? Also, wait. I was thinking about this.
Well, I'm actually going to leave it to the VOD because I had said everything with decomp over the VOD. We had a conversation together, and that pretty much sums up my point.
Okay.
And I think with you not being a variable in the conversation is much more valuable to listen to, because now rather than you like trying to break everything down, you don't really get a say, you get a come into God moment. Like,
Oh, so did you like just say it?
yep.
Okay. Oh, wait, actually, I don't think. Wait, actually, I don't think. Wait, how long was I gone for?
Okay, bye.
Okay, cool. Will I go back into that VOD? I guess I have to now. Let me think. What did Decomp say in chat? Ranked MMR is a better metric than B or B plus. Yeah, it's just that can make sense, but that's like one part of like why. Oh wait, no. I'm trying to think about this. Do I want to do this right now? Yeah, okay. First thing, I came back from that.
No,
Oh my
no.
gosh! Oh my gosh!
I want you to listen to all.
I'm sitting alone in my thoughts real quick. First thing I wanted to think about. Okay, I just need to get this off the top of my head. So I don't think I'm B plus. I think I might be B plus level right now, like average B plus. But I think I've yet to truly be tested, right? And that was the only thing I was gonna think about. All right, what were you gonna say?
Nope, I typed it in chat. All right, bye.
All right, see you. Before I think on stuff, you'll thank me later. I genuinely feel like ranked MMR is a better metric. Yeah, I think it is. Right, it's just more specific. It's like obviously rank B has like 496 people in it that span like a big amount of elo. Yeah, I guess okay. That's the only one I'll look at, and I'll listen to this VOD. I guess that's interesting. What do I do? Well, actually, wait, no, it's not a super long VOD because it's only the part where I went to the restroom for, which is like 5 minutes or something. Was there anything else I was thinking about? I don't think so. And I'll listen to this while getting into what's it called? While getting into mech training. All right, jeez, I have not finished this yet. Oh no, it's 12. It's 12. I woke up early. I lost sleep for this. Oh, I got some useful advice. Learned some more about like the weird, almost cult following I'm cultivating. And I haven't even promoted yet, right? I've demoted, all right? So, like, as soon as that's probably a good part. Honestly, it's one of the weirdest parts is that by simply streaming, I think my networking, just playing the game is better than like 90% of people, weirdly, which is weird, right? Like, in fact, there are multiple RLCS coaches coming to me to talk to me about something, which is like interesting, I guess. Kind of going into the VOD, I guess I'll just like open this up. Hold it at this. I feel like in my head, bro, I hate listening to my voice. Stop. No, it doesn't. In a different way. Bro, how is... Okay, this is just lagging. Oh no. Everything's not... My computer might crash. Honestly, I'm not joking right now. My computer might just crash right now. Everything's not working. Oh, Alti, what did you do? Okay, finally, we made it. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm doing... I'll just make it a round number. Also, because I think I started timer late. Also makes that math easier at the end. Let's see. All right, so I have... Do I have enough space for this? I don't think I do. Plus, I do have it all. I have it on all in Twitch VOD. All right, this is just for like the things I want to keep on like 1080p. All right, so I'm listening to this file right now. Or what? No, not watching. Listening. Please load. I'll just wait for it. I'll just wait. I'll give it time. Give it time. All right, and then I was gone for a bit. Okay.
We're gonna get him on the right track. I promise, bro. We'll do it.
Oh no. The echo. All right, so let me get into VOD review while listening to this. When does he start talking? I have no idea. He probably... Subconscious grind is the only tried and true method ever. What's it called? Actually, okay, first I'll read through all the chat messages and then, because I want to just get this full picture. Subconscious grind is the only tried and true method ever used by pro players in the game. True. Haha, I believe, bro. What's it called? Okay, there's more than one haha. It would be a shame not to. Someone who wants it this bad deserves it, but as you know, has to do the right things to get there. I feel like it would make sense if I was like if I was grinding my head at this for 2 months and I wasn't improving, but like, I've never done that, one, because I've just been so inconsistent. Two, in like the small time that I have done this, it seems to be working out pretty well. But then again, it's because I have been on and off, and I also stream everything. It makes sense that I'll kind of, it's kind of part of the task, right? I'm accepting more criticism, and I'm doing okay, right? Like, was I like respectful with that call, like Alti, and Dirk? I think so, relatively. I think that was like relatively how I wanted to approach it, right? I took notes, wait for them to kind of unload a bit. I kind of went back to certain things, like kind of noted them. Generally good interaction. All right, I'm gonna stop thinking about this so much, and I'm gonna start listening and getting into what's called mechs. Right, what am I looking at right now? Dribble 2. Right, I think I already did this 2 hours ago. Already set it all up. Yeah, and I'll start listening to this, and I'll look through chat messages after. All right, last time I did this, got to level 11, looking for better right now. Also, if anybody like, oh my gosh, for some reason, I think, what's it called? I thought he was in the call for a second. If anybody like calls me or like tries to start a call, it's getting capped at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right? Get your point out, and then, because I need to get through this. I'm trying to write my sleep schedule. I'm trying to write this shit. Also, I think I asked Alti. My mic might have cut out. I asked Alti, what's it called? Is he still on the degenerate sleep schedule? And he didn't respond. It's kind of funny. But like, honestly, it's like, I don't know. It's just for me that I want to make sure. I feel it just feels good to wake up when the sun's out, right? I want to see when it's snowing, not just see the aftermath of the snow, which is what like I see. I wake up and it already snowed.
Yes,
oh my gosh.
am. All right, bye.
Yes, you are. Okay. I wake up and I already see the snow has come down, or the frozenness has been frozen over, instead of seeing it snow in the morning. So I want to wake up in the morning. All right, 10 minutes trying to get to level 11 as quickly as possible. So if he just literally like got his shit together and didn't like try to break
break everything down into words, because words are just kind of like, once again, your brain can process so much faster, and so like to bring your manual thoughts into it kind of bogs down the process
Wait.
your brain is already handling.
I don't think it can.
It's like someone who's running or walking, right? Like someone, you learn how to walk by doing because your brain gets it, and you don't have to think about all the intricacies of what muscles to move. Same thing with muscle memory and subconscious. I'm telling you.
Well, let me look at this real quick. Okay, so, bro, what is? Oh, okay, I know what is happening. All right, so I'm trying to get audio to work, but how do I get it to work? Let's see. Let's see. What do I do? What do I do? I'm trying to add like an audio thing. I'm also trying not to, almost. What is audio sources? Audio sources. All right, let me do this. All right. Add audio source. Application audio output capture. Not add existing. Create new. What's it called? I don't know. What is it? I don't know. Windows movie or Windows video? Windows video player. I have to add this new track. I don't know if you guys hear this. Also, I think some of it. No, I think some of it's coming through my like mic, which I think is the echo. I think I might be thinking about. Executables. Current active session. Video.ui.exe. I think that's it. I'm not gonna. Maybe. All right. Let's see. We've added it, and then if I start playing this, sorry for these technical difficulties. Oh no. Why is this lagging? Oh, it's probably because my GPU is dealing with a lot, so it's taking its time a little bit. So I'm trying to see. Trying to find a
This
point.
shit in general is
Yeah.
what makes his subconscious like
Okay.
so much stronger than other people. So if he just literally like got his shit together and didn't like try to break everything down into words, because words are just kind of like your
Nah, the
brain
echo does make it sound like
so much
it's like
faster.
coming from like heaven or
To
something.
bring your manual thoughts into it, just kind
It's
of
weird. It's like
bogs
a
down the process your brain is already handling.
it's like an organic echo
It's like
too.
someone who's running or
All right.
walking, right?
10
Like
minutes.
someone, you learn how to walk by
Time
doing
for level 11.
you don't have to think about all the intricacies of what muscles
I need to turn it up
move.
a little bit.
Same thing with muscle memory and subconscious. Telling you.
Bro, oh my gosh. I can't even change. Okay. We turned it up a little bit.
Bad deserves it, but as you know, has the right thing there. Yep, exactly. That's how I feel.
Oh no. Bro, this is. Oh, there's so many technical difficulties. Why is it so difficult? I know why. Because it's like. Isn't like the best processing unit in the world. It's pretty good.
Dude's fucking
I'm
big
also
brain,
streaming.
but just using it on the wrong, allocating
Okay,
the
it's not
resources
enough.
poorly.
Come on. My alt tab is not working. Yeah, it's not working. I just can't alt tab anyway. I've lost that privilege, I guess. Alright, finally. Alright, it's a timer. Okay, I'm glad interruption. Okay, not interrupt. Talk happened here, because now it means I can go back up to max.
This is like questioning like why do things work in the universe, only to realize like the people who got there didn't question it and just kind of fucking did it.
Nice.
%. Yep.
Alright, come on, here looking for a drifter.
And what's funny, he's super enjoyable. Like he's a super enjoyable dude. He's hilarious. He's
Pog.
fun. He's like super
Pog.
wholesome. Like
You're
bro,
making me blush.
he's just wasting his time being a mathematics professor at a lower level.
No, he's just talking about the math at the end, bro. When I add up the minutes I've done, bro, oh my gosh, you can hear the gears turning. Alright, come on.
Yeah.
Just weird, okay. Or not, that's weird. I just feel my, like, I don't know, fingers. It's weird coming off break and then going into this. Because almost always when I'm doing this, I'm coming in warm, somewhat. Though I've been getting stuck at this level even when I'm warm. Alright, come on, looking for just like a 90-degree drift turn here, pretty much. Also, I think I'll have no idea when this VOD finishes. Not gonna lie.
I might just leave him to listen to the VOD so he can actually like.
Oh my god, it's the empty. It's like he's in my head. Get him out. He just like, oh, there's this long gap of silence, and then he just like, oh my gosh, it's so funny.
Hear it without having a conversation in it, because if he keeps thinking on shit, he just kind of breaks it down into like a different answer that's like less sufficient, and like we're just trying to build it back up to that point again. So we're just kind of running in circles.
Oh, come on, someone can just drop down.
But all it comes down is allocating the resources in the right spot, which is just like twos. Let your brain do the processing. You'll grow so much faster. Have fun and just make sure that you're winning. But if you put it into words, Rocket League isn't words. It's actions, it's movement, it's muscle memory.
Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, I really will have zero idea when this VOD ends. Because, like, it'll just be silence, and I'll be like, oh, is he going to say something? A little bit. Maybe. Actually, no, I'll be back.
Him to take this long. I'm curious if he fell in.
Oh my god. Hello.
Welcome back.
Alright, what did you want to say? Also, wait, I was thinking about this.
Well, I actually,
Um,
I'm actually gonna leave it to the VOD because I had said everything with decomp over the VOD. We had a conversation together, and that pretty much sums up my point.
Okay.
And I think with you not being a variable in the conversation is much more valuable to listen to, because now, rather than you like trying to break everything down, you don't really get a say. You get a come into God moment.
Okay, obviously, I remember this. I was here.
Just say it.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, also,
wait, actually, I
bro,
don't think. Wait, actually, I don't think. Wait, how long?
I
is
just,
it?
Okay, bye.
okay, cool. I just completely forgot that, like, my screen was just black for, like, bro, I was locked into trading. Oh, okay, I'm not a good streamer. Okay, kind of looking at what was conversation with decomp on the other side. Let me also stop timer. What's it called? It'd be a shame not to. Someone wants it and deserves it, but as you know, has to do the right things to get there. Yeah, man, I'm specifically doing precisely what he should be doing right now and getting results from it. If those resources were used to grind twos and establish connections and seeing you do much better in the long term, yes, yeah, you do well connections wise. Listen to all the points from conversation before you think on stuff. You'll thank me later. Um, it seems like in somewhat every other thing, right? People get really good at. When you think about getting really good at it, it's not like you just simply do the thing and you just get a lot of reps doing the thing. It's like you do certain types of training. That trend seems to follow in like every other like sort of aspect of like skill development, or like sports or like esports, or even a lot of esports. Though it feels like esports is less developed in that area, right? You don't have coaches in high school kind of giving you drills to do. It's all about a bunch of 14 to 20-year-olds or 14 to 23-year-olds, what's it called, kind of deciding like kind of creating a culture on like what they kind of find immediately to be like pretty good for improvement, right? So I'm almost trying to like prey on the undeveloped nature of like the scene, and that like you even have like players that are like, I feel like even in like physical sports, it makes more sense for people to have like people to be complacent, right? Because you have like physical advantages, like maybe like you're really tall or something. I don't know, but like like in esports, it's like almost less so, right? Where it makes less sense that like someone can like really not work hard for like an extended amount of time and stay at the top. Though obviously that's becoming less and less the case as time goes on. Right. Kind of coming back to that other point. Turning is around, you gotta keep doing that and getting better. Kind of coming back to the main point, right? Main thing is what's it called? Differentiation. If I wanted different results, which I do, I would never do the same exact thing like it seems like every other like bubble players, right? Because it seems like 90% of people who do that like routine aren't pro and never will be. So it's like I'd have to do something else on top of it anyways. Okay. Alright, need to lock in. Lock in. Okay. Still here looking for this 90-degree turret. I didn't gotten better at it as time has gone on. Yeah, I needed to go a little bit faster or just cut it a lot better at the end. Well, to cut it a lot sooner. I try to get like in front of the ball, get a back foot to it. Is that good enough? Is that good enough? What do you think? Right, got more than a 90-degree, right? Yeah, I got it all the way over there. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Also, was first cut good enough? Oh, let me look. Yeah, that's good. Alright, let's go. No, I'll try to keep ball cam on. Sorry, time. I thought I was gonna hit it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's weird. Just the difference in like, just not holding my controller for so long means that like, it just feels a lot less. Obviously, I feel a lot less warm, right? Because I was talking for basically 2 hours. Not basically, like 2 hours, exactly. Alright, so let's still see how far can I get here. Oh, I think I was also thinking about this during. It's like, as a coach, from your perspective, a player's capacity is kind of like limited, right? Because you're not the player and you're not doing everything possible to improve. The vast majority of people aren't doing that, right? Aren't even doing like everything possible by like what's like currently known, right? Which is like play twos and then play scrims, right? So the vast majority of people aren't even like putting like that. Oh my gosh,
Okay,
ulti,
say
I
that
can't do this.
again?
I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I need to get through my training. Give me a minute, 40 seconds. All right.
All right, all right.
Thank you. Um, let me chill a little bit. Right. Let me chill a little bit. Just kind of finishing that thought. It's like, okay, seems like. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I forgot. Seems like most. Yeah, okay. Coach perspective. Even through like known means, most people aren't doing like really what like they could be / should be, but mainly could be doing, right? So like by these kind of like, I don't know, what is it, rudimentary? I don't know. By the methods known today, people aren't even like fully capitalizing on them. So like it kind of makes sense that as far as like coaches view like skill and like how certain different bars of skill could improve, right? They're not going to see too many like I think I got decent power on that one. We're not going to see too many like explosive growths in skill. Like the vast majority of players that work with are not going to have like really explosive skill growth or especially they're not going to change like a vertical of their gameplay, right? Because why would they? They're playing in a team setting where they're kind of like, what's it called? Incentivized to kind of stay the way they are almost in certain aspects, like good aspects, but like almost in bad aspects, right? Because probably one of the biggest reasons why like a player would never a player like Fairy Peak would never become a player like Fatira isn't because it's not possible. It's because like they're in a team environment and like it's kind of they're not really focused on their personal improvement. Almost, not almost, but yeah, kind of. All right, time is going off, which means I have 30 seconds left. I'm trying to get a flick a little bit above. I'm not sure if everything I just said was like true, but what's that? Right, I think it's kind of like almost backtrack, not really backtrack though. It's like kind of speculation. Right? It might be right. The reason why they say that might be because like the coaches and right they have a limited impact on what, like their players, how their players grow, and like their slope of growth over time. All right, yeah. All right, good backflip. So like I'll say 10 seconds left. Looking for a left flick over half checkpoint height. Honestly, a little bit surprised I got to level 11. Because I was like, obviously came in cold, was a little distracted. But just still get it done, I guess. Alright, one more flick. Alright. Alright, hello, ulti. What did you want to say?
So I just wanted to kind of answer your perspective, but I kind of need that again. What you were trying to say, like from a coach's perspective,
From a
was it?
coach's perspective, it seems like the vast majority of players and like pretty much any players you work with don't seem to exhibit like a crazy amount of growth, right? Like even Ronskin, who seems like a pretty good coach, the only reason Accelerate is like it feels like the only reason Accelerate is like the place they are right now, is because like most of the roster got swapped out for Oxygen, right? So it kind of feels like
They just don't have their roster together right now.
Accelerate.
Yeah, they're just not. Their rotation isn't really like solid enough yet. It's too many open like windows on their defense, but they'll fix that over time, I'm sure.
Yeah, but like yeah, the idea is that like as a coach you have limited impact and that can kind of that could possibly impact your like view on skill development. That was pretty much the gist of it. That would solve.
So do you mean like in terms of okay? So are you saying like because we're not at the skill of pros, we can't understand pros? Or-
No, it's that because you're not a player putting your all into and experimenting with things and like trying different things, I think there's less of a feel for what are the max like change possibilities of a person or like a player's like skill or like playstyle.
So do you think like, are you saying like there's a lack of perspective?
Um, Not really, because I don't think like really pros would be. It's like almost like a lack of a very unique experience, right? Because I feel like pros would probably come out with a lot of the same thing, right? So that's
Yeah,
pretty.
that's
That's
totally
honestly.
understandable. Yeah.
I mean, you could call it a lack of perspective, but it's not really like a. Oh, if you're a pro, you would like know more about like how
So
much. If
I
that makes
would
sense.
agree if it wasn't for the fact that like we're talking to pros all the time and like different levels, like skill levels all the time, and we see like where people fall off and we see where people don't, right? We have a bunch of, at least in my experience, I can't speak for a bunch of different coaches, but like in my experience being a coach for like 6 years, right? Um, I have seen players have overthought, who had a massive amount of potential, just like burnt out, and like did try it the grindy way too, and also burnt out because they kept trying to take things into their own hands when it
Or
came
could
to uh, like trying to break things down and like explain stuff, and then like would get too lost in thought, and then would end up just not playing peak every time because they just weren't allowing themselves to enjoy the game because they
okay?
made it feel like work.
Could you give like? Could you not like every example? Basically, any example, any examples you can remember of this, and like just detail the situations.
Um, I don't know if I really could, because I think everyone's different in the way that they break down. But I also think it's really hard for me to go off of like the past 6 years of my life and remember specific scenarios off of it more than I do like remember the overall lesson over time. Because it's kind of an
That makes
accumulation. It's
sense.
not like one instance, right?
Probably okay. I think I probably asked you this at some point. What's like the most pronounced like situation you remember? I'm not sure if it's like repeating
Most
each
pronounced
other,
situation.
or like someone was like,
People who just go into scrims and then like play scrims, don't review anything, and just show up for scrims and like try and go into it, always find themselves lacking and actually get into the mental side of things inappropriate. So like it's very toxic. It breaks down like the honeymoon phase, right? The honeymoon phase will go on. It feels amazing, and then like
it feels
they
amazing to
keep
what?
trying to. Sorry, what?
It feels amazing to like do what action? You say?
The gameplay feels amazing. In general, the feeling, the overall like feeling of the game that you're in with the players that you're with, it
Okay.
feels amazing, right?
hmm
The experience, we'll say that the experience feels amazing. And then after honeymoon period, you know, they won't really like try and improve anything, or they'll try and like take things to their own hands as to what to improve and end up like correcting shit that doesn't need to be corrected because they're too focused on like what individuals could do better versus like what the rotation needs, right? So it's like, once again, this is an argument about how teams function on like scrim atmosphere and like on a team, right?
I'm not sure if
But
I get
point being,
your
sorry.
what's called the characterization of like you say like what individuals need to do versus what the rotation needs. It seems like
Right.
whatever you try to implement like rotationally would it be basically getting
It
individuals
would
to
be
take certain
individual in a
act.
sense, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but I guess I understand like what you mean basically.
Yeah. It's just
But-
the idea that like they intertwine more than it is about individual thought process. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
So, you know, it's more about like what can you do to function better on the team you have is kind of what I mean. But my whole point being, I've seen players like take it into their own hands about like how they need to like fix the team and like telling them like to go for that ball, don't go for that ball, go for it this way, control it more, blah blah blah, right? And it's like, honestly, it's kind of destructive because what you'll see is like this this consistent loop of like people trying to bring in more answers than what's required, and instead of like a if it's not broke don't fix it kind of mentality, they kind of go within as like saying, okay, what can I do better? And then whenever they try to make it better, it ends up like making something else like horrible. Because once again, if you put it into manual thought process versus like doing subconscious gameplay, like you're gonna have a hell of a time. Really what you need to consciously focus on whenever it actually gets to that point is staying good with your comms, and like even that becomes muscle memory, right?
Yeah.
But the idea is like the only manual thing that you do is like little changes in between games every now and then, but like nothing huge, because once again it's the instinctive factor, right? And then it's all about like how does your team function against the functionality of the other team. So it's a lot less in your hands than you might think about like the results that you get. But at the same time, when you're like trying to get networking and stuff, it's not about trying to improve more than it is about trying to get like a higher rank or higher status so you can get better content. And then get the improvement aspect.
I think those are
because
somewhat
that's
like
where you will improve most.
the
'Cause
somewhat
otherwise,
the
it's
same.
like- sorry, go ahead.
Somewhat the same, right? So what's it called? Wait, so someone has said in chat, yo, play a game of 2s or 3s, and if you score 2 goals, I will gift a sub. No, I'm good. I'm sorry. I don't know. I already not gone through too much. I'm just like thinking about too much right now. And kind of thinking about what you said, it feels almost like it's not about them actually trying to focus on something. It's more about what they're trying to focus on. Sorry about that. Wait, I don't know if you're like making a video or anything, but have a nice day. Yeah. What's it called? It's like I'm trying to think about this. Oh yeah, it's not about what the fact that they're trying to fix the team or whatever. It's more about what they're actually focusing on to like fix the team, right? So if that makes sense, it sounds like the problem isn't that they're trying to like, I don't know. It's like it's their content, right? Like it's like them focusing on the
Right, it's the
individual
scenario.
trends, not the like rotational trends, almost. Is that right? Am I getting the gist
Say
of that
that
correct?
again. I'm sorry. I'm
So
a
it
little
sounds
confused.
like the issue there when you're talking about things you've seen in the past isn't that they're trying to fix something. It's not that they're trying to fix. Yeah, it's not that they're trying to fix something. It's that they're kind of doing it recklessly without care for like other aspects of the game that it changes.
Well, it's not that. It's more about, and this is kind of what I said earlier, right? It's all about output control and like the sense of like, where is, what are you doing that makes it good for your team, and what are you doing that makes it bad for you? But that's all about trying to win. You know what I mean? And so if you focus on just like, okay, what can I do to survive, and what can I do therefore like to win? You kind of answer those questions anyway because your brain's a lot better at survival than you are. Because it's kind of, I don't know, programmed into our brains from thousands of years.
Can you repeat that?
So,
Or like repeat it and like rephrase it, I
so
guess.
Rocket League being instinctive, right? And this is kind of my point. I really want you to think of this. I'm going to take this into a different route, okay? Just bear with me on the thought process here.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you think about Rocket League, you are learning everything from scratch based off of the way the game is programmed and movement, right? The idea that you drive forward, you turn, you jump, flip, you get flip resets in a certain way, the way you reset everything, right? Like all the mechanics, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All the mechanics become muscle memory. The only way to improve that muscle memory is just trying to do the thing. But here's the thing that's most important. When you are, for example, as a human, when you are learning how to walk or learning how to run or whatever, usually your body is really good about doing things that take care of like most of the issues that like if you thought about would just take forever to do, right? So for example, like what muscles to move in your body, or the fact that like when you're walking, your head like acts as like a gyroscope, right? It'll like stay stable the whole time. In the same sense, right? Bear with me here. So the idea is when you get better at walking, when you get better at running, when you get better at climbing, when you get better at survival or hunting or whatever, right?
Mhm.
When you're in the midst of a threat, let's say like a bear is literally attacking you, right? You're not gonna be like trying to think about like, okay, how far is this spear gonna go through this part, right? It's more about like, you know where they're weak and where they're strong, and you're just gonna send it, bro. Hopefully it works, right? And
Yeah.
the idea is like, that level of like survival aspect is all in the moment stuff because you can't rely on manual thought process when under a high amount of pressure because you will collapse. It's all about going back to the training that you have, right? But the thing is, in Rocket League especially, the more you play the game, the more you're going to have muscle memory, which is your training. And so rather than having to worry about how are you going to function, it's all about having the confidence in what you're doing already and just knowing what works subconsciously. Because you won't know what works until you keep surviving more. Just as where like
Wait, could you repeat
know-
that? I think you cut out a little bit. You won't know what works until.
Sorry. So like you won't know what works until you get used to surviving more. Right? Because it's all about just putting yourself in more exposure towards danger in high-paced, fast-thinking situations where you don't have time to think, because if you think, you lose. Because a player who can do it without thinking will always be better than you. And so if you put yourself in scenarios of survival consistently, that's where you gain in skill and your ability and stuff. So my whole point is, just as in life with survival is the same way with Rocket League in survival, because the game is not something that's like a words game. It's all about movement and muscle memory and reaction time and your ability to process in the moment on pressure, which is also why I said it's like improv. You can't get it good at improv until you have confidence and the ability to just kind of go with it. This is why there's literally a thing in improv called yes and, right? Because when you hear something that's like in a character or whatever, whenever you're playing the game, you know, it's all about not really trying to think it through. It's just about doing. And like you just get better at staying consistent with the character. Same thing when you're in game with Rocket League. You learn how to go with the moment on the flow, and if something shows up, you just kind of deal with it.
Okay. I think I'll also like. Do you want me to respond? How's that first?
You can, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I think I'll kind of also take a different perspective, or
Sure.
not take a different perspective, kind of take a different line of reasoning, right? In that the main, it feels like okay, let's kind of map what you've talked about with training, right? And you kind of map it onto, you know, training in all sorts of disciplines, right? Because like obviously humans have like done, I don't know, training to like at the highest level of anything for obviously a long time, and it's just
Right,
obviously
but if you
gotten more
think,
refined
I'm
as
going to
time
interrupt
goes
on this one.
Yeah.
So I want you to think about the fact that baseball, hockey, football, soccer, you know, basketball, all these things, in order for you to get into them in the beginning, you had to be taught how to play the game.
Is
Unless
that
we're
true?
talking like deep roots from the very beginning, right? But
I mean, yeah, because
ultimately-
there's structures that like coach you. If you play the game a lot, then you're probably going to be in like some sort of coached environment. Yeah.
right. But what I mean to say is like, when in the midst of the game, they just need you to be the player that you are. And so the idea is like trying to think in the midst of your games rather than like getting used to the reaction. It's just way less efficient. Versus like, yeah, practicing muscle memory, 100%, great idea, right? Once you got that muscle memory down, let it be subconscious. That's the whole point. And this is kind of what I meant, right? Whenever, like, do you drive? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18. I drive.
18. Okay, so do you know what they say whenever, like, if a car's oncoming, what don't you do? Like, let's say it's nighttime, they have their headlights on. What's the last thing you want to do? You don't want to look at their car. You don't want to look at their headlights. Why?
I don't know. It'll just blind you.
Well, obviously with the light factor, sure. But the idea is like where your head looks is where the car will take you, because your brain automatically turns. Or like, have you ever like merged and then like as you're like merging into highway or something, onto the highway, have you ever noticed like if you look to the side, whenever you weren't used to it, you would accidentally like turn to the left or turn to the right
Yeah.
or whatever?
Yeah.
Um,
I know
it's the
that feeling.
same concept, right? Your brain knows the answer to the puzzle you're looking at. You just need to know what puzzle you're looking at.
I don't think that's true.
Hmm?
So your brain, like the brain is pretty good at a lot of things, but like looking at like a scenario, right? Let's say you're looking at VOD review. You're in a scenario, you pause it, or if you're in game, you're in a scenario. Your brain is like, okay, what should I do here? It obviously doesn't make the right decision, even based on knowledge you know and knowledge you don't know, like your
Right, and
conscious
that's why
mind.
trial and error. Yep.
And it seems like because everybody at all times is doing trial and error, in order to kind of surpass that like baseline level of improvement, you can do sort of like conscious work. And this kind of like applies to every, field, right? You kind of do conscious work, conscious like theory, basically theory. Like even the yes and example is like, you could do improv and just say like, okay, you're gonna start doing improv, like whatever you think that is, and you start doing that.
Yeah,
But
concepts. You're talking about concepts.
If you had the concept of if you never taught the concept of yes and, like think about how many hours I could set you forward or backwards. And because like this is like sort of like basically a competitive right scenario, it's gonna be a little bit different in that that's trial and error, or like basically just getting reps in is the baseline, right? And then the theory work, finding how to do theory work, finding how to like basically join the conscious, not join, like use the conscious mind and the subconscious mind as efficiently as possible, is like kind of the optimization problem you're given, right? So that's kind of how I think about it, and how it seems like a lot of people have like thought about it. Yeah, after the sentence, how people have like thought about it in like a lot of like competitive and learning spheres. That's it.
Yeah, so I think the argument mainly is that like when you're starting out, you're learning concepts and getting the fundamentals down. But at the point where you need to like truly like thrive, you can like work on your fundamentals only so much until you realize like the improvement there is going to be marginal in comparison to the new skills you're learning, which is how to be on the team and and like how to survive. Because the idea is like once you have all your training, you can't try and think on your training. You have to go on and practice with the training in the background, which is like all of your subconscious thought process, which is why like all the stuff that you learn about the game is like the fact that you're rank B now, right? And the fact that you've been like at a very high level of gameplay in general, right? You have the fundamental concept down. Now all it is like exposure time.
I don't think that's true.
What do you mean?
So like even like something pretty fundamental, which I would say is like padding, right?
Sure.
I don't have down, right?
Yep.
So like it seems like.
But going in twos will do that to you. You'll have it down by going into twos.
It
Otherwise,
seems like
you'll lose.
Also, yeah, but like it seems like the brain will iterate it a lot slower. One, two. It seems like also even pros don't have certain fundamentals down, and right. Part of it's because it's not that necessary. It doesn't really mean that much. It's like, I think you might use the term like it's one of the margins, right? Or one of the marginals, right? Not really playstyle. It's like they'll just like, let's say missing a pad, really not missing a pad, more like just taking a really inefficient route, or something like, okay, I saw this a lot in like a beast mode replay and a rise replay. They would see somebody beating them to 100 boosts and it would still go for it, right? So that is pretty much, as a scenario, it's 100% a negative.
You're not looking at what they're caring about though. Why would they? I mean,
why would they care about getting beat to 100 boosts?
No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying like they're not going to take that game nearly as seriously as like being in a tournament setting. It's not like they can't truly focus up. It just might be that they're like might just be catching them on and off time.
Yeah,
Just kind
okay.
of chilling.
Honestly, yeah, I noted that a lot while like looking at the replays I was looking at, but it seems like that shouldn't be like a subconscious thing at that point. It's like if you're getting beat to 100 boosts, it should be so like ingrained that you're not going for it that you don't even think about it. But it seems like even their fundamentals aren't fully down to that like sort of aspect. But I'm not even sure if you consider that a fundamental. I
I'm
think
gonna be real.
Yep.
I don't look at it. I don't care. Like I'm just kind of like it's whatever. Like it truly is negligible in the grand scheme of things, and to like truly like look into it, I don't care because it's all compensated for anyway when they're in the highest level. It's not like they don't have the muscle memory to do it. It's
Do
more
what?
so that they're not willing to allocate the same level of resources in a lower rate, like lower staked atmosphere.
Okay. Or you don't look at what? What do you say?
Like I don't care if they're gonna get that boost or not in a match where they're just kind of playing to have like just chill.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, and it seems like I think I decided like okay, it's kind of I would either have to watch Two's replays or what's it called I said have to, but like either watch Pro 2's replays where they're like it seems like they would be trying more, or watch Pro VOD, go back to Pro VOD. I think I decided like I'm gonna go back to Pro VOD and just like try to get the generalized feel of like how they do things there, even though I'm gonna get less of the adaptation framework. I think the whole adaptation and like rotation thing is just complete from twos. Like I think you even said it
Yeah,
earlier.
you'll
You don't
adapt
do
from
twos
twos
for
anyway.
rotation.
Yeah.
You don't do
Yeah.
twos for rotation, right? So I'll probably
Right.
just be like, I think I'm probably just gonna go back to Pro VOD to kind of just see like, is that really when they're trying their hardest? Is that the decision making they have? And it seems like in that scenario, I think I remember this in this scenario I was looking at in this like gameplay. What's it called? It was like they got scored on kind of because of it. Like obviously his teammates made mistakes, like he was like rotating out, but it seems like kind of thinking about the idea of like, oh, once you get the fundamentals down, you can kind of just like not chill, but you kind of focus on like higher level concepts. I feel like that's basically what I'm constantly doing. Like everything I practice is something I don't have down, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think your rotations are fine. That's kind of the point. But I do think your ability to like 1v3 is what needs to improve when it comes to like improving your lobbies and like content. Because like right now, the main focus you need to get to right now, Drift, is getting higher lobbies for better content. And then in doing so, and you can do that in both twos and six bands. And in my honest opinion, truly, if you just grinded twos all day, every day at the skill level that you're at, Drift, you will be forced to comply with like certain levels of gameplay in the moment, and you'll be able to adapt in those moments because that's how you don't lose. However you come up with your answer is however you come up with an answer. That's your route. But at the same time, like adding everything outside of that just kind of takes away the point, which is to just get that exposure to it and put yourself in those fast-paced environments and really just kind of throw yourself into the deep end because you'll learn how to swim. And I think right now what you're doing is like trying to figure out like how to swim into the deeper parts before you even get there. And it's like, yeah, you can, but you're never going to know until you get that experience over and over. And so, you know, you basically just need to become a better swimmer.
I'm not sure if that quite makes sense because it's not like
It's
I'm
just
like
an
pro.
analogy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Nope, that's it. Just go Q2s and go kick ass, and your mechanics will feel good anyway because you're facing players who are going to force your mechanics out of you on your scenarios.
I'm probably not gonna
And then
Q2s.
you'll actually make them practical. All right, cool. Bye.
See ya. Alright, on this level looking for either a must-do with like a lot of power with the easy setup or a decent amount of power with the hard setup. Okay, kind of thinking about that. I'm not sure. Honestly, I felt like that was a little. I felt like when I had the notes out and I was like thinking about it, it's like okay, I got solid points that I could kind of think about from the conversation with Dirk and Alti at the same time. But that conversation was a little bit like harder. It's like we kind of like agreed on some things like okay, so basically trying to merge the conscious and subconscious. Doing no theory is not as efficient as doing some theory in some cases, but at this point I'm loading myself too much. I think trying to recall what he said, he's like, okay, what's it called? Basically I'm doing too much theory, I'm loading too much, right? Actually, that is definitely one of the points he's like making. It's like, I'm doing too much theory at this point. One of the more like nuanced one is like, really, even though I'm trying to learn from Pro Replay while I'm in B, it's not going to really work. The most important part of like right now is just learning how to carry to get out of B, so that like my learning of the pro rotation actually matters more, because I'll get like to that pro rotation closer to that like pro level gameplay in my opponents, right? So like now the content will be similar. Right? It's a little similar to what some things he said in the past. I'm trying to think what else was he talking about. I'm not working on the correct things, or I'm not sure. It didn't really. So I'm doing too much theory, but I think, I don't know. It was one of the things he said was like, okay, I'm focusing too much on the fundamentals when I've got them down, and the improvement I'm getting right now is marginal, right? So then I think about that, and I think about like, oh, I feel like, one, I don't understand my rotation, right? I felt like I understand it when it was like, I understand it when it was purely ultis, like kind of framework, kind of an influence. And then I had this basically a coaching session with Spooked, where he went over a lot of my replays, and I basically tried to implement a lot more speed. And obviously that's been working, right? I'm 9-2, but it's also like, it feels like the whole idea of coverage in my head is like, I'm still piecing it together, right? And I think I piece it together a lot faster. And by iterating, basically my conscious and subconscious at the same time, it kind of like allows for a little faster movement. Though obviously that is kind of like the framework of my whole mindset and everything, right? I think the biggest thing, because I honestly even believe like a lot of the things they say about twos and everything. Like they honestly, they push me a lot further with what I thought about twos, right? And like the benefits I might have. But I think the thing that honestly holds me back from like fully getting sold on it is just like, bro, this is like there are like at least 200 people doing the same exact thing. So it's like, I can't like, what am I expecting here? If I do the same exact thing, what am I expecting? What am I expecting, right? But then it seems like from what they're saying, I basically have to rely on like a natural cap to my skill / to my like, I don't know, to like the size of, I don't know how to say this, size of certain skill graphs, right? So right now I have like a very demo-based playstyle. It started like about like a year ago when I first got B+. For whatever reason, I started just weighing a lot more towards demos, right? So it almost seems like, it's not they would say that I can't stop demoing, but it's also like they would say like I can't stop demoing, almost in a way, right? It's not like the playstyle and like certain bars you have, you can't really change it too much, right? A lot of it's instinctual. All right, that was a decent must-see. I encourage you to try for a week. Well, ulti, I haven't even, wait, I'm thinking about this. I haven't even tried, what's it called? I haven't even tried this for a week. I haven't even tried this for a week, which is crazy, right? Like this is the 15th, right? Am I thinking about this? I haven't even done this process for a week. So I haven't even tried the process you're criticizing for a week. So like, you know, I'm just gonna chill. All right, I think I already have. I'm thinking about it a lot. I'm trying to. I always want to like. I want to take a step back, right? Am I being a little bit too like stalwart? Or is it stalwart? Is it like? Okay. No, I was legit about to leave the call because I was like thinking in my head, I cannot have anybody joining right now. But like, I think it's first. I need to chill a little bit. Two, it's like I think the lack. It's even like it's a very high bar too for this process. Basically, if I don't improve in 2 weeks, then I'm changing something, right? So honestly, let me just like stick to that. I'll just stick to that, and I kind of, I don't know, it's weird because I feel like I'm not overthinking, but like I'm thinking too much about this and not like actually even doing the process, right? Kind of. In that like I'm spending like these hours, which is like I'm somewhat all right, kind of getting similar criticism. I say similar criticism because there's a lot of like really unique, really interesting like things they talked about during this time. But it's like really I kind of need to have it in my head, right? Just to make sure I'm like still like sort of nimble, right? I want to be able to change. I don't want to be like too stuck in a certain way, right? Um, if I have lack of progress for 2 weeks, then I'll stop doing this routine. Um, yeah, too stagnant and yeah, too like stubborn. I think yeah, stubborn is probably like the word I think makes the most sense. All right, we move on. Took about what's it called? Oh wait, wrong thing. Took about 11 minutes to get to level 7. I'll take it. I will take it. Will I say level? I'll say level 7. Okay, I don't care. 10 minutes. Next thing. All right, so that's kind of like the bar for what's it called? That's kind of the bar. I can kind of go back to that, right? I kind of thinking again. I guess I'll kind of revise because I think I said earlier, like the biggest reason. Well, I mean, it still kind of is the biggest reason why I do / am doing the process I'm doing is like, no matter the most convincing reasons like somebody else could give me for like doing a more conventional process, the fact that it's conventional means that it doesn't work in a fashion, right? Especially for the results I'm looking for. I'm looking for like a dynasty, right? It's almost. I'm looking to win. Looking to win big, all right? Oh. So it doesn't really make sense to do what 90%, 80% of most other people are doing. And then I guess kind of thinking about how I started the sentence, but I kind of trailed off, kind of thinking about the rest of it. I think the amount of change we're looking for you to make is the argument of static versus dynamic. We just want you to be dynamic at this point. But it's not really true. It's more like, it's like you want me to be 2 instead of being 1, right? And we'll be dynamic in that once when we're in the process of changing from 1 to 2, but like as soon as we're 2, basically as soon as we're playing 2s, right, we're gonna be static and we're just gonna be doing like the same thing until like, I fail to get out of the bubble, right? But that of course will come with time. I'm not expecting it immediately, right? I don't know, who knows, like over time I might just like constantly change more and more towards like basically a chill thing, right? Or I don't know, at some point I might not even be tracking how long I played, right? But if I do that, then I'm still happy with my process because it meant that like even though I went with like a hard, I don't know, something different at the beginning, I learned in a soon enough sense that like, I don't know, something else was better, it was gonna work more. I think probably the worst aspect about what I'm doing right now is probably it's prone to burnout. So like, even the people that have attempted it, it's almost like a treacherous path, right? If you don't have enough like dedication to kind of do it. I think, what's it called? But okay, kind of thinking about like, what are the pillars? Why do I do this? Why do I do this? First point is differentiation. Basically, you have to do something different if I expect different results. 2, seems like just looking at science and like different like how skills are developed in a lot of different other fields that like have a lot more writing on them. They have like billions of dollars of like advertising going into like these players, right? For like, I don't know, different. You think about any sort of like sport or thing where people are learning a lot. Kind of utilizing a lot of the methods, bringing what I call non-endemic techniques seems like a good idea. And then 3rd, it's almost like more of like an emotional argument, bro. There are players like in high school that play like football that try harder than a lot of pros, right? Which is a weird thing. There are players like waking up at 5 a.m. and like they're just like a part of a school football team that isn't even doing like crazy well, and they're just like they're working harder and they're just better at developing skill quicker than a lot of pros. I say working harder, but really what I mean is like time, right? It's hard to quantify that sort of like physical effort kind of thing. But that's kind of like the third one is like, bro, these things have kind of developed over time for a reason in these other like fields, I think. Or at least I'm trying, right? I don't know. It's not 100% that like non-endemic techniques work in Rocket League, but there are just a couple fundamental ways the brain works that I'm trying to utilize and learn lessons from. Alright, here we're focusing on the Musty. What's that? Honestly, I'll take that. That was a lot of power, so move on to the next level. Also, got past level 4 with Vulcan pretty easily. I don't know, maybe because I was just flowing instead of thinking about it too hard. Which is nice. Oh no, I just saw something come up in my right peripheral, and I'm not reading that until I finish this. Alright, what's it called? I just saw a wait, no, bro. Oh, actually, it's not a paragraph. It's just like my like thing is like so. Okay, wait, that is crazy. My what's it called? My chat window is so small. I was just about to say something crazy. Right, my chat window is so small that it like scrunches up the text, so like it gets really tall. So it probably isn't like that many words. Also, Ulti, where are your team? Where's your team? I don't think I've asked this. What's it called? But like, where are your team and where are your players? And like, do you guys do scrims right now? I think, yeah, this popped up on my mind one other time. But I mean, it kind of makes sense. Of course, you have, not of course, oh my gosh, that sounds crazy. Because honestly, you're not like dedicating like too much time, like to me. So it's like a couple hours, right? And it is entertaining, I guess, right? A little bit. Also, I want to start posting more content to Twitter. Right? Already have the demotion / promotional arc. Just have to keep doing well, and like it seems like that's one of the weirdest aspects is like networking with while streaming and doing like a weird process has been like obviously like more than I think it's like might be the most. Is that true? I was gonna say the most known rank B player, but they're probably some like Twitter mains. Okay, I said Twitter mains. That's crazy. Let's think like top 1%, right? Networking rank B. Weirdly enough. Wait, is that true? Is that true? If I promote, it's true, right? Because now I have a track record of being good. But like other people have a track record of being good in R&B. So I don't know. Actually, I would say top 10, right? Top 10%. Also, good, decent amount of power on that Musty, so I'll move on. Right. All right. Come on, look for a banger of a flick off one of these sides. Let me get some water in me. Looking for a banger of a flick above half checkpoint height in both sides. On both sides. I'll alternate once I get like a decent flick. Decent version of what I'm looking for. You know, I'll count that. Oh, I don't count that, but like, I'll just switch sides for the sake of switching sides, kind of. Looking to get around the ball to the right here, get that flick into the upper half of this checkpoint. Caught a little bit too much pop on the first touch. I don't think. What do I need to do, right, in the future to like, it's weird like meta comes in. What do I need to do to kind of handle streaming? This is weird. Because I think I'm doing all right. So like, so in that if anybody's like, I don't know, trash talking me on like Twitter, I don't care too much. Hey, what's up, Ava Creatives? It's a bot. I'm sorry. Or it's either okay. It's somebody promoting their designs. All right. Somebody promoting their Twitch designs. All right, and their graphics. All right, that I unfortunately do not want to use. Hey, Ian, what's poppin'? So I'm kind of trying to think about this, right? So I'll get like trash talked on Twitter. It seems like okay, I'm pretty okay at handling that. Not even okay, I'm pretty good at handling that. Or like I don't think about it too much, especially right now. I'm focused on improvement. Um, well, like let me think about the conversation I just had. Right? That's like sort of a big disagreement, right? I feel like I'm doing all right, but like sometimes I like it's called. Sometimes I kind of just need to chill. Right. Ideally, I don't want to like have to take a breather, but like if I need to take a breather, then I can just chill. I don't know. I'm not actually like the person where I'm chilling. I'm chilling most of the time. I'm just chill like that. But like, you notice after having like an extended conversation on like almost something close to like an identity for me at this point, it gets tense almost. That's kind of what it feels like. So then let me kind of think about it. What do I do? I mean, so if I like, let's say as time goes on, I get more viewers, right? Let's say, all right, like this won't happen. Which seems like it will happen, especially if I get better. If I go to B plus, then, or if like I'm on promotion, I don't know. I'll probably do okay. Also gonna switch from this at this point to get past level 7. It seems like it wouldn't really get too much more intense, right? Because it's really only one-on-one conversations that are kind of like a lot, or I can perceive as a lot. But other than that, it's like, right, if they're just a bunch of people, then it's like it doesn't really matter too much, right? Especially since like it's not like, or I don't know. Let me think about this. Ian, when are we 1v1ing? Skull emoji. I'm down whenever. Dope, dope. It's honestly a great time right now because my controller's broken, so you get a handicap since I'm playing KBM. Sounds great. Interesting. Okay. I think the amount of change we're looking for you. I meant more so in your processing ways. Eventually, you're going to see that less equals more. Maybe. RL skill increases so based on climatizing, and a big thing is that you don't get to climatize until you're actually like rank A or X even. It has to happen before that. It seems like that's kind of what like people are dependent on because they don't. There's no way people don't know how to improve outside of that, right? So outside of being in a high level kind of system and high level scrims for it's like it's a retaining force for pros, right? Just like having high level scrims and keeping like up to date with like meta kind of like that through reps purely kind of just keeps a lot of pros in for longer than they might be if like people knew how to improve outside of playing literally the best in the world every single day, right? So the idea is like I'm almost trying to separate the improvement, not to separate the like what's it called, yeah, separate the improvement from like the high level gameplay. Um, yeah, because like if you're kind of reliant on playing better people to get better, then you're almost like in like a losing game, right? If that makes sense. Like pretty much all of improvement is trying to do your best to get better than the people that you're already playing against, right? I don't know. I'm shivering, bro. It's weird. I'm like out of. I don't know. I'm like I have like a shaky voice right now because like I'm like cold, and then I guess I'm a little nervous, and then I'm also not like taking time to breathe for some reason when talking, bro. No, I think it's mainly like I'm cold, bro. Wait, like give me a second. Let me turn on the heater. I do think, especially given that I used to be way more similar to your thought process in the beginning than you may think. You're getting a lot of confirmation bias for something you can only guess, and especially beating around the bush to try and find an answer for with your logic. I'm down to explain how my thought process was very similar, but that's kind of my point. Um, I am unique in all ways. You kind of, you kind of just got to stop talking and go do twos all day for a bit. Midnight, yeah, they scream, and we're working on rotation right now. All stuff happens at 6 p.m. or later. Lol. Makes sense. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What's it called? So sounds great. You're 9-2 since demoting. Good grind. Thank you, Ian. Um, Dragon season. At Ian. Ian says lol. All right, I'm going on break, boys. What am I doing? I literally just said it. I'm going on break. Wait, let me see how long for. All right, one for. Why did I just ask myself a question? Okay. Yeah, I'll be on break for 50. Right, just trying to do 1/3. Like I feel like something like as simple as this, the idea that I try to break for 1/3 that I'm on. Right? This isn't like I don't know. I don't have to think too hard about it. It's just like, okay, if I'm really putting in my all and thinking hard for this period that I'm on, then I need recovery. That feels like even something like that, it's like, oh, you don't really have to think that hard. But like I think these sort of things add up. If you're able to do these things that kind of just make sense and seem to provide gains in like other areas where the brain has to think, that's basically my hope. And what I believe in is like, okay, if I just do all these things that are proven, then will all compound to me improving a lot. And it seems to so far, right? I've been doing this process for like 5 days. I demoted, but I also promoted, and I'm 5-9-2 right now since promoting. All right, I'm gonna take 50, and I'm gonna go eat. Oh, what's poppin' 7? Why is this? Why is everybody in here? How did you call that? 7 IJ Ian at Driftmaster. How did you call that? Call what? This bro. Lol. Sub Dragon at Dragon Season at 7 IJ OMG. Hey, bro, this is so weird. This, share your Discord, bro, if you want to check my portfolio. Are you a robot? Yes. Oh my gosh, that's what I was like. Because honestly, some people like they come in themselves and they promote. Ayo, Dragon Season was popping. Some people they come in as themselves promoting their what's called their graphics, and it's like okay, I respect the hustle, but like no, it's because what's it called? It's also I don't know. I guess it's like kind of a bait because they have a lot of the time. It's really funny. They have girl names, and I think they're like kind of baiting, hoping to bait people into like responding. Which like I mean, honestly, big brain makes sense. But like I think I've seen this account before. But sometimes they come in and they have like the names like J Graphics XD, right? And they'll come in, but they won't be a bot. They're just hustling themselves. They're just in chats. And then I'll be like, oh, it's a bot. And he's like, yo, what are you talking about? And then 10 seconds later, he's like, yo, if you need any custom graphics, I can, I can, I can get you some. Oh my gosh. All right. I'm going to break for 50 minutes. On Fort. On Fort. Follow Age, Ava Creatives, J Minds. What's it called? I am not a boot, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, is that Drift Master? Yes, it is. You're a boot, buddy. Oh my gosh, no! Imagine it has like automated responses. Dragon Season by Drift Master. Hope you have a good break. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a good day. And we're off. Oh wait, need to update the record. We're going too positive. What's it called? Overlay can't keep up. That's crazy. 27 and 9. That is crazy. It's not that crazy though. This is regular. This is regular for me. This is regular. You just win like I'm supposed to. All right. This is no longer in the red. All right. We're in the orange. We're in the orange. We're 11 off promo. Thank you, Ian, as well. Have a wonderful day.
I see you look nice, you don't care to be. I've seen with my eyes, I know what you mean. And it's awful, you let me bleed. And it's awful, you're not the same like you were. 'Cause are you in love with him? She told me it's all my fault, you're wrong again. And the truth is never told, you're never here for me. Yeah, please cry yourself to sleep.
This is a banger. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me get back into it. Okay. Wait, let me get some water in me. I'm gonna get indigestion because I'm like scarfing this down too quickly. Pause. Jeez, that sounds crazy. I didn't mean it like that. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's so funny. Okay, gonna get into Air Dribble Gauntlet right now. Set it up. Okay, I kind of like what's it called? Kind of excited to see how this, I don't know, this drift experiment works out. All right, you got training for full mechs. All right, I'm about to go through the mechanics Olympics. Learning how to rotate like a genius, learning the genius rotation. All right, and just merging the two. All right, what is the result? The result is, I don't know, haven't made it there yet. All right, let's go. Let's get into this. I say let's get into this as I immediately not get into it. All right, looking back, what did I do yesterday? Also, yeah, still have only been doing this process for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. 5 days before this. All right, so still reaping like the benefits, or there's still many benefits unreaped. All right, through doing this long term. Okay, what am I looking for here? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? I got level 8 in 17 minutes and 26 seconds on this top clock. All right, looking for faster. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. In the beginning. You know that clip? That's a banger. That's a banger. Okay. I don't know. In the past, it's like, not in the past. Pretty much Air Dribble Gauntlet's the most intensive on the hands. Kind of. Not kind of. It seems like it is just the most intensive, like, especially on the thumb. Also, why is it doing that? Why does it show an A? Please, oh, why is this a thing? Why is it showing an A? Okay. Get this Xbox out of here. Xbox looking. Okay, come on. Alright, lock it. Obviously done a better job there. Went a little too high there. I tried for the pinch. Didn't really estimate where the wall was perfectly. Interesting. Already getting stuck on level 2, I see. Not the first time, though. I'm starting to think almost in like a editing mindset as well. Though I don't edit yet. Edit like videos, I mean. So like I'm thinking about like what I want to say, like how I want to clip it in the future, right? Oh, dang. It's one of the, it's like I've done a reset into the, into the, I don't know, the ring before. But like this is one of the first times in a while that I've actually just gone in. Just did a good job getting a reset. Got enough power that went into the ring. Won't count that with the air jewel here though. Okay. I see just all these like gifts in my right, the right corner of my eye. And you tried to move past it. Yeah, good job getting like, I had to get in front of the ball, right, because I was just pushing the ball too far to the right at this point. Did a really good job getting underneath the ball and to like the right side of this ball at the same exact time, which means that I'm able to keep enough height that I can just get to the other side, start readjusting towards the ring, and yeah, nice. I think this is where the rebound happens. It's like kind of with the air dribble gauntlet, time has been not going up, but kind of going up, I'm not gonna lie. Right, so when I started doing max, it was like the lowest it was, and then, or when I started this split of doing max consistently, aka these past 5 days, it was the lowest, but now it's getting lower and lower. Right? My runs are getting deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Also, it's weird, like, I feel like when I think it's a relative thing, but like, when I listen to my voice in like post, listen to like a video of myself, I don't hear it being that low, but then again, like, it's like, other people hear it as like a really low voice, so I think it's like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I just have a deep voice, right? Especially, I don't know, I think it's online as well. Like, cause I think in person I speak in like a higher tone. I don't know. It's kind of just like my outdoors tone. Or like friendly tone. I don't know. But here, it's demon time. Decent first touch. Horrible next touch. Alright, come on. Trying to get out. Trying to get to level 8 in under 10 minutes. Yeah, it seems like the reason why it got worse is because my hands, like I said, it's really intensive on the hands. And it takes like time to recover, right? But instead of recovering, I was like, okay, let me just kind of play through it and eventually I'll stop. I never got sore. I could just feel the fatigue, right, in my fingers. I didn't realize I was that close to the ring. Like, I kind of low-key stopped trying to go for it, right? Because honestly, at that point, I could have done something like that. Try to get to the... It's possible to get this in. I don't know why. Nice, yeah. Alright, I don't know why it's not that much. I don't know why I spent that much time on it, but let's go. And I'll probably start editing during breaks a lot more because gotta get content out somehow. Okay, let me turn down the heat real quick. No, I feel like if I turn it down, then it's gonna actually get too cold. And honestly, too hot is way better than too cold, so I'm about to take a shower. But I'm gonna about to go work out and then take a shower, so it doesn't really matter too much. I sweat a lot right now. I'm thinking, like, when I start editing, what should I include? Also, for some reason, I read the top time as like 11 minutes already, but it was not. So like, kind of thinking about it, I'm gonna edit together something about demoting. Not about demoting. It's gonna be like almost like a montage of the demote. And actually, I think, yeah, I can kind of like, because technically nobody really knows the time scale of one thing. Or like, I don't know, probably like 30, max 30 people know the time scale of when I exactly demoted. It doesn't even really matter. Like, I could just kind of like act like I just demoted. Not like I just post a video about the demotion, right? Later than actually happened. And it's pretty alright. It's content nonetheless. A real reaction to me, what's it called? I've recently started doing this thing where if I'm thinking or like I make a mistake, I go like this. And I feel it looks so weird. It looks like I'm like tucking into like my little turtle shell. Ah! Ah! My eyes! Oh wait, no. Wait. That's concerning. So just a tiny bit concerning. Yeah, I can farm clips of myself doing that and like put on like sad music or... And then now like... I think, I don't know, I've accumulated some amount of followers, right? If I post like a good video that has like, I don't know, good, I don't know, statistics or like, I don't know, AI or the Twitter AI, the Twitter algorithm picks up, then it'll go out to a lot of people. But how many people know what 6 minutes is? I don't know, to be honest. Oh, actually, I think enough people on Twitter know what 6 minutes is. Right? And it's like, it's also like kind of like a human thing in the way like I demoted, in that like, even if they don't know what like rank C or rank B is, like the fact that I demoted, I made mistakes, and it's like sad music, it's like just like kind of like a human emotion thing. Right? As long as it's well put together, like it'll just, anybody who doesn't even play Rocket League will kind of get it. This should kind of be the goal of like most of my content. It's like the goal is like understandability without without specification, or like without certification almost, right? So it's like really accessible. But honestly, I don't think I even really have to think about that too much. I just have to like, actually get in the, you know, the editing room, right? And like actually start, you know, putting something together. Otherwise, I don't really know how it's gonna look. I think I'll kind of start out more with like clips from stream, and then I'll move more towards like montage, and like I think there's like a plugin I can use that like montage editors use for like what's called in-game, or to like get like a virtual camera in-game and like do certain things, right? I'm gonna start doing something like that, but it's gonna take a little bit, so I'm just gonna focus on like just taking from stream clips. Alright, might watch some videos inspiration for editing. I think, yeah, I have a playlist on YouTube that's like, oh, editing or YouTube inspiration or something like that. Or videography. Actually, I know I have one called videography, but that doesn't matter right now. Right now, I'm trying to do well in this Dribble Gauntlet. Also, I can like kind of just like easily promote stream and Twitter and what's called 6 minutes. It's like just super easy. I pretty much go into general, say like I'm streaming, and then I just do that every day, and then it'll just kind of like, it's not honestly free, I'm not gonna lie. I'll just basically talk about the fact that I'm streaming as much as possible in like VChat. Whatever chat I'm in. Also doubles as networking, because the same people that would like watch something on Twitter are the same people that would be on like a team for me. Also seems that like ability to adapt and play multiple like positions is something that I really want to be able to do, right? To be like a really good player. So something they said, one of the coaches were in the call with me, said like Vatir could do pretty well when you switch from Moist to KC. Probably gonna get that through 6 minutes. That ability through 6 minutes. Or not just through 6 minutes, through 6 minutes, and a lot of other extra work. I think, honestly, the main reason why I'm hedging my bets on like kind of like honestly like a theory side, or more theory-based like approach, is because I think I have better resources to learn from, as far as like learning how to learn go, than like a lot of other people have, which is unfortunate. I have to actually take from that resource. Nice, okay. Yeah, as soon as I passed the time it took me yesterday, just like, it's like, okay, here you go. Definitely getting better at double resets, but still not the best at them. Try for the touch afterwards. Try for that reset. Did not work out. I'm struggling, bro. Wait, what team did I think Ulti coached for? I thought he coached for 26 Rising. And I think he said, what's it called? What did he say earlier? I forget what he said. Wait, was that right? I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not like remembering things correctly, am I? I'm thinking like in my head, it's like, okay, Twitter coach on Twitter. I was about to say Twitter coach. No, that's like, it sounds 10 times worse than coach on Twitter. Right. Actually, no, Twitter coach Ulti. Alright. In my head, I was like, okay, Twitter coach Ulti. Coaches 26 Rising. But that just might, I think that was their org probably. Right. And it just didn't like pan out super well. I missed the reset. Oh my gosh, come on. I tried. But a no liquor. Oh yeah, actually, wait, bro, I'm getting stuck on this level. That's not good. Nah, I didn't get the reset. Front wheel's in touch. Or at least one of the front wheels in touch. Nope. It's weird how hard it is to be accurate, right? This sort of position. It's like, just like, I'll get a reset, right? I'll have all the time in the world to adjust it, but I'll just like, just hit it wide. Should've went lower. Oh, I missed the reset. Bro, I'm actually selling on this level. Okay. Well, it's not that hard, but it wasn't that hard. Okay. Come on. Let's go. Alright, here, just trying to get to the ring. Pretty simple objective. Oh, I forgot, you can't go through that. Oh, I misread that completely. I'm surprised the ball went this far. Oh wait, accidentally. So it's like, I guess I don't know, I just hit it off there, and it just went so high. And obviously I didn't read the backboard or the sidewall correctly. Okay, wait. I'm gonna start listening to music right now. I don't know, I just feel like it. Except Spotify doesn't want to work right now on Fort. Actually, I could probably restart it and it would work. Yay, kind of. Alright, now I have to load everything again. Like I scrolled down, the songs at the bottom of the leader, not the leaderboard, I don't know, the playlist weren't loading. I'm trying to go as high up as possible. Oh. Song's a banger, bruh. Ah, don't land correctly. Alright, gonna keep going until I get like higher than that highest one I've done this session. Well, second highest one. Actually, I got one other one that was really high, so a little bit higher than that, basically. Yeah, that's a little bit higher than that. Greed. Nice. Okay. We move on. We move on. We got to level 8 in, what, 23? 23 minutes? Took a long time on level 7. It's a banger. It's just a vibe. It's just a vibe.
Hi, my name is Louis Louis. I made this recording all by myself. The first thing I have to tell you is this.
Okay. Need to tighten things up, right? Was doing a really good for a long time with like what the heck? What the with was kind of bro. What did I just click? Sorry about that. Okay. Did a really good job for a long time with just staying on track and everything, staying on time. I'm trying to get back to that level. All right, just kind of get into it. Let me get into this. First, let me turn on this fan, and then I'll get into it. All right. All right. When I do start editing, if I can like promote my what's it called? I think it's yeah, because I'm posting on Twitter. I don't have to promote Twitter, or I could promote like a follow on Twitter. But mainly follow what's called on Twitch. Or tune in on Twitch, streaming every day. Okay. Or I'll probably say something like improving every day. Crazy. That was cringe. That's cringe. All right, let's get into it. Right. I said I wanted to get on track again. Let's get on track. Last time I did this first shot, what did I get? I got 0. All right, looking for better. I said it was bad. Looking for better. Okay. Come on. Looking for that. Arrow left. I'll say top right. Close. Alright, feeling clean so far. Trying to continue out. I was a little bit to the left of the top right. Arrow left, top right. I'm not sure if I said that correctly the first time. And for that top right. Recovery. Oh, dang, that power set was clean. Alright, come on. Come on, get it into that top right. Close, a little bit low. Close. You know that guy who's what's it called? He plays he's one of the bad guys in I think Breaking Bad or maybe Better Call Saul. And there's also like another he's also the same like bad guy, not bad guy, he's like the CEO of like the company and The Boys. What is it? What's his name? It's like some I don't know, something Fishburne? Actually it might be someone else. This might be someone else, right? He's just like the perfect bad guy. I feel like he's just like almost so stoic, kind of. He's like a He's like a modern Bond villain, kind of, but like he's just like, it feels like he's perfect for the role every time he plays that sort of villain character. Come on, looking for that top right. Still. Close. Close. That was not close, but we say close anyways. Oh, Spooked is in. Spooked is on. Pog, I guess. Alright, time went off, which means I didn't make it in time. Felt like a lot better on the average shot, but didn't get it in, so I still didn't get it in. Oh, I thought I was gonna hit that in coincidentally, but I hit it out. Alright, 10 more seconds. Close. Yeah, I do find it really hard to hit it like crossbar in, or right below that crossbar. Just get it down to that height. Times. Nice. Is that top right? Top right? Let's see. No, that's a little bit to the left. Alright, gonna end on that one. Oh, the ball went in. Didn't explode. Probably because of the free play checkpoint. Meh. Not the worst average. Average shot. Okay, next thing. 3 minutes. Yeah, I definitely, what's it called? I ate that pizza too quickly. Yeah, okay. I just have to make sure I kind of spread out eating. I've noticed that, like, that I've been eating, like, a lot more quickly. And I usually give myself enough time to, like, eat. As long as I do everything, like, in quickly enough, like, I'll have time to eat, like, at a comfortable pace. Or, like, slower than a comfortable pace. Like, I had a 15-minute break, but still kind of only ate in, like, the last 15 minutes. Alright, next shot, looking for top lefts and top rights, basically the top opposite corner. Last time I did this, I did okay. This time I'll do better, okay? Alright, better, okay? Funny how that works out. Also, still sounds like, what's it called? I think I said this yesterday. Sounds like Steve Harvey when he's doing like that, like last segment of Family Feud. And it's like, you said Monday. Survey says. I don't know, something like that. Just whenever I like look back at previous results, but got it down to a system. Great minds think alike. Oh no. Alright, come on, looking for that top opposite corner. Nice slot. Come on, just looking for a really good average shot. Alright, it's not happening right now though. Come on. You know what would be a cool video idea? Take like, get a bunch of pros, you put them in a training pack, what's it called? And you have them like, you want to just, you like tell them it's like, I want to see how long, I don't know. I want to see like try for the top left shot or something for like, like 6 minutes, right? Or like 10 minutes, right? And you just like, you literally take the worst possible streak of clips and you just like, you look at all the misses, right? That would be so funny. I feel like that would be so funny. And then you just like clip it together like it's completely natural. Like, oh, you gotta hit those. This is like an off day for you? Oh my gosh. It's kind of similar to this, I think, some like thumbnail or something here. Not a thumbnail, some like video thumbnail title I saw. Like, I don't know, like cause pros to miss easy shots or something like that. Something like that, I don't know. It's where, I don't know, either Sunless, either Seabell, or Striped, alright? Those are the three. Could it be? It's weird, I don't see a lot of must-see videos on my, I don't know, YouTube I guess, but also probably because I don't watch must-see videos. It's alright though. I don't even know why. Is it just content? I guess it's just content, right? Or not. I don't know. I don't know what type of content. Because I feel like Musty makes the same content as all those other guys. Maybe it's just vibe. I don't know. Alright, timer went off, so now I'm looking for slots into the top corners. One per. Alright, so one looking for one top left, one top right. That's the top right, so just looking for the top left at this point. You know, if you, I wonder if you did really, really well in like a, what's it called? In like a regional, right? And you're unsigned. If you could just ask, if you could ask the org for like a, what's it called? If you ask the org for an advance, right? So like they pay you your salary, but you just ask them for like, I don't know, you need like a $10,000 advance per player. Just so, you know, make sure you have everything. You know, just a trust, as a gesture of faith, alright? I don't know. But I feel like you'd have to be unsigned to kind of bargain that sort of thing. Almost. Or to have like a good org. Because I feel like if you have Mardu signed to an org, even though it's a small org, they still kind of like, they can just sell me over for whatever. I kind of don't like that. I kind of don't like that aspect of a small org. I'd rather like wait, if possible at all, just wait a month and like get a bigger org. Was that a top left? Let's see. No, that was a little bit to the right by the time across the gold plane. Come on, looking for a top left still. I'll go for a top right on occasion, but... So mainly looking for that top left. Bro, it just keeps giving me these shots from the left. It's crazy. I keep just nailing them. That is wild. Honestly, crazy. Crazy consistency there. Yeah, it feels like... I was about to say my fingers are regrowing. But right, yeah, they're like healing, right? I'm less fatigued, they're getting stronger. Less fatigued. Was that it? No, that was a little bit to the... What's it called? To the right. A little bit low. To the right. Is that it? Let's see. I wanted to like stay on like the front of my car as long as possible. Is that it? Honestly, I count it. That's it. Alright, we move on to the next thing. I think I probably spent longer on that, yeah, than I thought I did. I spent 7 minutes or 4 minutes past timer. Honestly, did really great on that shot. All right, we move on to the next one. Double tap yesterday. I don't even really have to look. Got 0 on the double tap. All right, looking for this. I'll say arrow left, top left. Arrow left, top left. Looking for a hard touch to backboard. I'm just looking for that top left. Good read. Play, like what sort of touches I needed. But I did not read that well. This is ball. Like that ball isn't high enough. Like even if I got the top left there, I wouldn't count it. For a high backboard touch, that's hard for like a defender to get to. I would have counted that if I got that like through the top left. Close. I see, yeah, really close. Looking for the top left still. Come on. Alright. Oh, close. Close. Still looking for the top left. There's that flick I'm thinking of. It's like, I think a Warns player does it. It's basically, I don't know how to think about it. It's like a really fast flick. Right. Wow, crazy. We really narrowed it down here. Let's see. Ah, come on, gotta just angle that to the left. Got the decent shot, but not the top left. Still trying for that top left. Have to read it going down a little bit. Read it going down a little too much. Alright, what is it? Like, it's like, basically keep the ball like in front of you and like you rip it like that kind of. Alright, come on. Gonna have to switch arrows in a little bit. Yeah, after that shot, just gonna have to retire arrow left. Just trying to get even play. Oh, come on. Alright, come on. Close. Get the crossbar down, so the absolute worst shot. I'm not sure why I know why I went. I like aligned like that way for the shot, but it did not work out, obviously. I was like, I turned my car down right as I needed to be boosting up, right? Right. Close. I think timer went off, so. Oh, wait. Timer did not go off. Timer just went off. So, 30 more seconds. Oh, no. Okay. Whoops, almost restarted there. would have had to restart my game because I have to every time I do higher speed training. Alright, come on. What am I doing? Alright, I need to kind of get into it. Alright, last attempt. Close. Okay, we move on. Honestly, okay, average attempt. But just didn't get it, so. Like, average attempt has to get a lot better if I want to, like, make one of the, I don't know, like 50 I put in? 50 attempts over 5 minutes? Does that sound right? I think it kind of does. I think it's more than 50, at least. Attempt is also like a weird looking word. Just thinking about it. Attempt. 2 T's too. Attempt. Almost like tempest. I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking about right now. It does feel like a little bit like my brain is all over the place. Just a tiny bit. Awesome, bro. I see all these gifs. What's called Ian and Seven posted earlier. They're just here. They're just lingering. Alright, we move on. We move on though. Alright, next shot. 2 minutes. Last time I got 2 as my highest consecutive shots above half goal height. This time I'm looking for better. Alright, that's 2. That's already better. That's 3. Alright, basically counting how many shots I get above half goal height in a row. And the highest number is one I note down. Interesting. I mean, that was doable. It's a little low. I could also, I was thinking about this content strategy. I could also post on TikTok. Think about it. Probably be beneficial, kind of. Especially like, because if I'm already making the clip on like Twitter, then it's probably easier to transfer to all other platforms. One, kind of just makes sense. Just multiply my output, right? Because probably isn't gonna do like crazy well on Twitter, right? Like I have followers from some people, but not really a lot of people in the Rocket League, let's say bubble scene or like high level scene, or people that follow it somewhat closely. All right, this one. But all you have to think about right now is what's it called? The shot. It's too close. Okay, I feel just like a lot, like I have a better idea of what I want to do here. This one. This one. This 2. No, that's doable. I just can't like pre-jump it to read the ball. This 1. Oh, I gotta get higher. This 1. Oh, dang. A little too high. Went a little too low. Went too early. This 1. Alright, time is going off, which means I'm counting highest. Streak higher than 2 is the last. Or a streak of 2 or higher is the last streak. Alright, so since I get a streak of 2 or higher, then jeez. This 1. This 1. Was that 1? I mean, I can't really tell. It was 1. Alright. Also, before that, was this in? Yeah, it was. No, it wasn't. Okay, I don't know. It didn't matter because it was below half full height. This one. This one. Two. Oh, dang. Well, that's a streak of 2. Oh well, highest streak I got in those 2 minutes were 3. 2 minutes plus were 3. Let me think. I did okay. I did okay. But okay with a period at the end, right? So it's a little bit more negative, right? Instead of meaning, you know, everything's okay. Okay. I'll just say it so much naturally. Let's think. Let me think. All right, I'm the only one doing the thinking here. Next shot, 5 minutes. Last time, I did really well. Ceiling double reset. This time, looking for better. So basically, looking for a touch to ceiling for my car for reset. Kind of didn't align correctly for the. Kind of have to just position where the ball is going to be instead of where the ball is right now. Kind of understand that intuitively. It's part of my subconscious and how I play the game in other places. Just kind of have to apply it here, right? Trying to. Where will the ball be in a little bit? That was a wacky pinch. Oh. Fleet buddy checkpoint. Also, I think like people are somewhat innately invested in like the going pro storyline, right? So it's like even like I think Musty kind of did that where he had an arc where he's like, oh, is he going pro? Is he trying to go pro? And then like he just became a perma sub, and then he's not doing anything. So maybe, you know, if Justin's leaving, might come off the bench. I don't know. I'm laughing. Also, wait, no, I think he's left as a sub. He's still a consecrated for NRG, but it's not their sub anymore. Which makes sense. Top left. You know, I tried. It's all that matters, effort. Reset's too low. I think it's gonna be too challengeable. Interesting. Looks like I set off like, not like a bomb. That was crazy. What I was about to say. I mean, it looks like I set off a bomb as I hit the ball, because like the way I jumped, looks like I like shot it like through a cannon through the bottom of my car almost. All right, come on, look for a better average attempt. Clean, but a little bit too low for reset, right? Okay. I can't just like get as far underneath that ball. I expected like to go in. Right. I think in mind was like, oh, just get as underneath this ball as possible, and it'll just go top right. And then obviously it just goes a little too high there. I think that is like the lowest you can get your car underneath the ball. Even if the ball is like rolling, you can like wave dash into or flip into the ground and it'll kind of dig underneath the ball, kind of like in football, I think, or yeah, football. You can kind of like dig underneath the ball there and chip it up. Pretty sure. I think that's a move. A move. Also really exciting that I still like this is only the first week of doing the process, so I don't even know what That's like to fully reap the benefits of it. As well as like when I'm changing, when I think about changing it and like evolving it to get even better, it's gonna do more to like sustain games and also like improve the rate of gaining skill, right? Okay, wait. Did the timer go off? No, it did not. I don't know why. I'm just like thinking timer's gone off or something. Just to reset. Come on. Main thing, trying to hit the ball into myself. Trying for a reset. Ideally trying to hit it straight. Honestly, pretty good. I just had to boost up onto it and up into the ball, not onto the ball. Well, I guess it's also technically onto the ball. I tried for like a spinny ground shot. It almost worked. Cause like, as long as I hit. Yeah. Okay. Still trying on this shot. Trying until I get like a good shot, right? Ideally. But if a minute goes by and I don't get anything, then I'm gonna have to change. Should have gotten the better reset there. Mr. Reset. Interesting. I mean, not even interesting. That was like a good pitch. Yeah, when I say interesting, I feel like it just means bad or like lucky or something like that. It's like almost a negative connotation to have to say interesting. Good shot. I don't know. I guess I maneuvered some way to like get it in without hitting it like crossbar. That was cool, I guess. No. Yes. I mean, good enough. Honestly, there's a range of emotions I went through. Really good, like, initial first touch to get it to me, but, like, the shot was kind of mid, I'm not gonna lie. But a good first touch. It was so far above me. This is unchallengeable. Like, all the, like, as soon as I'm hitting the ball, it's unchallengeable, right? Now, like, if someone jumps before, like, expecting, like, the initial read, they have to start adjusting now, midair. And as long as I get a flip, it's impossible for them. If I get a flip into like a good part of the net, then it might be impossible to save. That's like the kind of ideal shot, right? Crazy how like not close I am. Oh, I don't know. I'm getting closer and closer every day, right? To like the shot I'm really looking for. Also need to kind of like, not expand my horizon, but basically believe in myself, believe in my ability to get the shot. Because I feel like I'm almost getting like, not stuck in my ways, but like I won't come into the today hitting, like truly like believing I can get the shot today. Same with like the double tap earlier, where it's like top left, top right. I've done it like twice, right? Ever. And I've done this Mike's routine probably like for at least like 50 days in the year. So I don't know. yeah, so just like kind of believe that like I can just like become really, really good, and that's gonna increase the chance that it actually happens. Honestly, he did pretty well in that shot, or pretty okay, right? Next shot. What's it called? 5 minutes. Let's go. Kind of starting that mindset. All right, wrap around to the side. Oh, my bad. Bro, honestly, I'm kind of excited. It's almost like a little bit of competitive nature thing. Like, I'm excited to see what it's like to like maintain being at the top. Or like, I don't know, like imagine like what are the different mind games I could play with different teams? What type of teammates would I have at the top? It's weird. I'm imagining all these things, but I still need to kind of get there. Honestly, I think content is gonna be a little bit as a part of getting there, right? Because if I'm posting content, right, and if I'm known as like a content figure plus a person trying to go pro, then that's almost like it's like networking on crack, right? Pretty much. In that, like, I might not be exactly friends with like a lot of people, right? But I'm also like known, right? So even though I might not be like I might not have that like highest quality connection to somebody, right? I have like a pretty decent connection, right, to like a lot of people, right? Through just using kind of utilizing social media, what's called algorithms, people's I don't know attention, kind of the attention economy. Oh, come on here. To get off ceiling a little bit faster. I have to make sure I'm flipping, obviously, the ball in the right direction. Ideally, I want to kind of redirect it to the side, that second touch. And make sure it's like high in the net. I tried to align a musty, and I can do it, it's just difficult. Alright, look at that top right. I tried. Pancake? Oh, did not get to reset. I tried for something. I feel like if I'm floating for a little bit and I get like a crazy musty, it's just a goal. Well, it's a goal until like I do it enough times in scrims and like people start expecting it. They'll start to get that goal line reaction, or they'll come out kind of expecting whatever it is. So it'll be like there's a meta and then there's a kind of meta reaction. It's like the post meta, right? So there's like demo meta, and because like I don't know, let's say like a team like SSG when they used to bump a lot, they had both Arsenals and Riddles on the same team, right? You get used to it in scrims and they develop like some kind of counter strategies, both rotationally and like situationally to like avoid demos, right? That's kind of like the post meta reaction and adjustment. I wonder what like at the highest level of play, if we're doing really well, what sort of like post meta adjustments will other teams try to make to us? Like how will we like kind of maintain the dynasty? Alright. Oh no, I'm thinking too far ahead, right? Need to think about right now. How do I become the best at this shot? Oh my. I'm starting to get better at those ceiling pinches too. Which is not a crazy part, but interesting part. of the equation. Come on. How did I? I know I missed it, but like, dang. This would have been so nice. It's not even like the hardest reset. It's close. Okay, we move on to next shot. All right, right now 5 minutes. Did okay on that last shot. Yesterday I said I did kind of good. Now looking for the resets. I was thinking about this shot before going to bed. It feels like this one of the shots were like I'm getting something from it, right? But maybe I could be getting more from it. Alright, so what does that mean? Maybe go for like different types of resets. But then I think like working on this fundamental idea of like every single reset, I wanna learn how to align a reset from anywhere. So like no matter where the car and my ball are, the ball and my car are. Wait, I said the car and my ball. No matter where my car and the ball are, it's like three-dimensional space. I can get like a decent reset. Tretford. That was close. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Tough day. That was close. Almost got this off, which was okay. That wasn't like that close, but like decent idea. Definitely a lot. Even though like I'm not doing free play, I'm getting a lot very creative on certain like ideas. Top left. Okay, that was close. That was close. No, I thought I heard a door opening. Okay, I thought I heard a door opening. I just looked over. I just went silent and then looked over. That looks funny on stream. And I feel like just improvement as like a main through line, as like the storyline is like, okay, I'm mainly trying to improve on certain things, right? I can kind of make that, I can make it content and improvement, right? I can kind of be a unicorn in both, right? I have like a massive amount of good content and have a massive amount of good improvement. That would obviously be like a recipe for some success. I think ideally, like, I don't know, I'm thinking so far into the future. I don't know, it's just like nice. I don't know, it feels nice to look at the future. Ideally, like if I'm getting on a team, I don't think I'd want to get on a team with like current pros. I'd rather get on a team with like people that, one, have like, okay, if I do this like schedule and like again to like B+ in a month, people that have like a similar, or again to A in a month, people that have like a similar schedule, pretty much, like similar ideas, right? I don't know. And then probably because of stream, some of them might be like influenced by me, which is like, I don't know, a little bit of a weird dynamic. But like, I feel like I believe in it. And then as a like team mentality, we'd really just be focused on how do we get like as good individually as possible at the game. And like scrims honestly aren't really the focus. The focus is just like being able to carry in a threes environment all the time. Or being able to be the best like three players, right? Like if there's like a player right now that would be the best three, like if they're cloned 3 times, who would it be? And then just basically become that player, or better than, or no, better than. That would kind of be the game plan. And the scrims wouldn't really be for too much. Just be about like no matter what, adapting to the teammates' play. Nice. Instead of like really making like a teammate system or team system, it's more of like a 3 system. All right. For just a shot above cross, right below crossbar. I'll take that. Alright, I don't know why I want that, but I did. So I got it. Honestly, resets went like really, really well. It's good. We move on to nothing. Alright, I'm gonna go work out, shower, protein shake. Let's see. Honestly, really good on the resets. Even though I wasn't paying like it, felt like I was just trying to. I guess I was flowing on them. That's why I think I've like almost changed a little bit in that like if I go through and I'm like a little unfocused, right? I'm kind of vibing. I'm talking about different things. I'm not too concerned, right? Especially if I don't do it too much. Because I don't know. A lot of like the routine is like based off like things and like almost science and like studies, but like a lot of it's kind of like guesswork based on the conclusions of those things and like other information I get, right? So I don't know if like just like hard focusing, especially since it was like harder to focus, it was just straight up harder for whatever reason. Mainly because like one, maybe not didn't get the best sleep. Not maybe, I didn't get the best sleep last night. The sit down was obviously like kind of broke a little, I don't know, broke the rhythm, I guess. Most importantly, I was just like cold. By the time I went to Joel 2, I was just cold. That's all right. I'm like fine with that. Because I feel like I got some value out of that. Got to talk to people, got to learn some information about like, I don't know, the cloud surrounding me. I don't know if that's the right way to say that. It's weird. The like variety. It's also like, I don't know, for whatever reason. Well, it kind of makes sense that a lot of people in EU know, because like I watched Rise for a really long time for replays. Will I start again? Maybe. If I if I run out of Gen G replays, that's how it's kind of like low growing in. It's like if I run out of Gen G replays, I might check out Rise again. It's crazy. Okay, I wouldn't take that personally. I mean, I believe they could win the next one, right? They're gonna have steep competition, right? Against I don't know whatever crew I put up. All right, for whatever reason, I got like into like thinking about the future. Really need to focus on the right now, kind of maximizing all things that I think will kind of get me to that level, right? So really important because I scheduled this time as like workout, but really a lot of the time I'm not working out for this period. Like even yesterday, I was like, okay, let me just like cross it out because I did not work out yesterday, because I was getting groceries. So, but that one more makes sense because like I just didn't have enough time for both, and I just encompass my day in Rocket League. I get up, I start playing, you know, I meditate. Right? I guess that's part of my morning routine. I guess. Then I eat, and this is my like my breakfast. Right, this is like the first meal of the day I had was when I took that hour, and I'm all right with that. Is that all right? Yeah, it's not the worst thing. Where if I like wait a little bit before eating, it's usually only going to be like I don't know, 40 minutes before eating, or wait, actually not 40 minutes, like an hour before eating. It's not like too bad. And even if it's like an hour and a half, it's not the worst thing, right? It's not even like a fast. It's just like I don't know, waiting a little bit to eat. Most important is like if I'm getting my, most importantly, the most important thing is that I'm getting my macros in. All right, so I'm trying to make sure I get more protein in. This part of like the protein shake I have right here. I feel like it looks vile. All right, it looks vile if I just hold it up to camera like that, but it tastes good. Pause. All right, I'm moving on. Slash moving out. All right, we're moving out to college. It's that time. You're gonna have to let me go soon. Gonna go work out. Gonna make sure. Okay, I'm promising myself I'm gonna get some hit high intensity interval training in. Okay, I forgot the T. Some HIIT. Right, it's supposed to promote like a brain chemical that like promotes learning. All right.
I feel like in my head, it's very.
I'm just what's it called? Deleting VODs that I don't need to keep in 1080p.
All right, so I'm trying to get.
Bro, why is it popping up here? I want this over here. I want this over here.
All right, so I'm trying to get audio. Well, it's probably gonna also, bro.
I didn't realize what's it called. I had like a black screen the whole entire time I like started trading.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, also, I haven't even. I'm thinking. So I haven't even tried the process. It's like, you know. All right. I think I already have. I'm thinking about it a lot. I don't know. Don't take a step back. I'm being a little bit like.
Don't know. There's something about the way I talk. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, actually, no. There's something about the way I sound that I don't like. It's almost like nerdy. I don't know. It's weird. It is weird.
Okay. No, I was legit about to leave the call because I was like thinking in my head, I cannot have it. But like, I think
And it's like the way my like head bounce or like the thoughts bounce around. Oh, I'll get better at speaking, right?
stick to that. I'll just stick to that. And I kind of, I don't know, it's weird because I feel like I'm over. No.
Okay, I can't take this anymore. I'm moving on. Wait.
I just get off up.
Okay, that is the gist of that. 2 weeks. What is this last one?
But I mean, it kind of makes sense. Of course, not of course, I like that. Because honestly, you're not like that time. Like, so it's like a couple hours. Right? And it is entertaining, I guess. A little bit.
Nah, the way I like mindlessly look at the screen when like doing like the way I start leaning in is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Wait, no. I'm like watching this. This just looks. It's like a brain go bye bye. You see the way I just am constant. No, honestly, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is like I just open my mouth, and I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate like the way I'm opening my mouth. It's crazy. No, I hate the way like I'm like mouth breathing.
Oh my god, is that Drift Mask? Yes, it is. You're a being somebody. Has operated response. Dragon 5 Master. You have a good day. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you have a good day. And, oh wait, need to update the record. Apologies.
Okay. It's like how I'm talking there is like not normal. Also, you can't hear it because it's on the B back screen. I forgot. Oh well. Um. Oh, you could only hear my voice here. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad then. That's my bad. Okay. I'm done. Let me clear the recycling bin. Where's the recycling? Or I guess I have to search it out. Or I mean, I'm already here. Recycle bin. All right. Just getting cleared out. Just getting plowed through. All right. Pause. Was on purpose. It didn't even count. Resume. Okay, I'll be back. Go! Because nobody's touching the float. I can talk to broke boys, I can talk to broke boys. Are you fixing the licks? You lifted up. Hey, 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 hey. What's poppin'? What is poppin'? Alright, just took a shower, like always. Every time I go on break, I'm taking a shower. Because of how disgusting these shots are. Yeah, I'm a wordsmith. I make words up. I couldn't think of anything else to say after that. Okay. I got. Hit him with the nah, I'm good. I don't even really know how to improve individually, so like I feel like going into a team environment that I don't really know about. Even myself, I'm not even sure about myself improving. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. Okay, we're getting into what's it called? Bistros / ulti lines. And have this over like a montage. They're winning the regional, or something like that. The ulti lines. Gotta learn how to pad first. Oh, backflip. Okay, right. Can't look at the boost, right? That's the whole point of the exercise. So I hit them without looking. Now that I think about it, I always come into 6-man somewhat cold. Simply because of the fact that I'm coming from like a workout and a shower, and literally I'm not even putting my hands in water, I'm putting my whole body in water. I'm physically, literally cold. I think it's metaphorically cold. I'm not sure if it's even possible to hear myself over the music. Actually, I think it is. Well, I think I'll look back at the VOD. Okay. Holy, this is... Okay. Try to fly over to a pad. That did not work out. Okay, I think I should apply a little bit more of my like conscious mind to this. I'm like kind of trying to vibe right now, but like I'm just so new at it that like as I get reps, I'll get better, right? Obviously, but I think some like thought right now could save me a lot of time in the long run. Nice, that was a clean turn. Time is going off, which means okay. We're getting into recall. Okay. Alright, I finally fixed it. This is an issue I had. It's called for a while, but I think it's fixed. Okay. Okay. Let's get into this. Pretty simple goals right now. Trying to still on this stage of it a little bit, where I'm trying to emphasize keeping pressure and adapting, as well as what's it called, having fast coverage, right? And that's kind of the puzzle I'm figuring out right now, and how I want to represent that. Yeah. So let's think, right? So over the course of like the past couple days, integrated a little bit more like things about pressure and coverage, as well as like adapting, right? Phil was already here, but I kind of put more of an emphasis on it. At this point, kind of want to, how do I want to think about this? I think last time I kind of like just added this on. I wonder if I want to just say paced recovery with like a D at the end. But I feel like, I don't know. I just want to keep it pace recovery. It's a little disorganized right now. It's always a disorganized, but now it's even disorganized to like my eyes, right? Because usually I just understand exactly what's going on. I still understand what's going on, but could understand it a little bit better. All right. Um, okay, so let me say this and go ahead, be like, do I still want to use this kind of like vertical line? I think I still do, kind of. I don't know. It seems a bit like, what scenarios am I really looking for this like upfield support in? Because it feels like I'm a little bit still like confused on which, or not clear on which scenarios I actually want to use this. I want to go upfield to like play support for my teammates. I would kind of do it as like part of the recovery, right, at times. But it's kind of like, I don't know. No, because like recovery, even if it's upfield, it's still somewhat of a recovery, especially if I'm getting like boost/resources. I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead, I'll make this even like bigger, kind of, slash just move it up a little bit. I guess I'll move everything down a little bit. Yeah, I'll move everything down a little bit, and then I'll kind of just connect lines to everything. Right, so I'll move this back up here where it was. And then I won't connect. Like earlier, I had this thing where like I would draw like, okay, first of all, let me pick up the pace. All right, let me pick up the pace. That's so stupid. Okay, so before I would like draw a line. It's like, okay, so really this top line is really like basically filling in on the plane, like checking for gaps I need to cover, right? And I'll draw a line like that. But I feel like at some point that gets like really disorganized. So I'm gonna just go ahead and do something like this, right? To kind of just represent the fill. Um, it's a little like addendum almost. I'll like make it horizontal in a second. This is not that deep. Okay, good enough. And then let me like make that a little bit. All right, yeah. And then I won't like connect everything because yeah, I feel like that gets messy really quickly by connecting arrows to everything. Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking about what is gonna be that. Bro, what am I? Oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, yeah, I should look like that. Oh, not like that. All right, so that's kind of how I want that to look essentially. I'm gonna also shorten that and then just move this in. Pretty simple idea here. And group that together. Okay, so kind of connected it, right? This little tiny fill there. Don't need to connect it with this big arrow. Arrows kind of get like, I don't know, they kind of become a lot especially if I don't know how to like connect them. As far as this goes, this scenario, it seems like as time has gone on, especially when I'm focusing on a fast recovery, it seems a little bit less important to like make sure that I'm never going the complete opposite side to play, right? But it's also still important. Like I really should never be going to like that complete opposite corner. Because what it means, even at supersonic, I'm giving it pressure. It's almost like every time too, right? Which is like most plays don't like happen every time. Most times, like if I'm going a medium distance, sometimes we'll give it pressure, but a lot of time we'll be maintaining it. But like by going all the way over, it can like just be a lot for the play. Though I guess I'm like somewhat recently, not somewhat recently, basically with after Ulti's input, I was mainly focused on just like staying mid, but now after Spook's input, I'm just focused on like that coverage, but fast coverage, right? I'm focused on actually being there quickly at the same time as like being there, right? So, and both of those things are important, seem to be important, especially at higher levels of play. Oh right, okay. Let me redraw this. You know what? I'm not gonna redraw it. I did that in a rush with my mouse, and yeah, okay. We'll just stop looking at it. Yeah, let me think. So but still, honestly, I don't think I'm doing it too much, or it still doesn't make sense to really go for the complete opposite corner. Just pad, right? If I'm padding correctly, then I will have the boost I need, right? And like if one of these three boosts isn't here, then like I should still be basically chilling, right? I should be chilling. So basically, go ahead, make sure on my recovery, one of like the kind of tried and true paths I'll be taking. If none of the hundreds are there on the way, then I'm just wasting my boost. If none of the hundreds are on the way, then might be looking for a path like across, like right there. I'd have to learn how to do that a little bit more efficiently, right? So, wasting my boost again. I want to be doing it at least like that efficient, right? Ending with 30, 40 boosts, ending up in position curve like really quickly, while also what's called having supersonic speed. It's kind of like a path I took Saji to take a lot, and then a lot of time that the boost will be there, kind of play off of it. Okay, it's a little bit of my recovery scenario. I'll go ahead and go through the whole thing, right? I want to check the play to see if there's anything I need to turn in on instantly. If not, the small like little window where like I check in on the play, this might look like a lot of the time if I just played on the ball, I'll know whether or not like I can like let's say I don't know, I went for a fake there, I'll know whether or not I need to play instantly. And a lot of the time, even before I really know, I might want to like just get out. If like the possibility that I might be able to play the ball or play it well is like really low, then I might just get out, right? Just playing the odds, right? Even though I don't know for sure. I just kind of have to use my better judgment, and then at times I'll be hedging on the side of safe, right? And really I want to get that fast, that pace recovery out. As opposed to like a slower version where I just kind of like slowly meander out, right? Because the faster out I go out, the more boost I'll come in with, the more momentum I'll come in with. It's the idea, right? So instantly I want to be looking for 100 boosts and also looking for pads. Now this is a little bit, I think it's a little bit more new. I have to find a new way to represent this fully because like there are different 100 boosts I might not go for, right? Like in this scenario, right? I think where I was talking about a fake, I might not really want to fully go for this top right for a lot of reasons, right? Especially if I'm like asking my teammate to go for the ball next. It might not make the most sense to go for that top right. So kind of have to go ahead and use a little bit of judgment there. It's not fully just check for convenient. Oh yeah, this is what that orange line means. Check for a convenient orange, not orange boost, 100 boosts. So I guess yeah, if it's not like convenient, then I wouldn't go for it. Especially a lot of the time right now, I'm trying to weigh more towards like playing the back half of the field, getting boosted on our half, so we can set up plays heading forward. So I can set up plays heading forward with a lot of boost, a lot of momentum, right? So as soon as I check for 100 boosts, there are no convenient 100 boosts. I'm still looking for 100 boosts, but I'm instantly starting to pad, right? So that's kind of like the scenario. That's instantly looking across here. And if as soon as I get a pad, looking to play it. Wouldn't really be the best thing to do on offense if I got the ball like that, but oh well, kind of just hit it into corner. Yeah, kind of thinking about that. Is that kind of all I want to do? Kind of. Bro, what did I? Okay, I have no idea what I just did. It's bothering me. Okay, so it's kind of the recovery scenario. I want my best, what's called movement and pathing. All right, best movement and pathing. Right, so this is going to equal basically just hitting all pads on a route. A lot of the time, especially on offense, when I'm looking to recover, I want to look for like one of the most efficient paths back. That might look like cutting in a little bit from like certain pads. It's gonna be kind of like develop like an intelligence about how I want to pad in all scenarios, right? Because sometimes, I don't know, it would be cool if there's like a bot I could like see that like basically just tries to pad as efficiently as possible. And I could just see the results of that and basically trying to mimic that. Like, I don't know, sort of like an AI that could look at all the sufficient pathings. But then again, I'm not sure what that would look like. Probably something you could, I don't know. Okay, I'll see, like, if I'm at the highest level of pro gameplay, like I really wanted to learn something that I could probably pay somebody to like make a bot that like iterated over a large period of like in-game time. I'm pretty sure there's like a bot that does that. Oh wait, there's a, what's it called? Yeah, there's what's it called? Or no, not a bot that does it. You can kind of like, what's it called? Essentially, train a bot to do certain tasks for like certain objectives for a long period of time, right? So like if I'm a pro, right, and I have a pro salary, then I can probably like get someone to like sort of develop these sort of things to just try to find the most efficient like way to do certain tasks. Obviously, this task is probably it's so complicated that like it would take a long time for like a person to be able to do this technique consistently. But it's probably doable. Not probably, it's definitely doable. Oh, okay, is that true? I'm not sure exactly how hard this is. It's definitely really hard, but I don't know if it's like, okay, if you put in like, I don't know, an hour every day, will you learn it in like a year, right? Which is a crazy amount of time. But like, if it's like that much, if that's all it takes, right, that means it's like somewhat doable, kind of. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if that sentence just makes sense. I'm not sure. If you practiced it for an hour, I mean, yeah, an hour a day for a year, that's not like crazy. It's not like absolutely crazy. But obviously, it is like a huge amount of time. Like very few skills are worth it. That skill isn't even worth it, right? If you're trying to get to like pro play, but if you're like a freestyler, it might be. Right? And I think there's some freestylers that practice shots for longer than that, like every day. So basically, yeah, if it's like a skill like that, it might be doable in the time. I don't know, with the practice I just said. Kind of thinking about this, I'll go ahead and do what I said I was going to do and like draw some lines between like, this kind of top bar, right? Because it feels like it's just really disconnected. Because really what I kind of want it to be is like, it kind of like represents where on the spectrum everything is, right? So when I would be doing it, depending on how safe the play is, right? Yeah, I don't know. So I'll kind of like just do that. Yeah. How do I do this? I could do something like that. Do something like that, and then okay. Pretty simple ideas here. Where I'm gonna move this to like right here, and then let's move it right here. How do I want to do this? I'll move this whole thing down a little bit. Oh no! Oh no! Why is it grouped? It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. All right. All right. So I want all of this to just move down. Please. I think as time has gone on, I've gotten steadily like less efficient using this time, right? So part of that's because like I haven't really been putting as much like thought towards the different outside elements I'll try to do to like, because there's like a system I'm basically trying a learning system I'm trying to mimic, right? But I haven't really put in the effort to like fully researching how that system looks like recently, right? When I really should kind of just schedule time to during the day. And I also shouldn't, what's called, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? Because it's like a mind map essentially. And there's like a course that kind of teaches you how to do certain like this learning techniques like this and other different things, but I'm not like progressing through the course quickly or at all right now, I would say. Let's think, let me think. How do I kind of emphasize that kind of speed of recovery? Because kind of like the pace recovery is basically, yeah, that's what I basically emphasizing at this point, right? Yeah, pace recovery. So it's like, okay, what else can I kind of look at around the field that I need to optimize? What are like consistent trends I see in my own gameplay right now? I'm not sure, to be honest. Right, it seems like I'm getting the pace recovery down a little bit. I can still do a little bit more efficient pathing. Still need to get better at flipping accurately on the path, like back or whatever. Um, yeah, yeah. So honestly, I think the biggest thing here is like I haven't fully thought about adapting that much, right? because it's kind of based on the fill, right? Yeah, that's basically fill. And then there's also like tendencies that I can kind of look at on top of it. But I'm not sure if I've really had too much. I'm not sure what that looks like exactly in game, right? So everything I put down here, I want to know, have an idea of what that looks like in game. And it seems like obviously there's something like this. I have a really good idea of what this looks like in game. Like I could go in a free play and do it. And same thing with this, like a bad touch. Basically, somebody supposed to get a touch forward, but like somehow they like get it backwards, right? And I basically look at it and I'm like, okay, seems a little bit like this is a bad touch and I should go back, which is like honestly pretty obvious. But like in the past, I would just basically see it and then and just keep going forward, right? I would keep going for like this 100 boost up in their half, right? So I kind of need to look out for that if a bad touch occurs. Kind of play taking that into account. I think the easiest thing, not the easiest thing, but like basically the easiest thing that I know of right now would be effective with this map. I'm gonna try and do next time I'm like in here. It's just visualize, right? Just visualize whatever scenario, or go into free play and like act it out. Either one of those. But there's like a lot of this map where I haven't like refreshed in my mind for a while, and it's becoming like not obsolete. It's becoming like just more and more foreign to me, where I'm not like really thinking about it in game. Some of these I'm like executing subconsciously in game, but not really from this map, more from like replays and different things, right? So I want to make sure that this is like this time is actually being optimized. Also, this I can't click on this. Why? It doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Because I can click on that, right? I can't click on this. Is it in like a different layer? I mean, that would be my guess, right? It's like there are multiple layers, but I have no idea how this works. I'm not gonna lie. I have zero idea how this works. If I like click that, right? Is that a certain like thing down here? Could I see it? Yes. Yeah, I can see that. If I click, I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I mean, it's not that deep, right? Worst case, we just put a we just put a white box over it. All right. Oh my gosh! If I ever have to delete it, I'll just put a white box over it. I have no idea how that's a thing. I'm not gonna lie. Is it like locked over here? Is there anything that's locked? Let me think. I don't know, because like you can see I can like lock something. I don't know. Oh well, I mean, as I use this tool in better and better ways, I'll like get better at using it. Alright, next time I do that, I'm gonna try and visualize. I'll even put that in the what's called, because I feel like that time was probably the least effective time that I've been doing this. Because even last time I really fixed something, like changed something, but like I don't know. So I'm gonna be looking at map, right? Plus visualize. Plus free play. Yeah, because that's pretty much what I do anyways most of it, or I do map plus free play. So I'm not sure why I had 6 minutes in there for so long. Okay, I'll get back into. I'll say 15 minutes, even though I went over. I felt like really only had 15 minutes max of like actual like effective time. Okay, bro. Copy and paste. Okay, let's get into what am I looking at? I guess Genji phase. Actually, no. Yes, I finished beast mode replay, so at this point, gonna go back to looking at not beast mode replay. What is that gonna look like? Not beast mode replay. I think I'll look at it one more time. I just want to see it. To be honest, I just want to take a peek, and then I'll go to whatever. Also, I'll be watching Genji Moist. Yeah, because I know I finished it, obviously. I think, remembering back, it was because Rise passed mid. Maybe he's expecting his teammate to turn in, from like scrims. Maybe that's like how they would normally play, but does not work out. Then Ghost just has a free net. Sorry about that. Sorry about it. Sorry, I'm getting water from my bag that I took out to work out. Alright, because I need to stay hydrated, alright? Alright, so I think he was probably expecting teammate to like just be really, really ready, even on zero boost, to just turn in, right? Obviously, they aren't even in comms, so like it kind of makes sense that they aren't really ready for it. Alright, so yeah. As long as he turns right, he has the 100% beat on Ghost, right? To just keep pressure. Though, like, he just really wasn't expecting Rise to, to play the ball to him. And then, I don't know, depending on how, like, he's blocked, he doesn't know all the factors yet, but by rotating out, it kind of means that, like, in a lot of scenarios where Rise is blocked, he's going to have the right positioning and boost and speed to play it. But, like, in this case, where Rise is passing mid, Steph just doesn't expect it, right? And, like, should he? I'm not sure. I mean, with Beast Mode where he is and Rise where he is, it might make sense, even with the 100 boost being there to just rotate out. Though I'm not sure. And then if he was like rotating out, he was basically, if he started to pad, then he could either block the shot that came in or just go for this touch, turn and go for the touch /50 with Ghost. I don't know. Alright, we're looking at Genji Moist. I guess I'll look at this from Rise POV. Is that what we're doing? I guess that's what we're doing. I'll look at this game from Rise POV. Alright. Who was MVP of this game? Let's see. Game 1, Rise. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. Genji Moist. Alright, so MST. That's what we're getting into. Alright, 50 minutes on the clock. Let's get into it. He just got dusted by Abject. Alright, good recognition that, like, he had the best play here. Abject's just ready to go. Alright, as soon as this play happens, Abject just instantly. His role is a little bit, I guess, one, he's like, has more momentum, too. His role is just a lot, what's it called? Easier to see than what's called Rises. Plus he's faster. Main thing is that he's faster, right? I think here's like a little bit more confusing what's about to happen, right? It almost looks like Joyo's gonna double this up until he doesn't, right? Honestly, a little bit. But then from Abject's POV, it's like he knows exactly what's happening. I could see a scenario where like Joyo doubling it makes sense, and basically doubling it back to Rise could make sense. So like, it kind of makes sense that Rise is kind of waiting a little bit. I don't know, maybe that's just like a weird scenario. It's hard to play incredibly well. Joyo's doing, what does Joyo recovery look like? He's just boosting all the way down to the ground, padding. He's gonna look for that most efficient route back, pretty much. So like he's gonna look for pads for a second and then like just try to get on a pad route while getting back. So I think it would have made more sense, right? If he's gonna do all this, why is he boosting forward, right? I guess it's because maybe he expects his teammate to play the ball faster and better upfield, right? So now he was gonna try and look for a bump, but now that the play hasn't worked out, he's gonna look to play ground and play out back. Steakhouse. I don't think he should have taken that first touch, right? He could have, just faked it across. Nobody was Abjack and Nolly are bumping each other, but instead of you could even let Astral play this, right? That doesn't make sense in that case. But I feel like throwing the ball to Chronic when it wasn't necessary definitely wasn't the right play regarding, because he can see all the momentums everybody has on this field. And even if Chronic had a Supersonic, he's still not beating it if he fakes it here and just turns around. Even if he doesn't fake it, Chronic physically can't beat Joyo to the ball. He can maybe get a 50, but I think giving the ball to Chronic is worse, right? Because now Chronic got past him for free. But then again, if Chronic's forced to upfield a little bit, right? Right. I like this, honestly, I like this concept of kind of playing defense from the midfield. Almost from the opponent's offense, right? Because what it does, it means that no matter what, you just have to be faster than the opponents, and then you can be, by virtue of where you need to hit it, which is most of the time up, kind of. As long as you get under the ball, it's faster, because it's faster to get under the ball, an under the ball touch, than get over the ball touch to shoot it, right? There's kind of a thing here where it's Abjack probably had faster momentum coming into it too, right? But mainly because Joyo's just closer to the ball, it's just impossible for Abjack to score. He's just always getting beat. Look at Abjack. Alright, you're gonna try for the fast beat here. Could have went off wall, right? Not right. Yes, he can 100% pre-flip off wall. He risks throwing the ball if Joyo backs off, but if Joyo doesn't, then he has 50 / beat. Right, so that's on a little bit of placement, right? Yeah, because as long as this play works out, and it's also by waiting longer, he's able to make a little bit of a better play on average, right? Here, it doesn't work out that way. But let's say I don't know, Rise is challenging, a whole bunch of other outcomes happen, right? That kind of affect the play. By waiting to jump and fully pre-flip onto the ball, it means that he's able to kind of distill his best reaction, or not distill, kind of delay. Yeah, delay just makes way more sense as a word in this case. Delay is best reaction to the play. It's more educated. You can just wait longer, get more information, get a more educated reaction to the play. I don't know why he loops this wide, right? So why is he looping for 100 boosts? Is that because he wants to get 100 boosts from Joyo? I think so for a second, but I guess it doesn't matter. Or he decides it doesn't matter. Where should he be here? Right? So really, as soon as this play happens, and Chronic is ready to boom upfield, he should basically be pre-jumping. Astral shouldn't be possibly able to get up to this, right? Ideally, he gets the bump on Astral and the touch, which is I think possible, but it's hard, especially if Astral tries to avoid him, then it's impossible to get the bump and the touch. But pretty much a pre-jump here just instantly just dusts everybody to this play. But instead, honestly, this is sort of boom where they bang it super far, super high. It's really it happens a lot. So if you just play it a little bit faster, a little bit better, it could work out better for them. Open. Oh, I don't know why I calmed the open. No. In my head, it's okay, I have to correct this, bro. In my head, or I have to correct this in my own gameplay, right? If I'm in this scenario, I just instantly pad, always. Just always pad. Right? Because it's not like I'm right. It's not like I'm right next to the 100 boost, so I know it probably really won't just respawn in the 0.3 of a second it takes me to get to it. But in this case, I just want to basically think that, okay, boost is not spawning, or let me at least pad first so that if boost doesn't spawn, then I'm chilling, right? Because this is just like, I don't know. I don't like the idea of just being this reliant on 100 boost, right? Because really, what should have happened is like he should have been padding out mid so that once Astral throws away this ball, he can play it. As opposed to like Nolly, who kind of gives the ball away, I'm not gonna lie, right? Or no, Chronic who gives the ball away. I guess, I mean, he's trying to control it, but he missteps. And honestly, he could have had it, or he could have had 50, a better 50, as long as he just kept forward. But like he kind of, I think he definitely held breaks here, right? Otherwise, he would have continued more forward, right? He could 50 Astral's pinch here as opposed to letting him just get it. But it also means like one by like waiting later for more details is kind of, I don't know, it might be like a sort of trend thing where like in this case, in a lot of cases, by waiting you kind of lose out on a specific play. But it means that you can kind of just like play later plays, right? So here, Chronic's able to get 2 interactions with the play. Once as the 50 pinch, and the other as like the challenger. I think he should be disrupting here. Is that true? I don't know. This is another one of those things where like you could play it fast, or you could kind of just like hang back, wait for more educated outcomes. It feels like right here, he can 100% just sit here and then just jump, right, to mess Rise up. But instead, he kind of gets out. And it doesn't even feel like that's complicated or anything. Like, forcing Rise past him is a good idea. It feels like just like a good idea, as opposed to giving Rise his solo play while he sticks on 23, right? Because now he can't do anything. So what was the point of even going back if his coverage is like not the best? But then again, like he doesn't have to do anything. He has backboard, right? If you're 23 or 30 boost on backboard, it's like, I mean, you kind of have the world. You don't have the world, but you kind of have the world. Any play that originates in this corner, you have, right? Or you wouldn't really do better on if you had like 100 boost or something. So it's like, I don't know, kind of the idea of just like holding your like interaction to be, trying to enforce your interaction to be more controlled or more guaranteed, right? Like obviously it's really important to not let Joyous score this, right? So he's 100% doing a good thing by flipping for that. Whereas like with the 50 with Astral, who knows where that's going, really, right? Like, who knows if he's able to fully neutralize it. And by not using any of his boosts, right? He has 100 boosts at the start of this play. That means that he's able to end it with 32, end it with 23, as opposed to, like, really not having any boosts at all, right? At the end of this play. Right now, he has 23 on backboard, as opposed to 0 on backboard, which are completely different. Also feels a little bit like, here he rushed it, right? Astral does not have a play, or a meaningful play, right? I think you can even let like Astral just come all the way to back wall, and he's just not doing anything, right? You could just let Astral pinch it off of him, let his teammate play it, especially with the opponents evacuating the opposing half. It kind of just doesn't make too much sense to throw it away. What's like kind of the outcome of this? Astral gets back on it. Now Appjack has kind of forced to throw the ball away.